you grow up with a NES, PlayStation, Star Wars, cartoons, and 80s TV? Do you like to think who would win in a fight between Batman and the Master Chief? Comics, games, movies, music, and TV. They're gonna tell you everything you need. Superheroes or not, they got your back. They're gonna save the world of geeks. Comics, games, movies, music, and TV. They're gonna tell you everything you need. Superheroes or not, they got your back. They're gonna save the world of geeks. ThisWeekInGeek. ThisWeekInGeek.
Who disrupts my coronation? Everyone has been destroyed because of this freak. I won't allow it! These babies just saved this lame fest party! Dead or alive, you are coming with me.
One stand, one fall. I throw away your life so reckless. One stand, one fall. Wait, I function.
I always say, no! I always say, yum, libbity jump!
Run, now we pity Bob.
Yeah, say that all the time. I always say, no! I always say, jump, stop!
Autobots, roll out.
Okay, everybody, this is going to be a long show, as you can see from the runtime. I decided to put every bit of the panels that I was able to record into this to make this a Tri-City SuperCon super podcast, if that makes any sense. We're still going to have news as well as the weird news and a few reviews in here. Birdman, as he had mentioned earlier, is taking a few weeks off because he's losses in the family, and it's just been too much, which is perfectly understandable. He needs to basically decompress. Now, that being said, this coincided with a lot of events going on around that I was attending, so I figured I'd just sort of encompass everything all into one here. So I have a review of the Transformers television show soundtrack on vinyl, which I'll be talking about sometime in the show, because there's going to be multiple segments here. I'm going to put timestamps in so you can decide if you want to jump to certain parts to listen to them, or if there's something very specific you really want to hear, you can jump straight to it, sort of thing. Because we're looking at a several-hour show, which I think is great. Birdman goes, "You're crazy. You're crazy. You can't make it that long." And I say, is Joe Rogan crazy for making three-hour shows a week? Well, no, he's not crazy. He's a millionaire. So we're not going to become millionaires from this, but it just made more sense to get this out as it's timely. I'll give my thoughts sort of right here on the con itself. Now, this is the second year it's run. It's run by Richard Comely, who was the creator of Captain Canuck, one of the originators of the indie comic scene in Canada in the 70s. And both years have been run at the Bingaman's the conference hall, which... Bingaman's is a fantastic place. If for people that are from out of town that don't know, it's a campground / amusement park with like water slides and mini putt and all that sort of stuff. And then it also has this pretty gigantic 2-building conference hall that they'll do, like the universities and colleges will rent it out for graduation, that sort of stuff, where you have like thousands of people in there. And it's really cool if you have an established show. Now, it's to put it nicely, they were trying to run it like it's a con that's established. It's been around for a long time when you have this like a Con Bravo sort of thing. And it's just not. Like the problem with the venue is there's no public transportation. You get dropped off by bus about 1.5 kilometers away, and you have to walk up a giant hill to get there, which, for young people that attend these sort of events, that's sort of what they rely on. And without having that, then it's just sort of out of the way. It's not near, the public. It's on the outskirts of town. It's, if you have an established, like they do a toy show there every year, and that toy show's been going for like 20 years. It's one of the strongest things that there is, and they have thousands of people. But we were looking at a few hundred maybe that showed up for this event, and the place can hold thousands of foot traffic. Like you could easily get 1,000, 2,000 people walking through there. So it's the kind of venue that you would want to go to once you've established yourself and get rather large. Now, I made suggestions that, in the future they are going to run it again. And here's the thing. From what I could see as a press guest, it was fairly well run. There were some hiccups here and there. I heard it was actually better run last year, even though there was less people there last year even. But I think they need to move to something like a Holiday Inn. There's actually a hotel with a conference hall that's maybe about half the size, but would be great for building and establishing, their brand. That is right on the outskirts of the main mall in Kitchener, and it's also about a 5-minute walk, if that, from the new transit hub that was built there for all the streetcars, for the light rail transit, for the buses. It's also right beside the on-ramp for the highway, for the 401 that goes right to Toronto. So it would be a perfect location. It's got to be cheaper than the size of the venue they were going with Bigamans. So hopefully in the future they do that, and they do some more targeted marketing, because I saw little ads for it at Shortstop, which is a chain of like convenience stores, and I heard a few people that said that they played ads on the radio. Problem is, the radio station that they got sponsoring them, K-Fun, caters to old people. It's like 60s, 70s, 80s, which I listen to, obviously, but it's 60s, 70s, 80s easy listening. Like 60 plus is like their main listener group. They weren't played on like Virgin Radio or the Beat, like the top 40 young, and even then, kids don't listen to radio. They needed to do a better targeting campaign on Facebook, on groups on there, Tumblr, on Twitter. They needed to target that, and that's the one thing. Richard Comley's group, they're not really good at targeting the audience that they want to get to come. They're still treating it very traditional, the way you would have done things 20 years ago. So hopefully in the future, like I've mentioned, that's what you need to do. Like, you must do this or your con will not survive. That being said, the guests they had were great. They had people from Dark Matter there. A lot of local or Toronto or Canadian-based people were there. Mark Meer was always great to talk to. There, he ended up taking over a panel for somebody else who wasn't able to show because they were off in Japan shooting something last minute. So he sort of moderated a panel. You have people that were voice actors from Assassin's Creed. You have a bunch of really good artists in the comic book industry talking. And that was good. But to be honest, the turnout was pretty bad. There was not enough people. Now, that being said, the panels turned out quite well because for the most part, the guests really connected with the people that were there. And overall, there was a good atmosphere going that way. It just would have been nice to see maybe 10 times the population of people walking through there. And it was pretty apparent as I was leaving on the first day, there were some vendors packing up and leaving, which is unfortunate because, they paid money to be there. They were hoping to get business, and they were going to make more business running their stores at home than they were actually at this event, which is too bad. And it's basically the venue is the big problem. It's not marketed. There was more cosplayers there than there were general audience members. And traditionally, cosplayers don't buy as much. They're there to do the cosplay competitions. They're not really there to buy things. They might be there to get a signature from or pay for a photo or op or something like that with a guest, but they're not really going for the collector's market there. So, it's sort of a double-edged sword. You get a really nice venue that's really well and easy to go through, and it's perfect for us press that we can go through and take pictures and everything, but then you're not getting enough of the general population going through. So, that's sort of the gripes out of the way. I'm not trying to be negative about it. I did enjoy myself. I think it's a good event, and I really think it can grow and has potential. It just, you can't present it like this big venue, this big thing, without the audience yet. So you need to start smaller and grow and grow and grow. So, Richard Comley and the Star Rider Productions and everybody involved in in Chapterhouse putting out this comic or this convention, I say, focus on growing it first before you go with this huge, location. That being said, keep up the good work with what you have done, because it was a pretty cool event, and I think it really, really, truly has potential in the future. So, what do we have on this show? Well, we've got Birdman's review of Gears of War that he's been talking about for a while. We have my review of the Transformers TV show score on vinyl, and we're going to have there's a few different game reviews I can throw in here, but I do believe I'm sort of tossing and turning between which ones I should put in, because I've got a few recorded, and I'm probably going to put out a Turd or Treasure later on in this week. So I think I'm probably going to put in my review for Greedfall here, and then we'll do sort of an RPG spectacular with the other RPGs that I have for review later on in the week or early next week. So it's going to be Greedfall. We're going to have the Transformers, the TV show soundtrack on vinyl, and we're going to have the Gears of War, and then we're going to have my audio recording panels. I recorded one from Mark Meer and why am I drawing a blank at his name? Greek name. It's going to be difficult. I'm going to pull this up right here because I do not want to butcher it, because he was a very nice fellow, and this was the panel that they ended up having to change up a little bit because the other guest was stuck in another country, which is understandable. So what we have here are, I believe, 4 or 5, depending on the audio quality, because I had to record using a portable recorder that I brought with me, because they did not have like the PA system pumped in through anything, so I wasn't able to grab remote audio that way by plugging in directly to their board or anything. So I had to go with that. Did some editing here and there on some of them already, and I'm going to have to do a little more. But you're going to get to sit in with us and listen to the panels, because some of them were really funny, some of them were really interesting. We learned some new stuff from each of them that I wasn't expecting to hear. And it's starting to rain outside. Hoo boy, that's a lot of rain. So the panel was Mark. One of them was Mark Meer, who you know as Commander Shepard, and Michael Antonakos, who is the Assassin's Creed Odyssey's Alexios, which I did not know he does a lot of mocap for many other video games. Like, if there's an action game coming out from pretty much any major company, he's the guy doing a lot of the mocap for it. And there are some funny stories he has to tell. We've also got panel discussions with Jeff Teravainen, and he is from lots of Canadian stuff. Apparently he was in a band. I got to look him up. He didn't want to say what band it was from back in the day because he said he was embarrassed. Probably hair, I'm assuming. Probably mullet all the way. But it was Jeff Teravainen and Alex Mallari Jr. from Dark Matter, one of my favorite sci-fi shows of the last 10 years. And they're charming. They have great chemistry together. Alex Mallari Jr. is hilarious. He is, and like, you can tell when somebody's being genuine or when they're being phony just in front of a crowd, and they're just like relaxed and super chill and awesome. So we have that. We also have the Power Ranger panel with Kevin Duhaney, and the other character with him was Jeff Parazzo. They were both Rangers on Power Rangers Dino Thunder. They're based out of Toronto, and they had some good stories to tell. I ended up asking a couple questions like, did they know what their characters were like on the original Sentai show, and you get some interesting answers from them that way. So we have that, and then we also had a panel of comic creators just talking about the industry when they started, where they see it going now, and there was sort of a wide variety on there. You had Alex Milne, who's doing the known for doing all the IDW Transformers Unicron, More Than Meets the Eye comics. You have David Ross on there, Ken Lashley, and a few others. And it was just a good discussion amongst them, sort of a wide-ranging spectrum of people, because you got people in their 30s all the way up into their 50s and 60s that have been doing comics for quite some time, and how, you have to be an advocate for yourself. And it's very interesting for anybody that's an aspiring comic writer or artist, and, to sort of see into the eye of what you get. Ken Lashley specifically went into details about how it's very different when you do art for comics than if you do art for toys or anything else. And it's interesting to hear his take on that. So we have that. And then we also have a panel with Chapterhouse Comics, Richard Comley and his partner Fadi, who talk about Captain Canuck, the independent industry, running things, where they see it going in the future, that sort of stuff. It's really, really neat things. So I'm going to have those edited in here, and I'll sort of intro and outro them as we go. It's going to be a nice long haul, so you can listen to this all week if you want, break it up. This is going to be a nice, long, meaty show for everybody. So without further ado, let's get into the first review.
This is a fair request, and I promise I will not judge any person only as a teenager, and that this is no more right than saying all teenagers are drunken dope addicts or glue sniffers.
Okay, I'm just going to talk briefly about Greedfall from Spiders, known for interesting ideas in RPGs, not always the glitch-free experiences that everybody would like. I actually had, full disclosure, quite a big problem with the original Xbox One code I was given to review for this. That's why this review has taken so long, in that it just plain doesn't work on Xbox One X, to the point where I went to their customer service, contacted them, went on their forums, and every single other person that was using an Xbox One X had the same thing. It doesn't boot, or it breaks your system, or you have to unplug it from the wall. There is a game-breaking bug in there that to this day has not been patched yet, and there is no plan to patch it as far as I could see. They might be working on it in the background, but their official stance was try deleting the game, setting your system to 1080p, turning off HDR, reinstalling it, and seeing if that works. And if that doesn't work, then you can't use it. That was their official stance, which I found completely unacceptable. So I, contacted my my contact and said, hey, I can't even review the game. I can't even get to the main screen. So let's see if I can try a PS4 title until they get this patched. So they sent me a PS4 copy to try on my PS4 Pro. It installed, played perfectly, HDR is working, all the shebang, as if it was completely normal, and it's like a completely night and day experience. So I know that it's a glitch that they're going to be able to fix on the Xbox One X. If you have a regular Xbox One, it plays just fine. It's just with the X that there's an issue. So that, I'm positive they're going to patch it. It's just at this time they don't have a patch working yet. Now, the game, as you've seen at E3 and everything else, is really interesting in that it's sort of a pseudo alternate history parallel to ours, with colonialism and weird sort of mythological aspects to it. Really neat idea. Performs quite well. It's a deep, heavy RPG that has some number crunchy stuff going on in there. There are different play styles in that you can play it on hard, easy. There's sort of a mode that's made for someone that wants to breeze through the story, like you want to experience the story but not have it too difficult, sort of a casual mode, if you will. There are ways to make the text larger, subtitles, that sort of thing. Fairly accessible in that you can make it, if you have visual impaired issues, you can make it easier to see. You can turn on certain directional audio things. There's nothing in here that would be a barrier for anybody to play. And as far as the graphics go, they're pretty good for a company that isn't considered like AAA top tier. They're really showing what you can do on the the last part of this generation. In that it does have HDR play, which not every game has. There's full 4K support on the PS4 Pro and the X eventually. And overall, I had a pretty good experience playing it. You are going to put in 40, 60 hours or more, depending on how much you want to delve into it and do all the extra side missions and everything. So it's not going to be, a replacement for a high AAA BioWare experience. But if you're going to ask, it is better than Andromeda. So I had a pretty good time with it. It is retailing for about $10 cheaper than regular retail would be. So, take that into account. It's actually a pretty good deal. I would say check it out. But again, if you have an Xbox One X and that's your only way of playing it, you're going to have to wait probably until there's a patch out, because as of right now, it's just a loading screen and then it freezes. But on every other console, every other PC, everything, it works just fine. So you're not going to have any issues right there. So I would say check it out if you're a big fan of RPGs. So first up, we have the first panel of the day, which was the Power Rangers panel And this was interesting because I had been sort of familiar with Dino Thunder, bits and pieces. My brother really watched it, and I know Birdman watched it. And all I really knew from the show was that this is the one where Tommy came back. So it was interesting to see these guys talk and sort of talk about how this might have been a launching platform for their careers. So without further ado, here is the Power Rangers panel.
Parazzo, great to have you, and thank you for bringing your respective helmets. Just in case a fight breaks out.
You gotta be prepared.
So, absolutely.
You gotta bring protection.
I know you guys are no stranger to this kind of thing and doing these kinds of Q&As and talking about what you guys do, but of course you guys are here because you're both Power Rangers. However, both of you are veteran actors already, even though you're both still quite young. You've been acting, each of you, I'd say most of your lives, right? Is something like this, Power Rangers, is this the big break, or do you think that you were just kind of working steadily before it and this is the current break?
I feel like I've been working steadily, and I don't think Power Rangers really changed the trajectory at all. What it did do was teach me how to be on a TV series for a long period of time. Before that, I was doing small roles in movies and commercials here and there. So this was the first thing that I did that I really had to dedicate a year of work to. And it was great. For me, I grew up loving the show.
Sure.
So it was just a surreal experience to know that I was going to be Power Ranger.
Yeah, I can't say it was the big break,
Right.
But it was a break,
Yeah.
right? This was the only television series I shot from start to finish. Usually I'm just playing guest stars on stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, but it did. It was just like Kevin was saying. I only started acting when I was 18. So you've been acting for like
Yeah, I started when I was 4.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like it was an important. It was. Thank God I got the show. It was important to do the show because it taught me how to technically work in front of the camera. Up until then, I would do movies and I would prepare in certain ways. But you can't do that for a television series or you'll just wear yourself out, which I did in the start because I was still taking it like I was doing a movie.
Yeah. How many episodes have you each done now?
Well, our season, I think, had 38, I want to say, and then we did 2 42, somewhere around there.
And that's something I think a lot of people don't realize with for lack of a better term, kids television. With that kids television, it's often a grueling schedule. The shows are shot very quickly, often back to back, often with few breaks. If you do, say, a network drama, right? A lot of times a season is 13 episodes. In the States, 23 or whatever, but with kids television, it's often cranking out many episodes where a season, and the seasons aren't the same as they are with broadcast, regular broadcast shows or Netflix or Amazon. It's because they're aired 5 days a week in the afternoons, and so those. That's why there's these 30 episode seasons, and it can be really a grind. And you do it quickly, right?
Yeah, they don't even shoot 30 some odd episodes anymore. It's like 12 a year.
Yeah.
And you go back for 2 seasons. You do 12, hiatus, and 12.
Yeah.
As opposed to like when we were doing it, they were just crushing it, churning them all out.
Yeah, and that's it's kind of a funny thing. I think a lot of people don't realize, as a professional actor, there's so many different degrees of the business, right? So, like I said, it can be the small part on Suits, right? And you go in for maybe just a couple of days, maybe even just one day, right? And you're shooting, and that's cushy, but the cushy in the fact that you're not grueling hours. It's one day or whatever. It's not the best money, but it works, right? And then, like I said, when you're doing daytime television and kids television, it's often shot on tighter schedules. And if there's kids on the show, that changes things because of
Yeah, they
child
gotta get
labor
their-
laws.
They gotta get their schooling in too.
Yeah.
Set aside time, so yeah, it does. And it was really grueling doing the show. I think I had maybe one day off a week, and we were doing maybe if we were lucky, and it was 16 to 18-hour days.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
And this, as nice as it is, it's steady work, it's good work, you get to do these conventions and meet people, and you get to be iconic characters. But I think a lot of people also don't realize it's not Brad Pitt money either, right? You know what I mean? So it's you have to constantly.
90% of the money out there is in Brad Pitt money.
Right. But that's what I mean.
99%.
But just even being on a TV series, I think a lot of people don't realize that it's you've got to keep working to keep making a living.
Oh, yeah,
And
always.
So the more episodes you do, yeah, you know what I mean. At the same time, that can be exhausting.
Especially in the Canadian industry, because
Yeah.
we don't get residuals or anything like that. In the States, you can do a show and it'll sustain you.
Oh yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Because you get paid fairly. You don't get paid fairly.
So for those of you that don't know, the way the unions work is different from the States and Canada. And the fact that if you do, like say you're a regular on a TV series in the States, there are what they say the residuals. It's you continue to make royalties as the show continues to air. And you know, your contract often renews every 6 months, every year, every season, every show. And that includes commercial work a lot of times, and
We do have that in
Commercials,
Canada,
we get
but it's
residuals for
just for this show specifically.
well, that's what I'm saying is so in Canada you can get the residuals, you can do that.
They're
and all
just at
that.
different
But-
percentages.
But then there's also there's different
It depends on if
percentages.
It's an American project versus a Canadian project.
Yeah, and it depends on the role, and it depends on if you're a regular.
Yep.
And again, if it's kids television, a lot of times it's what they call a straight buyout, and you know you're paid the one time, the one episode, and then that's it.
Yeah.
You know, so
You might get like a $5 residual in 2 years, or like a 60-cent residual.
I get those every once in a while. I get the $2 checks for something from 5 years back.
Save the check.
Did you guys know each other before Power Rangers?
No, I met this guy at the airport on the way there.
Really?
Yeah. I got pulled out of the line, I was being patted down. And he walked by. Did this, and then I walked on the plane, and he was sitting there, and he's like, "Hey, are you going to Power Rangers?" I was like, "Yeah, I do. Yeah." Been friends ever since.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Where do you shoot? Where do you film Power Rangers?
Auckland, New Zealand.
That's a long flight.
Very long flight. 18 hours?
27.
About that.
27.
27 now.
No. Yeah.
No, it's about 18 hours.
18 hour flight.
18 to 20, it just depends on the layover.
Yeah.
It's a 4-hour flight of, I guess, 5. 5 going to the West Coast, Vancouver or LA, and then it's a 12.
Very cool. Now, do you both still live in Toronto? Yeah. All right.
Based out here most of the time.
What, a lot of, I wonder if people wouldn't think this, but it is challenging to step into iconic roles, an iconic brand. You know, Power Rangers has been around as long as you guys have been alive, you know? So what's the biggest challenge for stepping into something like that and knowing that you're gonna have to do this for at least 30 episodes, if not more, 40?
For me, it was frightening because I grew up watching the show.
Yeah.
And actually, as a kid, I used to run around and tell everyone I'm going to be a Power Ranger when I grow up. Like, that was my thing as a kid. I used to be late to school watching the show. And then I got the audition, and I didn't know it was Power Rangers at first. They just, sent a script with the character, and, I went in there and I did it. And then I got a call back, and then ended up booking the role, and I didn't even know what color I was going to be until I got there.
Really?
And then the crazy part was when I got there, JDF was in our season. He was my favorite Power Ranger as a kid. Like, I had his pajamas. That's what I wanted to be.
Yeah.
So then I saw him and I was like to Jeff, "Do you know who that is?" Like, he's like, "Yeah, it's Jason, he's an actor." Like, Jeff,
Just met him.
He's like, "I just met him." It's no big deal with Jeff. You are there, like, oh my gosh. So yeah, for me it was nerve-wracking just because I grew up watching the show. So I felt like I had, I knew what I had to. There was a lot to live up to in my head, so I felt like I kind of put a lot of pressure on myself. But in the end, it worked out.
It worked out well.
Yeah.
I had no pressure because I missed the show, Like,
Yeah.
I knew it was on.
You'd have to
But
live in
I
a
wasn't- I
cave
didn't
to
watch
not
the
know
sh-
it, right?
I didn't watch the show.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it took me 2 months to sign my contract
Wow.
because I was just debating.
Oh yeah,
like,
we were waiting on you.
Really?
do I do this? I started doing a lot of independent films, and I was really into that.
Yeah.
And I was like, how's this going to change? How's this going to change the course of things? I guess I was just used to starving. And I didn't want to, and I was just so used to that struggle. And then jumping into like, all of a sudden now you're Power Rangers working for Disney.
Oh, yeah.
Like, is this the right move? Is this what I'm supposed to do? And everyone was like, yeah.
That was the scariest part, though.
It was, I didn't know. Yeah, it took me 2 months.
You know, getting on the plane and knowing you're just going somewhere, you're not gonna know anyone. You have to do that for 9 months.
Is that how long? About a year.
9.5 months.
Yeah. Now, see, that's the thing is, like I said, you'd have to live in a cave to not know Power Rangers.
Yeah.
I admit it's something that I've only come to watch because I have kids now. I mean, I've always been just slightly too old. You know
Forced
what I
into
mean?
it, now.
I'm sorry?
Forced into it now.
Yeah, but, well, and
I apologize.
also, but no, there's something to be said about also it's not just having kids, it's when you get older and you have the time and you finally hear, well, I'm going to watch this thing I've heard about for so long, right? I mean, when Power Rangers first hit big, I was already in my 20s, so I was too old to be watching the kids show, right? And now, and then it's kind of funny, then when you hit 40, then you kind of go, oh, now I'm old enough to watch a kids show. So it's an enjoyable thing, but I could see the pressure of, there's always in the back of your mind that pressure of, no one wants to be the guy that only did one album with Kiss. Right? You're that, so you go, oh, I don't want to go on the message boards and find out that I'm the Power Ranger that everybody hates. Or
There's always going to be someone who hates you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nothing you can do about that.
Yeah.
Well, but that's the thing also about working in genre, you know what I mean? Working in comic books or comic book shows, movies, or whatever, is that there are going to be people that came before you, there's going to be people that come after, and there's going to be those diehard fans that can be really wonderful, or they can hate you. And I mean, how do you guys deal with that? Do you ignore the online comments and the trolls?
Oh yeah, if you're gonna do this, you have to have thick skin.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to deal with projection every day, pretty much. When you go into an audition, you don't get it for whatever reason.
Most of what you like for.
So it's something you just build up a thick skin to a lot of the stuff we eventually do it.
Yeah, I mean, you see it.
You see it, but yeah.
I don't know, like when we first did it, my character was the evil ranger, turns into a good ranger after. It's very much like the JGM character in the first season with the green and white. And I remember a lot of people really didn't like the way I was playing it back then. But I purposely played it in a different way because I didn't want it to be like the stereotypical outsider coming in.
Yeah.
He's like the anti-hero of on the series, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Chip on his shoulder, trying to play it too cool. I didn't want that,
Yeah.
So I wanted to come at it from a different angle, and only since doing the conventions, I actually see people who actually get it and got that I was coming from a different place with him. Because if not, it would just be like a copy of something else, right? Or what's always, you always see these characters, they're all, a lot of them play the same way.
Standard.
The standard, they come in, rebel's the wrong word, because Trent wasn't a rebel.
Yeah.
But that type of character comes in, he's like, he tries to be the cool guy, or he is the cool guy. The other guys don't necessarily like him because they think he's competition, he gets the girl. Because that's how, even on Power Rangers, that's how our show was. I just wanted to be the guy that's just trying to look for new friends because he just moved and he was adopted and he lost his family and he was trying to make friends with everyone, so he was trying to be good to everyone. I wanted to come across it that way.
Yeah. Do you guys go to fan sites and message boards and read the comments discreetly or anonymously or anything?
Rarely. When I was curious when we first did the show, when the first 5 episodes
That was the
aired,
only time I ever did it.
just to see the feedback, because we didn't have social media back then, right? So
Yeah.
we're going on Ranger board,
Yeah.
something like that, right?
Yeah.
You go on that to try to see what people are saying about you and how the show is, because it wasn't aired in New Zealand when we
Right.
shot, so we were shooting and we had no idea what was happening.
What was the turnaround? You were shooting, and then how soon did it go to air?
Quick, actually.
Because that's the other thing about like kid shows and daytime
Wasn't
TV.
it like
The
2
turnaround's fast.
I think it was like 2 to 3 months difference.
Yeah.
So it was pretty quick.
That's actually very quick in
It took a little
television.
while to get going. Once
Yeah.
we started moving in, yeah, it was like basically 2 to 3 months.
What's the hardest part about shooting an episode of a Power Rangers show?
The ADR.
Yeah, I'd say between the ADR and the fight scenes.
For everybody that doesn't know what ADR, it's additional dialogue recording.
So,
In studio stuff.
they do the fight scenes, and all the characters in suit, and then after that we have to go into the studio and put our voice on top of it, because it's not actually us in suits.
Yeah.
So that was something that we did every day after we would be on set. So we'd be on set until about 6, and then from there we would go to ADR and we'd do our voice stuff
Yeah.
until about 9 o'clock.
Yeah. It was tiring. I remember because I had to do it for the good. I did the voice for the Evil Ranger as well. And man, I must have shot like, it was like 160 hours. How long was this? How long was this
Actually,
session?
this is a lot. We
That's
did
a lot, right?
We did like 3 hours a day.
Yeah.
Every day.
It's just a lot. Okay, so maybe it wasn't that long. It was like a good week and a half's work of Evil Ranger voice that we chose the voice. And then it got sent out to LA and Disney's like, we can't use that voice.
How come?
It was too dark.
Oh, yeah.
It was too something. I don't know what it
Too
was.
scary, I think.
So I had to go and do that whole week and a half over again. It was already agreed and like okayed
Yeah.
in New Zealand,
Yeah.
and then it had to get all changed.
And you didn't get paid extra.
Usually get paid extra.
Did you get paid extra?
You get paid for that.
Okay, well, at least you got paid.
You don't.
But
it's
I'm
funny,
saying,
but
at least
don't-
you got paid extra, right? At least it wasn't like, hey, look, man, we already paid you. It's in the contract. Go back and do the voice
Yeah,
again.
no, they pay you, but you don't like you keep the money and be happy not to go in there to do that.
And I
Your voice
hated
is-
ADR so much I hid when
It's tough on your voice after a while.
I actually hid from production. So
Really?
I didn't have to go to ADR. It was my day off, and they called me and they were like, "Oh, no, we need you to come in and do ADR." And I was like, "Nope, my day off," because day offs were like so scarce during this show that I was like, "Nope, I have so much planned. You're not getting me to come in." And they literally showed up at my apartment and like knocked on the door as I was like getting ready to leave, and I was like, "Oh no." Here, and they're like, "Hey, Kevin, were you in there?" And then I hear my landlord is with the guy who runs ADR. He's like, "Oh, yeah, no, just open it. Let's see if he's in there." And I'm like, "Oh, what do we do now?" Because they've been knocking and I haven't been answered. Like,
The door
I can't
opens
get
and
back
you're like,
now. Like, you know,
hey,
so
guys.
first thought was run into the closet.
Yeah.
Take between my shirts. Okay, they're gonna look around and leave. So I heard the
Texting
landlord.
me.
I was texting him while I was in the closet. He was like, "Turn my apartment. I'm in the closet behind you."
You're supposed to meet me.
So you're actually trapped in the closet.
Trying to
You're
run,
doing-
and I hear my landlord like, "Yeah, see, he's not here. Let's go." And then Jim, the landlord, was like, let's check in the closet.
Wow. Boy, they were on a hunt for you.
I opened the closet, and there I was in between my shirts. We just looked at each other and go, "Kevin, what are you doing?" I'm like, "What are you doing?" Long story short, I ended up with
You don't always hang out in your closet? What, yeah. So the other thing is, you know, when Power Rangers first started, over 25, 30 years ago, when it first started, it was completely done in Japan, and then they went and then hired the American actors, and then did everything. How much like did you get to see fight scenes being filmed or any of that, or was it essentially sent to you after the fact? They still film a good bit of
Well,
it.
the Japanese show comes out first,
Right.
and then the American show is planned around
Yeah.
the footage that they have.
Yeah.
And we
So,
fill in.
So it's always been that way.
We
Yeah,
fill
we
in everything
fill in.
that's not in suit.
Right.
Our season was different, a little bit different. They had to shoot
You have to shoot a lot more of your stuff.
my stuff because again Disney wouldn't allow. It was the Japanese version.
Mhm.
It was too dark.
Yeah.
Like my character's name is Aberkiller.
Named what?
He bleeds out. Like my character's name was Aberkiller.
Wow.
Yeah,
Like it was just
really dark.
too dark.
Mhm.
So they had to. That's why they came up with the clone, so that they could,
Sure.
reshoot and have a different storyline for the
How
It was dark.
how often do you guys get to be in costume though? Because that's got to feel pretty cool. First time you put on that suit, right?
That's the best movement.
Yeah.
First time I put it on, they had to come get me. I was just in the mirror like this.
In your closet.
No, in my
In the-
trailer this
in the
time,
costume.
actually. In my trailer, in my changing room. I just was in the mirror like, yep.
I actually wore the suit once, and that was
Really?
for the promo shots before we started shooting the show.
Yeah, we didn't wear it a lot. I think I only wore it like 3 times.
Yeah. And usually with the helmet under the
Yeah.
arm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never got that.
I don't even think I ever
got
put
that
this on when I was in New Zealand, yeah.
See, that's
It
cool.
wasn't until after the show.
And you guys are still pals.
Yeah.
Still going. What's the best part of being a Power Ranger? You know, we talked about the grueling hours and the hard part and everything like that. What's the best part?
For me, just the fact that it was, you know, it was always a childhood dream, and it was like something that came through. So for me, it was like you dream it as a kid, but you don't actually think it's gonna happen, and then it happens, and it's like wow. So for me, it's just that, and just being part of this, you know, giant legacy, and I made a friend that I'll have fun.
Hopefully. Until you beat him out for a role and he was going for it, but you.
I don't think
That's
we-
happened already.
That's happened once. Actually, yeah, it happened once, and we never did. But you were initially going out for that character.
Yes. Well, no. Yeah.
And it wasn't, and that guy got fired.
Yeah.
And then you took his part.
Yes,
That was
that's
how it
true.
happened.
That's
You
how
gonna
it
tell us the part? What was the part?
It was for
A movie called How She Move.
Oh, yeah, sure.
A dance movie.
Yeah.
It was great up until the dance. Like that's pressure.
Yeah,
They had like,
really is.
it was a month of auditions.
Yeah,
Like
it was
corduroy my
intense.
hair. I was full in on character.
Yeah, you
you know
were
what I
in.
mean? And then it was like, okay, it's
They brought us into
They
a
brought us
room
into a
and they
dance
had all these
and
professional dancers there, and they made us. They tried to teach us a choreographed routine in
And
half
do
an
it.
hour, and then they're like, "And do it."
I failed miserably.
I didn't do that much better though. It was
We
hard.
I failed so bad I started going into like robot. Just like, oh, fill up space. Fill up space. I left like this, disheartened, angry, miserable.
Yeah, that was tough.
How many conventions do you guys do?
We usually do like one, not this year, but normally we're doing like 1, 2 a month.
Really?
Not this year. This year we pulled back.
A lot of travel, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's the thing I love most. It was a gift. It was a gift. I became an actor because I wanted to travel and see the world. That was my thing. Like, get to go to these different locations, work, be in these new environments. That gets me excited. And funny enough, we got a few Power Rangers shooting in New Zealand. And when we started doing shows, like I started being able to like click the check marks on all these different places I would never normally think of going.
Yeah.
And I've got to do that. The more places I get to go, the better.
And you never think you have so many people, you know, watching and
Rooting for you.
appreciating your work.
Yeah.
In all these different places. That's pretty cool.
Yep. Keeps you motivated definitely when you feel like the industry is being tough. You know what I mean? Or you're going through those tough stretches. Yeah. Keeps you inspired.
And it is. It's a tough business. And I think a lot of people would think, you know, doing something like Power Rangers all of a sudden launches you and you're done. But no, it's, you know, it's
Not
right
that.
back to the auditions.
Not
right
that.
back, you know.
Now
with
it kinda
social
can.
media, it launches you.
but
Because once you pick up like agents, casting, producers, they'll look at your social media profiles
social
now,
media
right?
is
So
now
it's
more
like
important than anything else.
you could have done one project, but that project could have garnered you, say for example, 250,000 followers.
Sure.
It means nothing in truth. But to producers, it means that's 250,000 potential people who are going to buy tickets or who are going to sign up for that show or an account to watch it. So now you're bankable immediately.
Yeah, I'm a stand-up comic by trade and author, and it's the same thing. It's become where it used to be, you know, demos and auditions and everything like that. Now it's a lot of, you know, send me a quick clip of you I can see online, and then what's your social media like?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's how it's got to be.
That's how it is now.
Well, I mean, every agency now has social media department.
Mhm.
And they're the biggest departments.
Yeah.
Well, and fans, you know, they want to know the actors now. They want to feel like there's a camaraderie there, and you know that they can, even through little comments or whatever, that they can know you and have a conversation with you, and that you're reading and that you're paying attention to what they like. And
It's strange now. I'm still from the mold of like a little bit of a mystery is better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that when you're playing characters, people really detach themselves from who you are, and they can fall into the character that you're playing. But it's different because people watch and absorb media in such a different way now. I'm still thinking about it in an older way.
Yeah.
And where everyone's like, it doesn't even matter. You know, they'll still buy it and buy into what you're doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've always liked a little bit of mystery.
Why don't we open it up? Questions? Anybody? Ma'am?
Yeah, I just want to say I loved your portrayal of Trent kind of coming from like the bit of the badass in the beginning and then kind of turning around to more of the good guy, but also too with the fact that it took him forever to figure out who his father really was until like the tail end of the season, and then so once you kind of read
Well,
the
I was
script,
holding that secret for a little bit. These guys, the other Rangers really never knew.
yeah, so I was kind of curious to find out like so when we got to read the part where okay, he finally figures out who his dad is.
Yeah.
Then what?
Then what?
Then how did you prepare for that, or like, what motivated you to be almost kind of oblivious to that in the beginning?
Yeah, I don't know. You just kind of play it moment to moment, really. So, you know, I always knew. Once I became the White Ranger, and once I became evil, I knew who my father was, right? Because he tried to bring me in, and I was figuring out how I wanted to play. Because, like, the whole thing with Trent was it wasn't that he was evil. It wasn't like, you know, it just brought up these bad sides of him, right? So my character was always trying to figure out which side he wanted to play for, you know? It wasn't like, oh, he was under spells and he's just magically evil, and then the spell is released and he's not evil anymore. I love the way Trent was because it was his choice. He got to choose his path, you know? So I loved playing knowing who my father was when he was evil, and I loved also keeping it a secret from the rest of the team. It wasn't like I didn't do anything special or anything like that. If I'm answering your question correctly, I just more played it like in the moment, like, okay, I'm keeping it secret from these guys, so that's how I'm going to play this angle. I know who my father is, but I'm not telling him everything, so I'm just going to play that angle. And Latham is such a phenomenal actor. It's just so easy to play, you know. I didn't really put too much thought into that. I just kind of played it. This is what's happening. We're going to do this, and this is what's happening with these guys, so we'll play it like that. I don't know, it was a big, long story long explanation of how. Sorry.
Toss your hand up if he has a question. Sir, with the beard.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just curious. Do you guys feel like maybe a curse isn't the right word, but being cast on Power Rangers, you're kind of built into this box now that this is what people expect, and you know that you're this maybe kids type superhero. Did that ever slow down your process in rehearsals or anything that would have like any sort of like contracts you could have got or job offers?
It definitely slowed down for a good 2 to 3 years after I did the show.
Right, so that's
a
where
different time.
It was not
It's
really
not a curse. It was a different time.
For me, I kind of got a little stuck in doing that over the top acting for children's television. So that was, trying to get out of that was the issue. But I mean, it took a little while, but I did get it, and work did continue. So I wouldn't say it's a curse. It was more of a, an internal thing of just being so used to doing something a certain way that just breaking out of that.
Right. What about, would you say for your other co-stars on the show, like did they have any luck or were they stuck maybe just with that as their first big or their main big role? Do you know?
Well, I know James.
James is a producer.
He's a producer director now.
Oh, okay.
So Jason is Jason.
Yeah.
Right? He does Tommy.
Yeah.
Emma's went on. Emma's always acted.
Oh, really?
She's always acted.
She's on Poking Dagger now.
She's on Poking Dagger.
Oh, yeah, that's
She's always
right.
acted.
Yeah.
Okay. So people are doing things.
All right, that's good.
Yeah.
Has either of you thought about killing the other one with a sword?
No.
Okay.
Only stabbing.
Okay, all right. Just the general.
That's a terrible joke.
Just the general timeline of what you guys do.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Also, Jason and Frank played multiple Rangers across seasons.
Yep.
Would either of you, if you had the chance, ever maybe play someone different on a different season? Like you'd be the same character, let's say different color?
Different color? I wouldn't mind.
Different
I
character.
mean, I'm always open to that.
Yeah.
What I realized is Power Rangers is really fun to do.
Yeah.
You know? And I took it for granted when I was there, because you're working. You're not
Yeah.
really thinking about it. I remember our producers told us, like, this is going to change, like, so many things that you don't realize it yet. But, yeah, it took me 10 years to realize it, actually, you know, to just see how fun, it's in hindsight, right? So you get to think back about what you did, and you're like, that was a really great time. It was enjoyable, and so you appreciate those moments. So if they called me back, I'd be happy to go. It's awkward.
Yeah, I didn't even have to think about it.
Yeah. I mean, as long as I get to keep my helmet. You can paint it any other color, but...
Now, do you guys actually own these, or do you actually have to borrow them from a studio or something?
No, these are ours. These were given to us.
That's very cool.
Now, you talked about how dark your character was in the original Japanese Sentai version. Did you guys get a chance to watch the show or watch footage before you filmed, or did you go in cold?
I asked for some footage. You didn't watch any until a little bit later. I asked for some footage of my character.
Because, I mean, it's
just
got to
to
be...
see it. And I was like...
I was going to say, it's got to be weird, like culture clash almost.
But Doug Stoneupper was like, you can watch it, because you can get hints of the flavor of the character. But...
Because I know some of their seasons are closer to what they come out here, and some of them are wildly different.
Yeah.
Or they've even skipped entire shows, because, like,
yeah.
one was about angels and heaven and hell, and they're like, we're not doing that.
Yeah,
but
There was a train one too.
yeah. Like, did you ever like when you look at the footage, you're like, that's not my body type. Like when you see them juxtapose you versus the first, you ever look at it and go, people aren't going to buy that to me.
Yeah, no, I never really thought about it. They always try to get it close.
Close-ish,
right?
yeah.
But I think you just, if you're gonna watch it, you allow yourself to, you allow yourself to just accept it and watch it, right?
Because
you're not gonna win an award for this stuff.
It would almost be neat if they went back and I know that Shout Factory and other companies are putting out the original Japanese seasons.
Yeah.
It'd be neat if they got you guys to come in and dub your characters.
Yeah.
From there, so you can almost play the character twice, but in two different. It's kind of too bad they haven't done that. But yeah, I was interested to see if you've actually seen the footage before going in, if it tainted your mind towards
No,
it.
it was like, well, okay, we can't do half this stuff, but which is strange because it's Power Rangers. It's a kid's show. But it was really.
Yeah, but what justifies as a kid's show over there is a little different than a kid's show here.
Totally. Like there, you're allowed to bleed out.
Yeah.
Like my character at the end, he's on a beach. Literally, his white suit's all full of blood. Or no, it's not his white suit. He's in his civvies, full of blood.
Yeah. That was something
awesome. It was awesome.
It's a lot of the Japanese kid shows. Even when I was growing up in the late '70s, early '80s. Yeah, I'm old. Even those. Spectre Man was one when I was a kid that was on, and characters died. Characters were killed off. You know what I mean? And we're talking about back in, like I said, the late '70s, early '80s. So it's interesting that over there, you can see that. What?
They don't sugarcoat it.
Yeah.
They just do things the way they want.
Even our own content, when G.I. Joe and Transformers were first animated series in the early '80s, they featured characters being killed off, and that's what they would play overseas, and then they would reshoot it with the character he's in a coma, you know what I mean, and he woke up. They would for the American release.
Yeah.
So it's interesting how different cultures handle that. Questions? Yes. Take your time. We will. You think about it. Anybody else have a question? Yes, sir.
Do you usually once the footage is finished, do you watch the finished product, or do you prefer not to see yourself?
I would rather not see myself.
I watch it, but I pick at things and see things that I wish I do differently.
No, when we first shot, you peek.
Yeah,
you want to see how it's going. You're like, oh my god. 10 years later, you go back and watch. You're like, oh, okay, fine. It was fine.
I watched it just the other day.
Yeah. I do.
You're good.
See, I've always been the opposite looking at footage myself. It's like right after I've done it, within that year or whatever, I love it. And then 10 years later, I look at it and I go, you know,
It's the worst.
Yeah.
And you need time to. I need time to separate.
Yeah.
Right? Because you might think you're great that day, but the next day you're a better actor.
Yeah.
It's just because it's always continually evolves.
Yeah.
So no matter what, I can pick 1,000 things wrong about what I did and how I chose and the things I chose. Never satisfied.
That's a good thing. That's a good way to be.
If you had total control over your characters, where would you have taken them?
Where would we have taken that?
Yeah. So where would
To the moon.
where would you see them?
All the way. No. Where would I see them?
Yeah, where would you have taken Trent, like even after Power Rangers was done? Dino Thunder was done.
Where would I have taken Trent?
Or even Ethan for that fact, right? Because Ethan was kind of a computer nerd.
Ethan for sure would be like rivaling Apple right now with
That's-
his own tech company.
Yeah.
He's filming like something crazy.
I feel like my character was in the arts, so I thought he was also very rich. So I imagine
He'd be surfing somewhere like
he'd be probably, I don't know,
it's like Molly.
on his days off, but he'd probably have an art gallery or two, or three, or four, doing like, art installations at like the MoMA.
Did you think? Yeah.
Yeah. Would you want your episodes to be shorter than they are?
I think they were perfect. They were 22 minutes, right? 25
Yes.
minutes.
Any longer, and I don't know if we would have got through the season.
Any longer, yeah, I would have been an Auckland resident.
Yeah.
A landed resident over there by now.
Definitely wouldn't be longer. You know, kids TV and action TV. It's
got to be short.
It's got to be short.
It's got to be
Quick.
short and to the point. Although, for the special team ups and stuff, I still think that should be like 2-episode mini movies. Because nothing ever gets done. They want to bring so many people back, but then you get all these storylines that you're just there for the sake of having you there,
Just
as
kinda
opposed to
stand
like
there.
doing something more. Like they should, if they're going to bring you out there, they should be like instead of a half-hour show, it should be a 1 hour, and you can split it to be continued.
Especially now since it's like 19 minutes, not counting commercials.
You know,
So you
that's
could
the
get
thing, right?
5 episodes out of
I
that.
totally think they should do that for like the special team ups. And
Get
the
a
anniversary.
get a 90-minute movie out of it.
Why
Has
not?
there been
Yeah.
Has there been talk about you guys going back to it again?
There's always talk.
Yeah.
There's actually always talk. More so than I've ever heard in the past.
Yeah, the last 2 years.
The last 2 years of
Communications.
there's always talk.
Possible future.
No, it's all.
Really, like Hasbro, they're throwing money at it.
I was gonna say, is it all that because
And
of
the comics.
Hasbro absorbing
Yeah, but
Saban?
you know what? Even Saban started doing that. Like after the Super Mega Force battle, that big giant one.
That felt rushed.
Do you guys
People
have?
thought it felt rushed, but then they started really thinking about, Saban started really like, this could all work. This could work. If you
In
did
the
this.
comics, it's always like there's one of the comics right now. It's like Rangers from 6 different teams went
Yeah.
together and made a team themselves.
I'm not in that.
I was going to ask you guys. Do you guys appear in any of the comic books?
I think no, there's a shot with Lord Draken, which is Tommy Evil,
Yeah.
where he has a pile of helmets in front of him.
Yeah.
I think yours is there.
Yeah, but I'm
Not like the Rangers he beat, but like yeah, your character.
There's not a chance.
But you guys.
Not a chance. I'm under there. I'm just checking what's happening.
He's thinking right now.
Waiting for his moment.
He's
I'm
thinking,
waiting for the
did they
rollers
show
to
my
strike.
face? Am I gonna get paid?
Do you guys have, your own toys sitting at home on your shelf, on your mantle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a whole shelf that's just
I have a box.
Yeah.
I keep one toy out, and it was given to me like within the last 2 years. I never saw it before. It's like a me, this big, and the helmet comes off, and it's a me. It's like my face is there, so I keep that one out because that was
I've
like
never
this
seen that
super
before.
rare.
So do you show it off to
Someone
people?
brought it for me.
Do you show it off to people? Like if it was me, I'd be walking outside, be like, "Hey, that's me," pointing at it the entire time.
I can
Take it to the
do
grocery
I can
store.
do one more question, and then we got to wrap it up. And the gentleman here got to go back and meet everybody and sign autographs. We do have another panel coming in. Dark Matter is going to be here in a few minutes. Good for that. Any more questions? All right. How about we give everybody, including yourselves, a round of applause?
Basically, he's a geek, sir.
Leave me alone, geek boy.
Holy shit, you geeks are badass.
Our next panel is the comic creators panel, and this had a lot of artists and creators that I wasn't super duper familiar with, but as soon as I heard the work that they had worked on, I was. So you're going to have to give it a listen because it's an interesting play into what the world of comics was like to work in years ago as it compared to how it is now, and just sort of how you have to advocate for yourself in different ways. So give it a listen. I think you're going to be fairly surprised at some of the stuff they're doing. There's some stuff where you can tell they've got stuff in the works that they want to talk about, but for NDA reasons they just can't. But you might be able to get a hint of what they are.
Editors don't have a lot of imagination. They have a hard time looking at something that doesn't relate to their characters and saying, yeah, you'd be good for this job. They tend to like to see right in front of them what they're looking for. That being said, they did appreciate and respect when you could tell a story and you could show that by giving them, here's a book, and here are my pages in this book, and your continuity flows well, so that was important. These days, I think everything is being done through social media, much more, but I still think the same things apply. An editor needs to see a range of work. They need to be able to see you can handle the quiet stuff and the crazy over-the-top stuff. They need to see that you can tell a story. And they need to see that you've got the drawing chops, period. So all of that. But I think the venues for showing that have changed. But I think maybe the other guys can talk more about that.
Yeah. To borrow from Dickens, I would say in terms of getting into comics, it is both the best of times and the worst of times. There are things that have improved immensely and other things that have become much, much harder. I was very, very lucky when I got started. It was back in the day when you sent samples through the mail, snail mail, whatever, actual pieces of paper. And I sent off stuff to, I think, about a dozen publishers. I just bought comics in stores and looked up the addresses and sent them off wherever, addressing them to whatever editors, whatever names I could dig up. And I was extremely fortunate. I was extremely fortunate because I actually met an editor at DC during a couple trips to New York, class trips through my university, and he gave me some good, solid advice. It was Brian Augustine, actually, and he gave me some really good, solid advice about not limiting myself to the big names, but send stuff to smaller publishers, get anything published that you can, and just keep working at it, and that's what I did. I sent off stuff to a dozen publishers. I was very fortunate because I think it was within just a couple of weeks, I got a phone call from one of them, a now defunct smaller publisher called Innovation. Unfortunately, the sad irony with that is that I didn't know anything at the time about getting things like sample scripts, which is something you can still do today, and working from that. So I wrote the scripts for the stuff that I illustrated. That was my first, I wouldn't call it a flub, but that was my first issue. My second issue was, you really should only, when you're showing the portfolio, say like 5 or 6 pages tops. That's the main thing. If you have some extra, that's okay, put it aside. But mainly 5 or 6 pages at the most, because that's depending on how much time the editor has to look through everything. You want it nice and presented. I said 20. 2 stories, one 12 pages, the other 8 pages. I wrote them both. And so the call I got from Innovation was, we're not so sure, we think you need to work more on your art, but would you mind writing for us? What else have you got? And I'm like, I don't have anything else. The only reason I had those is because I wrote them for this end. And I got a call from another company, Malibu, not too long after that. They were okay with me drawing it, but honestly, I told Innovation, let me think about it. If I hadn't got that call from Malibu, I might have started off as a writer in comics, who knows. But yeah, worked my way up through the smaller publishers. Bigger publishers took notice. And my first big publisher was DC, and then that led me to Marvel, then back to DC, then back to Marvel, blah, blah, blah. And along the way, I still ended up working with some other publishers as well. I mean, even after I was already pretty well established in the big ones, I'd still say, the be doing work with, well, Image is not that much smaller, but Top Cow or with Dark Horse or presently with the publisher Ahoy. They've just been getting going past couple of years. You know, whatever is fun and whatever pays. You know, that's where you go. But when I said before about it being the best of times and worst of times, I'll try to wrap this up because I know I'm talking way too long, is in terms of getting your material out there, it's fantastic and it's awful. It's annoying because there are some publishers, they don't want to see unsolicited material, and they'll say so. So if you send them samples, nobody's going to look at it. Some publishers, thankfully, open themselves up a little bit more. You go to their websites, and they'll even have instructions for you and say, you want to send samples? Here's what to do, where to send them, etc. But the other thing that's really cool about getting your stuff out there is it's also never been easier through self-publishing and through the internet. All you need is an internet account and a Facebook page, or maybe your own blog or website. Obviously you're not going to get paid for it, but if you want to put your stuff out there, boom, you just scan it and throw it out there. You can do it any day you want, any time you want, any material you want, and just throw it out there. And when it comes time for you to work with someone else, if you don't want to just continue producing your own material, you want to publish through someone else, boom, there, that's just throw more material for your portfolio. And just as Dave was saying, you're showing them how well you can tell a story. And you're getting the practice, but at the same time, you're also developing a fan base.
That's an interesting thing because I've always wondered about that. I've been an entertainer for so long. I'm a stand-up comic by trade, and it's similar to say it's the best of times and the worst of times, because I said when I started out, you know, you had to go around to actual comedy clubs and try to get on the open mic night, and you know, you would sign up, and then eventually, after weeks and weeks of seeing your name, the club would put you on. And then you hoped that you'd get a 5-minute set, and you'd get a recording of that. And then from that, it had to be a professional recording with, you know, a professional videographer, or some clubs had their own system, a CC system, where they would record you. And then you had to take that tape, and you had to take it somewhere and get it duplicated. And again and again and again and again, right? And you had to pay serious money to have all these duplicates. Then you had to put together a package with your headshots, which cost a lot of money back then to get your promotional photos done. It wasn't cheap. You had to pay a sitting fee, a photographer, all that, and then get the duplicates. Now you have your headshots, and you have to put the videotape in, and then you had to put it in an envelope with a letter to the booking agent or the club owner or club manager, which also involved making long-distance phone calls from your landline and finding out who you send these things to, and then spending all the postage and mailing it out and waiting and then calling up and now it's point-click, it's an email. Headshots are cheap, you can do them yourself or other people do them, you can do it with a phone. A demo can just be done on a phone. It doesn't matter if it's in a professional comedy club, if it's in a coffee house that you've packed it in and people are laughing, you can do that. And you don't even necessarily need to go to a comedy club. You can book your own shows, find your own venue, advertise it, and bring people in. And maybe, now maybe you suck, maybe you're terrible, but maybe you're great, and it could get you going even faster.
It cuts out the middleman.
Absolutely. But at the same time, as great as that is, at the same time, it's oversaturated my industry.
Right.
So there's just so many comedians, and comedy specials are cheap to produce. Netflix has released 300 in 3 years. I'm on Amazon, mine is on Amazon, and Amazon has released dozens, not 300, but it's released many. So it's saturated this market because it's actually cheap to produce comedy now to do it now. Leonard, what was it like with you starting out?
Oh, for me,
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Alex.
I meant to go down. No, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. My apologies. I'm trying to memorize everybody's name all day today. I apologize. Okay. How was it with you starting out?
My story is a little different from most. I just was lucky enough to. It was a Wild West in the early '90s. And, I shared my work, and the first job I got was actually Excalibur. That was the first job. So right off the bat, didn't know what I was doing. I was doing a book that would probably have sold 500,000 copies, right? So it's like everyone got to see all my mistakes. It was awesome. And then from there, because I was in the X-Men office right off the bat and not having any really experience, I became sort of you become known for what you do, but I didn't know how to do that yet. So right off the bat, I became this guy that people want. Oh, Ken does this, but I don't know what I was doing. I was still figuring it out. And then from that, because I was a bit industrious, I wanted to have a studio. So I opened a studio and had some guys working for me. And that was a mistake because I was industrious, but the people that were working for me weren't as industrious as I was. And so they all wanted to be in the studio to hang out with me and draw cool pictures. And I was trying to make a business. So it was difficult. So I ended up doing most of the work in the business, and we did well. Made over $1 million and all that stuff in a year. But I'm responsible for like 90% of it came off of me. So imagine how much work that is for one single individual artist to hustle to do all that every day. I was there from 9 o'clock in the morning until 11 o'clock at night every day. And then you wear different hats, and it was great. But I hated every minute of it because I wanted it to be, oh, don't you want to do this too? I want to work with you. And I was like, well, I want to work for Hasbro, and I want to work for Mattel and do this film, and I want to do these things and do these cool projects. And don't we all want to do them? But people want to be comic artists and only comic artists. Mm-hmm. And that's cool, but to me, it was like, oh, why would you not want to work for Hasbro? Why would you not want to work for Lucasfilm? Like, why would you not want to do these things? You know? But they don't want to do it. And it was, even though they pretended they didn't, they said that they didn't want to. I remember working with Hasbro, we're designing Transformer box art, and doing G.I. Joes, and it was crazy to work on that, and nobody wanted to do it in the studio because they would rather just draw samples. And I go, Hasbro's on the phone. It's so bizarre, but that's how I ended up doing all these different projects. I got a chance to work on Transformers, the feature films, and do some other stuff, and I designed a thing called Trans-Tech that ended up being a precursor to doing some Hasbro toy stuff. It was great to work on those things, but because of that, Hasbro started to say Ken's our go-to guy, and because of that, I started doing all these other different brands. I worked on Endgame and Infinity War, and right now I'm doing the new package for the new G.I. Joe relaunch and do all that stuff, and I currently do all the package art for the X-Men line. So every time you go buy an X-Men toy in wherever, it's my artwork on the box. I'm very fortunate to do those things, but those things have really changed how I looked at comic books, because comic books is unfortunately, it's a lot of work with very little pay in comparison. Like, most people can make a very good living drawing comics because it's a good living, but when you compare that to one piece illustration, comparing it to doing a monthly book from Marvel, like, that's why right now I'm doing Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, and they give me, it's a lot of work. But when okay, Ken, you want to do one illustration of whoever, as opposed to doing this, you kind of go, unfortunately, I always tell Marvel, you're going to have to wait till Friday to get your stuff, because I just can't financially in my own head do that. I can't put these peaches in front of that. But they understand that, so they give me a lot of leeway to say, okay, you can take issues off and you do covers. It's just they know, they understand. It's the first time in the history of comics, I would say, that the companies understand where they fit in the pecking order. Right. So they understand that they don't pay as well, or they don't have the notoriety as well. So they understand that. So they're being cool. They weren't always like that. They understand what they're doing. Social media has been a huge point of emphasis for Hasbro. Hasbro's told me many times that my following is just as important as how well I draw. Because when I post on my Instagram that I have a new package coming up, there's a spike on Amazon of purchases. Right? They say, we sold 500 more today because Ken posted this, and so now they're realizing that has weight. So it's interesting for me. Like, in the history of Hasbro, they've only put their name on 5 artists that have ever had their name on the box art ever. They just don't do that. I got one last year, and now I have a signature series now coming out with it. Everything I work on at Hasbro will have my name on it.
Congratulations.
They learned a valuable. I can tell you a lesson they learned years ago in San Diego Comic-Con. They asked me to do a poster for the G.I. Joe line I was working on, and they said, "How much is that going to cost?" And I gave them the number. But I said, "This is the number you can pay for this. But if you don't want to pay that, I'll do it for free, but put my name on it." And they said, "We'll put your name on it. No problem." So they put my name on it, made 60,000 posters, took it to Comic-Con. What happened? You see, he gets it right after that. We laugh because we all know how much that's worth. They don't understand. We got a 10,000 illustration for free. Wicked. And I'm thinking, So when we get there, every person who got the poster saw the name on the bottom and left Hasbro's with them looking for me. Right? So I had a massive line. It was crazy. Imagine that. I'm just, and the VP from Hasbro comes down and goes, next year we'll pay you. Right? You know, but he learned a valuable lesson, right?
Yeah.
That has weight, that has power. So that's what we always struggle with. We're always fighting with getting our names out there because we do all this hard work. I mean, the people up here, you guys don't realize how many hours a day they put in. Like, I mean, it's an amazing, it's a crazy volume of work.
I love it.
Yeah, but you have to love it. And then, and at the end of the day, when they misspell your name, or they put the name, put the wrong name on it, or they forget to put your name on it, it's soul crushing. Mm-hmm. But you know, and then so that's the other part of it is when you work for a company like Lucasfilm, who prepays you for stuff because they love to work with you, or Hasbro, or these other, or Lucasfilm, they understand that they cannot have a product without you. So they're always, so whatever you need, what do you need? Comic books is like, well, if you don't do it, we got another guy to do it, right? But they have to change how they think of talent. And I think when I talked to Jim Lee asked me to come to DC, and he was trying to get me to come. And he's like, how come you don't do more than 3 or 4 issues of any title? And I go, well, it's your fault. And he's like, well, I mean, it says you guys changed the game so much that no company now wants to give any artist that much control over their product. So Hasbro, I mean, so Marvel Comics has pretty much said, we're gonna have arcs, 3 issues, 4 issues, and then on to another artist. And you can come back, but you're never gonna be known as the guy who draws Gambit. You're never gonna be the guy who draws that, because they wanna make sure that when they wanna make a change, it's not gonna affect the bottom line. Right? And then we know that. And I think what's the saddest thing about it is that I wish they would just understand that we're businessmen too. Right? Like we have business too. So I'm not taking offense that they do that. Who cares? But don't try and pretend that we're friends. Like this is just business, right? So we don't have to pretend any of this stuff. But they want to get, oh, buddy. But really, they have somebody to replace you. But I have someone to replace them. I mean, and we should just be business. And if we just did that, I think the business would be so much better. We're all, okay, this is business. I don't want to know your kids. You don't want to know my kids. Right? Like, that's just true. And because they try to make this personal all the time. And I wish we would just be like, I know there's other artists that they would love to hire who are a little cheaper, who are a little faster. Okay. And I have other companies that want to pay me more, so I'm okay. So it's just weird. And they always think, "Dang, you're such a businessman all the time." And I was like, I said, "Do you know the name of my children?" And he goes, "Well, no." I said, "Yeah, I've worked with you for 4 years. So what are you talking about? Like, this is not this." But I love the fact that the world has changed a lot over the last few years, and social media has really changed it. You know, you're working on Endgame was amazing. Working on Infinity War was amazing. I'll tell you a crazy story. They invite me. I work with Hasbro. I've worked with 15 years all the time. They say, "We want you to come in. You have to come in for this meeting." I'm like, "Why do I have to come in?" I'm talking to you right now. Like, let me just whatever you need. He goes, "No, you have to physically be in the building." So they flew me in. A couple of days later, I'm in one of the VIP's office. I guess Chris Nadeau, who's a pretty cool guy, and he runs all of the boy division over there. So his right hand, so there's 5 of us in this meeting. So I'm sitting there and I'm kind of going, okay, what's this about? And he goes, well, so let's set the time frame. This is about 2 months before Black Panther comes out. So then he goes, you're here for Infinity War and Endgame. I said, okay, cool. And he goes, all right. He clicks the slideshow, and the first slide comes up. He goes, well, these are the characters that died. What kind of person are you, right? What does it? And then because basically what they're having, they brought me in to work on this. So they showed like all the deaths and who dies and who doesn't back, and Fatbot, Thor, and it was like all the whole movie is ruined, right? Like I'm like what's going on? And they go, yeah, we want you to come in and work on this stuff and design. And I go, you could have done all of this without showing me none of this. Like just give me the characters you want me to work on, but that's what it is. But for them, for me, it's like you ruined the movie, but for them, it's Thursday. Yeah. Right? So because that's what's so cool about toys, but bad about toys. If you're 2 years out of everything, and then they had the scripts there, and it was really different how Captain America got his shield. It was way different in the script, and then how he got it out of the trunk of his car in the movie. It was actually they fought in New York. There was only one shield between the two of them, and then when he loses, when the locket falls out, he's shocked of who is this guy, and then he tells him who he is, and then Captain America from the Battle of New York believes him and gives him the shield. But it was just like this whole moment of like, I believe you. But then it ruins the continuity completely. But,
Sure.
but it was a great scene, and that was the first scene that we worked on as like getting the feel of what this design work was going to be.
Mhm.
So it was fun to work on that stuff. But every time I would draw somebody, they go, "Don't draw him, he's dead." I'm like,
Spoiler.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting when you talk about business because, that's an interesting question because a lot of creatives, whether it's performers like me, illustrators like you guys, they spend so long developing their craft, their art, as it were, that so many creatives are not good at business. They're not good business people, right? How much of, and Alex, I don't want to hear about how you guys started as well, but how much of what you guys do in order to be successful now involves being good business people?
I think that's like essential now that you have to be able to run it like your own business.
Yeah.
Because you never know when like you're gonna need work. Like you could get comfortable working for a company for so long, but then all of a sudden a new editor comes around and they don't like you, or they don't care, or you're too old now. That's the thing. Age is a thing now. They want the new
really?
Yeah. They want the new young hip artists who.
It's
trending
fascinating to me
online.
how much this mirrors my own business. It's these are all the things that comedians will talk about, from ageism to you have to be a good business person if you want to do it, and there's the people that'll suddenly not be there that you used to work with, and the new guy isn't into you or whatever.
The only thing is you have to you have to continually prove yourself all the time now, and I've done a good job of stomping on a lot of other people that have tried to come in and take my job away, where I just like, all right, I have to up my game now here, and it's like, how many times do I have to keep doing this? Because to me, after a while, I'm like, I don't think I can draw any better than this one thing here. But then, like, I find like work starts to dwindle a bit. I'm like, all right, fine. Let me just try and up these skills here a bit more. And then they're like, oh my god, wow, this is amazing. How'd you draw that? And more work comes in, and I'm like, they're going to expect that from me. And I'm like, what have I done? It's a horrible idea, but that's interesting. So unless like you can find a way of also like expanding out to do like your own thing or get other people interested in you, you're gonna find it difficult to like just always get work at one company. So you have to be in a business mindset of like, I need to think of the next job, I need to think of the next paycheck coming in. I have to think possibly 10 or 15 steps ahead to be like, if this doesn't pan out here, I can go here, 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 or here, and I know that I will be supported because I've implemented these steps here. But again, you really have to want to work for it, and sometimes, like for me, especially, like I've had my health deteriorate because I've just been like trying to do the work, but now it's like, I don't think that you can do that work anymore. Like my body's like, nope.
Is undercutting a problem?
When you said that, the power of indifference is a powerful thing. And when you decide that I could care less about what they feel about your work, you won't believe how differently they perceive you. Like I'm at this point now where if I'm late, like they pushed back Spider-Man release because I was like, I got some other job I'm gonna do first, and they were like, oh, we'll push it back a month. We'll push it back. Because they're like, we would rather have you do it. It's also how you feel about yourself is how they're going to treat you. So if you feel like, oh, if you don't want to hire me, that's your business. They're like, oh, what does that mean? I mean, you have to be able to say, to walk away from any job at any minute before they give you any respect. And then when you get to that point where you just go, I could care less, whatever. If you don't want to hire me, whatever. They're always going to treat you like you're always going to be at the end of my phone. Like you're always, no matter when I call you, you're going to be there because you want this job so bad. And there are times where the editors have called me and I said, dude, are you kidding me? I said, come on now. And then they're like, oh, you don't want to do that? You know, the best thing you have is when they call you and they say, what's your availability? Because they know they just can't, whatever you offer, you're not going to say yes. Yeah. And saying no is the hardest thing as an artist we have. It's the hardest lesson I had to learn. It's just to say, no, I can't do that. Or even better, no, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, and then they say that, it's just like, but this is this. And I go, to you it is. To me, it's this.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's what I'm trying to say. That's the hardest thing. And I did the same thing. My health deteriorated. I was always I gained a ton of weight, and I was like, who am I? I'm killing myself for a company that doesn't care about me.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying they don't care about me, like, but their bottom line is to get this stuff out.
Yeah.
They don't care about me personally, right? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they should care. I'm just saying I have to start treating myself with respect.
It's a sausage factory, and they have to
Yeah.
keep pumping sausages down the line.
Yep.
That's what it is.
Is undercutting an issue? Is there a guy that is going to come along? There's the gig you want, but there's a guy that's going to come along and do it for less money.
Oh, that's always
But they said, okay, my favorite line is when they try to give me a rate. Because they set the rate.
Uh-huh.
So they would say, oh, we have a rate committee that looks at your stuff and decides what your rate is. And I was like, what are you talking about? That's
Right.
insane. And they're like, well, that's how we've always done it. I go, no. You can come with any rate you want. I will agree to do this or not. And the moment you say that, it becomes, oh, so you wouldn't agree to this rate? I go, no, I'm not going to agree to that rate. And then it's a different conversation. I think that's what we have to realize. There is nothing being made without us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have to remember that nothing is made. You know, it's the companies that know that, those are the companies you want to work with.
Yeah, and speaking of the sausage factory reference, one of the other things that has changed in the past, 10 or 15 years that's really annoying is they have pushed the deadlines closer and closer and closer to the release date. It used to be in the past, especially when I got started, that I would be working on series 3, 4, or even 5 months ahead. And you would have this wonderful buffer zone because, well, if something happens to me, I can still pick up again. If some editorial change comes along, they have time, they can make changes, they can adjust, they can do this. But then publishers, particularly Marvel, but DC did the same thing, others have done the same thing. They got this, to them it was about money. Because if I did 5 months worth of work, they have to pay me for that 5 months, even if they decide we're not going to print it, we're going to cancel it. Paul Ryan, may rest in peace, he told me about when he was working on one of the Fantastic Four series years ago. I forgot which one it was a side series, whatever. And he did 5 issues. The book was canceled before it even came out. So I don't know if any of the issues ever did come out or whatever, but of course he did the work, so they had to pay him. And so the publisher now says, you know what? If we only had people say we're 1 month ahead, then that's all we have to pay. And if we have to cancel, then we're only out that one book. But I've been in circumstances where the deadlines have been set so ridiculously close, it's absolutely insane. I mean, literally just like, I would take stuff in and the colors would be working on what or the anchor and the colors, and they'd all be working like an assembly line, just chug. I get something, throw it in, he gets to work, throws the next guy. And I've had situations where my deadline is literally a couple weeks or even a few days before it has to go to the printer.
Yeah.
And that's just, you can't work like that.
9 days. Fast Average is 9 days for X-Men.
Yeah.
X-Men Gold was 9 days.
What is it? Mm-hmm.
X-Men Gold, I did that in 9 days.
9 days.
Yeah, but then you realize, oh, I want to make art.
Yeah.
And then you realize,
Yeah.
oh, that's not the business that I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. And that's what you have to realize. You're not in that business. And they don't know the difference between a phenomenal page and one that's getting done. So just get it done.
And
If it's
that includes the other parts of the process, and very much includes color.
Yeah.
So the color can kill it.
Yeah, sure.
Really fast. And they don't really care. I don't know. I'm not wild about the color I'm seeing in a lot of books these days. Either they go for all these murky grays, everything's really dark, and you go, oh, what's going on here? Or they go for everything, bright purple, bright green, bright red,
Yeah.
bright everything, all in the same. And it's
The
like
problem I
there's
have
a
with some
carnival of color in every page.
The problem I have with some projects like that as well is that I'm finding more and more situations where it's kind of cool because the editor will share stuff along as it's like, hey, look, here are the color pages that are coming in. This is great, and they'll show me. It's like, oh, cool, okay. But every now and then I'll spot something. I was like, this doesn't seem right here. This should be changed to this. But then I've had other situations where the editor will send it out and say, if anyone has notes, let's do this, whatever, and make sure, blah, blah, blah. Which everyone is like, okay, well, I guess on the one hand, it's like many eyes helps to spot things more, but at the same time, you're the editor. This is your job. Shouldn't you? Because, and I've had situations where I just got tired, and honestly, I've let mistakes slide because I'm just like, that's not my job. I'm done.
But you know what? But the truth is, it's like you can't even if you're rushing.
Yeah.
To get stuff done. Obviously, they're rushing too.
Exactly.
So
No, I don't.
So do you want to be that guy that goes, hey, I know you're rushing, but on page 6, that's colored how I don't think it should be colored.
Right.
Like I don't want to be that guy. So
Yeah,
you just go, whatever, man. Like if never, it's not my product. Like it doesn't say Ken Lashley or Ken Lashley Comics. It's Marvel Comics. So
I don't say that.
It's like.
Yeah, I don't say that as I don't say that as to say like I'm blaming you, but it's like oops, it's like it's an oops.
Yeah.
So
I get you what you're saying, but I never give notes, and they fight with me. Why don't you give notes on your cover? And I go, I can't give notes because I know we're rushing, and I would be a jerk to send it back because this guy's got to redo or something, and I would never do that.
Sort of beyond the specifics of individual gaps that they might make, though, is an overall look to the books. Yeah. And if I look at some of the books coming out of Asia, and I look at some of the books coming out of Europe, and I see thoughtful, intelligent color,
absolutely,
creating a beautiful sense of depth in the pieces, working, basically playing with the mood of the viewer by pasting certain kinds of colors, and saturations of colors through the books. Somebody really thinking it through, and then I'm looking at this mass of books on the shelves, and I look at them, and they're just like a dog's breakfast, and I was like, my God, the colors are all over the map, and there's everything here, and I think somebody just worked their peaks up on the floor, and that's what the page looks like. And it's, no matter how much there's pretty drawing on the page, you've got this color smear on top of it that is just making a mess of it, taking the depth away, flattening the artwork. It's like,
that's the biggest irony to me is over rendering. Just it makes me so ticked off, putting in too much detail in the colors. But that's the irony. Is I've seen some colors, I've seen some pages where they put the colors on, and there's a ton of rendering to round things out and make them look three-dimensional, and yet it still comes out as looking more flat than if they'd simply done nice, smoother transitions. It defeats the whole purpose.
But everyone's trying to prove their thing. I get it.
Yeah.
They're all trying.
Exactly.
They're all trying to do. I mean, if I'm getting less time, they got to get even less time. Like I get the most time, right? So
that's the thing. It's the squeeze. The squeeze is on.
I feel. I mean, I've done pages on a Monday. I send it off at 11 o'clock in the morning, and at 4 o'clock the page is done in color. And you go, that's amazing. Like I know, I even know how they did that. Like they colored 3 pages in an afternoon.
Right.
And then you gotta love the speed, and so knock yourself out. But that's the business now. The business is not about making phenomenal products. It's about just making products.
But other than that, it's great.
I had one thing I was going to throw out there for everybody to talk a little bit about. One word, Kickstarter. What do we think of that? What it's done for the industry, what it will do for the industry. You are essentially bypassing the publishers to some degree, but I'm assuming it's got its downsides. I've seen some successful product coming out via Kickstarter funding, but
you need to get some fulfillment. I mean, some guaranteed fulfillments. There's half of them that I follow don't get done. Right. That's the biggest problem. You're kind of throwing your money down a crapshoot. You hope it gets done.
Yeah.
Sometimes 6 years later, you're still waiting to get it done. Right. So.
Well, I mean, and that's, when it comes down to at the end of the day, as much as we talk about technology has changed things or it's made it easier in so many ways, at the end of the day, the established publishers are going to have wider reach, and they're going to have, more visibility. These things, it's the double-edged sword of, sometimes you work for yourself, and that's really rewarding and fulfilling. But a lot of times, letting somebody else do the business side, it puts your mind at ease a lot. And you don't have to wear
hearing a lot of talk about people doing a combination, though. In other words, saying, well, we'll use Kickstarter, we'll get the book produced, then with a produced book in our hands, we'll get a publisher, and we'll get it out there to a more wide market with it. And I find that's an interesting thing. First of all, if you don't know who the publisher is going to be, how do you brand and label the thing when you get it printed?
Yeah.
So isn't there like a cart before the horse thing going on there? I don't know.
I've seen.
I haven't gone through the experience. I don't know.
I've seen IDW do that. But what they'll do is there'll be a hardcover signature edition that's self-published.
Okay.
And then they drum up interest in the book to then, mass produce.
Wider.
And when it comes to Kickstarter, what you really need is a business manager. Problem is you have too many people that really have never run anything like that.
Yeah.
And then feature creep comes in. Oh, we'll just offer this. Well, you have to eventually deliver that.
Yeah.
So you might want to add all these little extra things, extra pages, extra this, extra that, and then you find out that you spent all the money getting it produced. So the ones that are the most successful are ones now where it's like you've got a business manager or you've got a publisher sort of semi behind you, and it's almost like the publisher does it. I've seen for drumming up interest. It's almost like they'll fund the book anyway, but to get some publicity, we'll do this special edition. We'll kickstart it, and
Got it.
That makes sense.
I'm glad you jumped in. We're almost out of time here. We have another panel in a few minutes, but I wanted to give you guys the opportunity to ask any questions that you might have of anybody. So, yes, ma'am.
Quick, just for all of you, who's your favorite character in both Marvel and DC?
Alex, why don't you start?
To draw or to consume?
Draw.
Consume as in a reader consuming the product, yeah.
To draw.
Let's start down here and we'll go straight down.
DC, Batman Beyond.
Nice.
Marvel, that's a tough one. I like Cable. Because he's got the cyborg parts.
Yeah. I am so terrible at making these decisions. But I'd say with DC, it would have to be either Batman or Wonder Woman. I love both of those characters, and I love drawing both of them. But for Marvel, it has to be Ben Grimm. Has to be the thing.
Oh, you were just the words right out.
Yeah, I mean,
he's in my issue right now of Spider-Man, and I hate drawing him everything. Really? Oh my God.
Well, that's the thing, is that he's one of those characters that he's very difficult, he's very challenging to get a handle on him, because if he's just a little off, he looks way off.
So
but then,
true.
But then once you do get a handle on him, he's so much fun.
Okay, I gotta work on it still.
Yeah, no, I love the thing. The thing is a little favorite on it, and I'm always he is tough to get right, and it's so satisfying not only to do it and get him right, but also I really just enjoy it when I see another artist has cracked the code on him and got him right, and I just really enjoy watching it.
Jab.
Mine's good though.
Yeah.
Mine's
Ken,
good.
what about you?
My favorite is Etrigan, DC.
Okay, good.
And and Colossus and
Questions?
Yeah, I think, a lot of what you might say in terms of the career kind of aspects, how hard would it be, and would you have how much interest in doing your own characters and separating, all those legacy, I'll call them legacy because I'm an old guy, and you guys, some of these characters have been around since, I was very young, but what would it be like, and what would it feel like, you think, and the chance and probability of creating your own Ben Grimm or your own character that gets turned on to other products and toys, etc.
I have two things in development at Nickelodeon right now, so it's amazing to see it come to life, and this has been in my thinking about this idea for years, and I've got close to getting a deal and it didn't work out, and I got close to getting a deal and it didn't work out, and now I went to see my first animation pass about 3 weeks ago in Toronto, and it was unbelievable to sit in a room and see a group of artists trying to bring your thing to life and asking your opinions about things, and I cried on the way home. I got out of here. I drove home and it was emotional to see it finally becoming a thing, as opposed to this idea that you have in your house and it would be nice, and now it's a thing. So it's to have your own creation and see it come. It's why I got into. It's why I drew comics in the first place. It's why I decided to be an artist. People always think this like, oh, you have such an amazing job, you get to draw. And I said, I'm not drawing what I want to draw. I'm drawing what they want me to draw all day long. It's probably the closest thing to infuriating you can possibly be, right? So you're so close to doing what you want, but everything it's on scripts of things you don't want to draw. So it's great to see it. It's great to see it come to life. But I think that's what everyone's dream up here is to have.
Yeah, I've been working on something for a couple of years now. I just had it on the gas working on it. I think I'm close to a deal, but you probably won't see it on this comment for a while. But it's whether it goes anywhere or not, I just feel like it's been a great 2 years, and there's no feeling like working your own stuff.
Yeah, I've got about a half dozen ideas that I've been trying to get going for like, over a decade, some of them even longer. And, well, unfortunately, depending on your perspective, or fortunately, I've just been so damn busy with other work that I haven't been able to focus as much on that stuff as I wanted to. So one of the things I've decided to do is maybe try to focus on just projects that I can produce, like just little short snippets, short stories, something like 8 pages or something like that. Just something I could maybe at least get something off the table finally and get it started, because it's so frustrating to come up with so many ideas and say, oh, I'd love to do this, but I just can't get it done. So it's kind of tough. I think I probably would have had an easier go of it if I'd had a lot of these ideas when I was first starting, because then I would have said, okay, you know what, I'm just going to devote some time to this. But now that I'm kind of in the mainstream chugging along, I'm like, I got to pay rent, I got to make sure that I got this, I got to keep.
But you know what? When I started to do my own stuff, was when I did that book, X-Men Gold in 9 days. I did that book in 9 days, and I sat after it was done, and I thought, why the hell am I not doing my own stuff?
Right.
If I could do this book in 9 days, I'm just making excuses.
Right.
Why I'm not getting my own stuff done.
Except you would not, if it's your own stuff, you would not
do it.
Crank it in 9 days.
But the thing about it, but yeah, that's the point.
Yeah.
It's because we sit there, we want to make, when we really should just get it done. Like, we always want to make these. Look at this! Isn't this the Mona Lisa? When come on, man! Not everything can be. Some things got to be a little bit. You got to get done, right? And that's what I noticed. You got to get done.
So make your own imprint, 9 days comics.
That's what I mean. I did. I did 18 days. Which is so funny. You know the 24-hour comic challenge. You know that 24-hour comic challenge. I did that challenge in Toronto, and I did it. I did a whole book in whatever, like 12, 30, 20 hours it was. Yeah. And then I realized if I could do a book that looks reasonable in 20 hours, I am just fooling myself that I can't do my own stuff. I am just pretending. I'm making excuses. I'm doing whatever I need to get done. I need more time. But the reality is, if I really wanted to do a book, I could do it.
Well, there's a social media challenge. Do a book a day for a year.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
You know how much press you'd get for that?
What about you?
Wouldn't that be amazing if I could do it?
You want to focus on your own characters more, or?
Yeah, like I have ideas that I've been slowly working on, but I guess I need to actually get them out there and like do what everybody says, like, hey, actually do it. I've mainly been focusing at the moment of like, I need a paycheck. And he'll still do it.
Sure. Go ahead.
But one thing, like, it's not somewhat the same, but it's a little different, is I did get to create some characters for Transformers now that have gone on to get toys made and fan art and people cosplaying of them. That's awesome. And I sit there and I'm like, that was a good idea I created.
That's very cool.
Yeah, the first time that you see someone cosplay your own design, that's always kind of fun.
That's crazy.
Guys, we do have to wrap it up. It's been very informative, I think. Thank you, guys. Thank you. You guys are going to be back at your tables now, right? Okay.
Need a new weapon in your battle against evil? Check out LibrisArcana.com for Canada's premier RPG dice subscription service. For only $7.97 Canadian with free shipping. You can get a new complete set of role-playing dice from D4s to D20s delivered straight to your door. Dice themes are new each month and can be anything your mind can imagine and beyond. Visit LibrisArcana.com and subscribe for only $7.97 Canadian with free shipping, and be prepared to open up new worlds of adventure.
News on the march!
it's been a fairly busy week for news stories, and I didn't want to focus on any of the negatives. So there have been some shootings and that sort of stuff. So I'm not going to talk about that, even though we had stories for it. And I'm going to try to focus just on the cool and interesting. So for one, Variety reports that Spider-Man will stay in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. They've worked out a deal because we knew they would, because there was too much money at stake here to be squabbling like that. So we had talked about it before that they were going to figure out a deal, and they did. So no worries. There's going to be more MCU appearances by this current version of Spider-Man, as well as the third Spider-Man film in production. Is going to be all sorted, basically business as usual. Nothing to see here. Don't worry about it. So there have been issues with the Joker film. I've already got my ticket to see it because a movie's a movie to me. I think people are reading too deep into things. I think that people are latching on to things. And that's all I'm going to say is if you don't like it, you don't have to see it. At the same time, don't use it as a scapegoat for your own bigotry. End of story. Moving on. That way I can skip a fair amount of these negative stories. We'll move on to the next story here, which is... let's see here. Some of these are weird news. I'm going to save them because they sort of could fit between them. And we've got no, there's so many weird news ones. Okay, here we go. Marvel Studios taking over all live action TV projects. So that doesn't surprise me. It also means that they've said they might bring back or extend contracts. Certain things that were on Netflix and that they might actually continue with. They're not 100% sure yet. It's all up in the air, whatever they want to do, but they are taking control of everything, which makes sense because there were issues with ABC in that. Because, for instance, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., I don't care what Birdman says. It's one of the worst shows ever made. It's so bad. Yeah, and yet it kept getting made because ABC wanted it made or whatever. So, basically, this is probably a good thing. They're consolidating everything and they can actually put things in the proper continuities. Sweet. Now, there are fake lightning cables that are going to be spread around, probably on the internet, probably at stores and that, you don't know, that can hijack connected devices that are heading into mass production. This, if anything, it's probably going to force Apple to finally switch to a Thunderbolt connection or to a different connector rather than what they currently have. So, keep an eye out if it's not a company you understand, like if you're not buying it from Apple, if you're not buying it from like Amazon Basics or buying a brand at like a reputable store, you might get a crappy hacked one. So maybe avoid that. And then this is a new one that came in just before I started recording, and it is Kevin Smith announces Clerks 3. Well, it sounds like he's finally getting it made. Let's just see here what this says. This is from comicbook.com. It says, well, now it's official. After bringing back his iconic Jay and Silent Bob characters in Jay and Silent Bob reboot this year, writer-director Kevin Smith is bringing Clerks back for another round. The return of Clerks. This is like the third time he said he's going to do that. It looks to be official. What does it say here? Smith posted a photo of them, blah, 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 and they're filming, blah, blah. Clerks 3, he wrote in the post. Yeah, it sounds like they worked out some of the legal mumbo jumbo that because it was partially owned by Miramax and all that. That's a bottle of worms you don't want, a can of worms you don't want to get involved with right now. So it looks like they sorted it out and they're finally going to get to make Clerks 3. But my question is, when is he going to make Hit Somebody, his hockey miniseries he's been talking about for years? So he talks a lot of shit and then doesn't actually deliver. So I preferred Kevin when he was fat and not high, if that makes any sense. So that's going to do it for the regular news because, again, most of the other stories, not going to get into negative ones. I want to get into the interesting or comic book related ones. So we're going to take a quick break, come back with Birdman's review of Gears of War, and we're going to come back with the weird news right after that.
Those magnificent bastards! Color me kooky, but something very odd is going on around here. You're not allowed to talk anymore.
So the next panel was the Dark Matter panel, and that was probably the most fun I had at these. Well, you know what? They were all pretty good, but these guys were the most loose and just genuinely fun to be around and learn some insights. Like, for instance, part of Dark Matter was actually filmed in Kitchener. I had no idea. And you'll have to listen to find out, what it was. But there's also talk. They're saying that they're trying to actually get a miniseries or movie to finish off the show. I thought it was dead and gone, but they're like, no, it's actually their producer is advocating for it, like currently as we speak at a meeting. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. And that wasn't, I don't believe, public knowledge before. So there's more that you hear in here, and these two guys are super charming. So give it a listen, and if you have any questions, I can probably go into a little more detail because I talked to them a bit after the fact. But it was a pretty good, solid hour. So here it is.
Excuse me, I'm just choking. I swallowed wrong. It's too much pizza. All right, welcome the guys from Dark Matter, of course, Alex Mallari and Jeff Teravainen. Come on. Hey. Oh, sorry, we scarfed down pizza and then ran out here.
That's exactly what happened, yeah.
Guys, thanks for being here.
Thank you for having us.
And congratulations on all your success. Here in Canada, of course, if you get 3 seasons of a TV series, it's considered a runaway hit.
Well, we did just that and ran away right after.
Ran away on this.
Yeah.
So much of, I think a lot of people don't know, so much of Canadian TV is, I don't know, I think there's been more single season series in Canada than probably any other country.
Yeah.
It seems that there's a lot of that happens, but, Dark Matter, and it started that way, and then, it was renewed for a second, it was like, and then fan outcry, I guess, got the 3rd season going and everything, and still such a strong cult following. You got this really strong fan base to this day.
Absolutely.
And here you guys are. Has it been quite the ride, or what?
Yeah, to say the least, man. Like it's been a roller coaster, like even up and down of just going back and forth with the producers, with them being so hopeful, like this could possibly still go on, and we're still working on that, and we'll see where they go. I mean, they're hopeful. I mean, Joe Malazzi, the showrunner and the creator, is super hopeful about it. He's working really hard. He's really obsessed. He's an obsessive person. Once he starts something, he finishes it, and he really wants to give the fans what they deserve, and that's the entire storyline of what it is, and no matter how it comes, whether it's a movie or a miniseries, they're hopeful, or he's hopeful about it, and he's out with Vanessa Piazza, who produced the 1st season right now in LA, pitching some new things. Timescape, I'm sure you've probably heard of it,
Yep.
And meeting with some people to see what they can do with Dark Matter. So,
Is that the ultimate goal, you think? Just like a mini-series or perhaps a movie to tie up loose ends and kind of finish the story?
I mean, the ultimate goal would always be the complete 5 seasons.
Yeah.
But I think the hopeful goal is to tie up the loose ends, because it ended at a horrible place. Yeah. Where we were about to introduce aliens. 6 is possibly dead, and 2, God knows what's happening with her. And she has a daughter on the way. I spilled beans on a whole lot of people, and no one has any closure, so it can't be immensely healthy for their characters. So we'll see.
Is that on the table? Another couple of seasons? Do you think?
It just depends on the legal
suits.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like Alex said, Joe's dream is to definitely finish it. There's a lot of people. I just finished a show with Joe over the wintertime called Utopia Falls, and he's the showrunner on that as well, and he brought me up, which was amazing. But you can tell his heart is still broken by Dark Matter, and he wants to finish it. I mean, it was such a good group of people. Probably 70% of the crew on Utopia Falls, behind the scenes, was all Dark Matter people, which was great, because it was like you're going to work with a family again. And I always joke that these guys were main cast. I was like a good close cousin. They treated me like family that way.
I forgot you were on the show.
Yeah.
No, I never got to work there.
Well, that's true. We did that one scene where I got shot, and you guys all came through when everybody was escaping the prison.
Oh, yeah.
Because I was so nervous that day because the shot ended up on me being shot. And I was so afraid that I would blow it with the squibs, they call them. They blow blood out and stuff like that. So I was nervous and I hardly talked to you. But we did a Comic-Con in London, England last year. And finally, we got to hang out for the first time.
Yeah.
And because I didn't know him, I expected him to be the real, very serious. Like, I don't know why. You see him every day like that, right? So when I meet him, he's like a crazy nutcase goofball guy. It's really fun. So it was a completely different person than I expected. But yeah, we didn't get to do scenes.
No.
We need a reunion.
We have really good chemistry, though.
Yeah.
No, we just had a sword fight. He won.
What is, I'm trying to think of the right way to say this. I mean, everyone, I think, especially every actor, I think, when they get a genre show, sci-fi or whatever, they often think of this. They think of the conventions, you know, they think of that because even a unpopular science fiction TV show is really popular to science fiction fans.
Oh yeah.
Right? Yeah. You know? And so, and there are endless possibilities, you know. Star Trek came back numerous times and continues to. Veronica Mars, although not science fiction, but I mean, we saw what happened with that, with the rabid fan base or whatever. Was that one of those things when you guys signed on to do the show that in the back of your mind you were like, sweet, you know, sci-fi has like the most loyal fans, and that's a bonus here. I mean, obviously actors want to take work, but is that like kind of the bonus?
I was just happy to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dark Matter was my first like regular series, so I was just happy to work. I had no idea about the sci-fi world until I did my first convention. I think it was Fan Expo, and I was just so surprised that who are these people? Why are you all dressed up? And I couldn't understand it. And now I never want to leave sci-fi. I tell my agents all the time, get me back into sci-fi. That's where I want to be. Because you get that engagement with fans where you get that reward where other series you don't get to ever meet the fans, man. It's really weird now to not go to conventions or to shoot something and then not go to a convention for it, to answer questions, to meet fans, to say thank you for tuning in and supporting one, the show, but two, me. And
but the cast of This Is Us is never going to have this kind of interaction. You know, they're not going to have these conventions and things to go to really meet the people and hear what they love about the characters in the show, right?
Yeah, I agree. And as fortunate as they are, Melanie Liebert, who played Nix on season 2, is on This Is Us, and she's getting to do a whole lot of cool things. But it's not conventions, man. There's nothing like meeting fans, and it's really cool. So I'm excited. I get excited about it.
Jeff, what about you?
Oh, same. I feel fortunate to do them in the first place because, again, I don't feel like you were a series regular and I was a recurring character. So the fact that
you were on the show.
I told you it's back there.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, go ahead.
Anyways, it was. I feel very, very blessed to be able to do it. The real drag for me was that on the next season coming out, I was becoming a series regular. So it's.
That's what it is. Bittersweet.
Yeah, but I'm very fortunate. I love doing it, and I've done other sci-fi shows too, like some things for 12 Monkeys and stuff, which was another great show to work on. Although again, it was just Dark Matter was more like a family atmosphere to me. When you showed up on set, you felt like you were really part of something, as opposed to not that say 12 Monkeys was a bad set. It was great. It's just it was different. And a lot of sets you go on too. I mean, you go into some features and you just feel like you're part of the cog, unless you're the big star of the movie. You're just you're one of those players. Walking on a set every day with Dark Matter people, it's great. It makes you feel like $100, $1,000, maybe $1 million. I don't know, something like that.
Adjusted for Canadian, that would be like $8,000.
Something like that, right? Is that what it is?
Well, when I was talking to the Power Ranger guys a little while ago, they were talking about the different places where they go when they do the conventions and everything like that, and they were surprised at how rabid the fan base is in parts of Europe.
Yeah.
Is it like that with you guys, where you go to certain places where you're like, oh my God, here we're like the Beatles, and over here we're like the Monkees,
When we did London, there was people from all over Germany and all those places that came over because it was a dark matter sort of specific con. And again, you're for it. You're meeting these people from all over Europe, Czech Republic, Italy. Yeah, they're just all flying in for the reason to come and meet you, and you can't believe it because again, I'll give Alex more because he was a series regular on it. But when you got people showing up with dressed as you, or I couldn't get over that, or they bring you cakes and stuff with your picture on it, and it's pretty cool.
You got a cake with your picture on it?
Well, it's my birthday.
Oh yeah. Well, you also shouldn't sell yourself short there, Jeff, because a lot of times those recurring characters are beloved just as much, if not more, than some regulars. I mean, if you look at Q on Next Generation as an example, I can't off the top of my head think of some others right now, but I mean, there's a lot of times those recurring characters become hugely popular. I mean, even in Star Wars, Boba Fett was never meant to be this iconic character that he is, right?
He was my favorite when I was a kid.
Yeah. Anders was not meant to become a regular man. You stole the show as Anders, and fans loved you, and Joe loved you, and kept writing you in more and more.
I lucked out for that.
You didn't luck out. You did well, man. You killed it. Yeah. It would have been nice to have him on set.
What a bromance this is.
Yeah, man, it's my road dog.
How many conventions do you guys do a year?
Depends.
Yeah, I don't know. I just got a convention agent, so like now they're starting to come and everybody's been asking why you don't have more conventions. Because I didn't know about convention agents or any of that sort or any of that, but I love them. You do a lot.
Well, yeah, I just started to though. It was that sort of got me into the idea was Anthony Lemke. I played 3 in that. We were talking about it on set one day. Zoe obviously does a lot through the law school stuff as well, and with Dark Matter. So yeah, she's so busy now actually on film that I don't think she has time for conventions half the time. She just goes from project to project.
Yeah, we did a Lost Girl panel here last year, and and Zoe and several members of the cast. The Power Ranger guys said that their busiest year they did 2 a month for a full year.
Oh, that'd be fun.
That's like a
Do you want to do that?
job.
Want to do it that much?
100%, yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
It is like a full-time job, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think? Would you do 24 in a year?
I'm with Alex, man. I love it. I love getting out and meeting people and talking. That much is as fun as it is. You're hanging around your peers, people you know, and that. So it's always good to catch up. I haven't seen you since we were in LA. We bunked together in LA for a few weeks, I think, in the spring. You get busy, but yeah.
So, you talk about it being like a family on set, and you guys obviously get along. There's a lot of joking around, everything like that. What's the hard part about filming a show like Dark Matter? What's the hardest part of doing it? You're with your family, your friends, you're having a good time, obviously, and it's great to be working as an actor. But I mean, what's the most grueling part of doing that show?
Yeah. No, but again, I will say, like the moves and the fighting sequences that you figured out so fast. It's because I did watch you rehearse as well, and it was just like he's unbelievable. And Melissa too. Actually.
You were watching me.
I honestly, because if you in that one scene we were talking about, I think I stood in the back with a mat practicing a silly little thing for like hours. And John Stead, who's the fight coordinator, would always say like he loved the fact that I tried so hard, but I'm terrible. So I would, I didn't want to be the weak link, so I would be up practicing like crazy. Where these guys would, what do I do? I do this, do that. Yeah, okay, got it. And they just do it. So, but I don't know if that's hard for you or.
No, John Stead was an incredible teacher. He does a lot of the Stratford plays. Just such a good stunt coordinator. He has a way of teaching and creating choreography where everything flows. So if I'm slicing this way, he'll have someone else coming this way because my momentum's coming that way. So it's easy to remember because it just wouldn't make sense to come this way and then turn around or do whatever. Anyways, the choreography flowed and he made it very simple for me and it made it look really, really cool. And then the stunt performers did it great because they were professionals and and then have been doing it for such a long time, they make it look like you know what the hell you're doing. Meanwhile, I'm just like, I'm slicing this way, I'm slicing that way. Cool, you guys jump and flip, make it look like I did it well. But the hardest part for me was maybe the third season where I was the Emperor. Because I was always out here in Kitchener-Waterloo filming the Zyron scenes in the castle. It's actually up the street from here. It's not far. Hacienda Sierra Banquet Hall or something like that. So that's the Zyron castle. And it was being away from the main cast, who was my family. And so, you get renewed for the third season. Yes, I get to spend all day with these guys again for the next few months. But then they tell you, but you're going to be filming out here, and you're hardly going to see them. That was hard, and just not being with them and shooting so many of the scenes with new faces. Not that the new faces were bad or anything. It's just that's not my family, and part of the job was enjoying being with these guys all the time.
What was the hardest part for you?
The hardest part for me always is, although it's getting better, is getting lines down. I've had a lot of head injuries, which I'm half joking about. I'm assuming that's why it's hard. I don't know. But yeah, it's sometimes you don't have a lot of time to get the scripts and learn them, especially in the auditioning process. So for me, if I didn't have so much trouble with the line, I would just love every second of it. I love being on set. I love when we're actually doing what we're doing. It's magic. Yeah. But it's that awful anxiety beforehand. Do I have this stuff down? Again, with Utopia Falls, there was some screw-ups with scheduling. And I remember one time they had a 6-page scene with most of me talking. And they gave it to me the night before and said, here you go. I was like, nervous breakdown, by 4 in the morning still trying to get this stuff down. I'm learning now that with film and TV, you can make mistakes and just pick it up. I always wanted to be, I wanted to have everything down so I wouldn't be the guy that was interrupting things.
Like you do in theater, right?
Yeah.
In your head, you want to have the entire script memorized front to back and just go out there as if you're doing a live show.
Yeah. Right? Well, I did. It took a long time for me to start getting better roles. I came in and nowhere. I wasn't really trained, so I was learning as I was going. So I did a lot of these sort of rinky-dink things. And you don't want to be the guy that blows those parts because you won't be brought back. So I think that always stuck in my head that I have to be rock solid on this.
Do you guys remember the movie Hook? Robin Williams and everything?
Yeah.
They said that, going back to what you were saying, being away from your family, Julia Roberts played Tinkerbell in that movie and hated every minute of it because she didn't act with anybody. The entire Tinkerbell was all done on a green screen away from everybody else. So she never actually got to work with anybody except for, I think, one scene that she got with Robin Williams in just one part, right? So is there also a lot of that when you're working with special effects and things like that, where you essentially, it looks like you're all together, it looks like you're doing more than you are, but you're just kind of by yourself, lonely in front of a green screen?
No, we had a lot of practical. Actually, most of our sets were practical sets.
Yeah.
Right?
And even the green screen stuff, the other actor would usually come in, like with the stuff I would do with Roger and that.
Yeah.
I would love them for that because, I don't know, you see it. Sometimes the lead in another thing will just sort of disappear and you're talking to a tennis ball.
Literally a tennis ball.
Or, and someone else would just read the lines, but these guys would always be there when I was doing that. So, yeah, I never had that.
I watched a movie, you and I are around the same age probably, and I watched Cannonball Run Part 2, not too long ago, as part of a bad movie night or whatever, and there's an entire scene with Frank Sinatra, with the cast talking to Frank Sinatra sitting behind a desk, and Sinatra refused to go to the set or do anything, so he filmed his entire scene at a desk somewhere else. One take, and he got paid and he left, and so, but in the movie, it's just the actors talking like this, and it cuts, and there's a stand-in's head. It's not Frank Sinatra.
All the people are one of those guys go, what was it like working with Sinatra? It was great.
Oh, man, I couldn't do that to people.
And they never met him.
That's
never met him.
No.
I did a show called Designated Survivor with, it was great, with Kiefer Sutherland. He was amazing. Like he was a good guy. Although I did see him losing on somebody on set because he has a reputation for that, so I did see it. But he was great with me. But yeah, at the last scene, he was inducting an actor named Al Waxman into the Canadian Walk of Fame.
Yep.
So he's like, I'm so sorry, I gotta go. So I did get the ball and the one of the ADs read. But it was fine because he told me ahead of time. He said, I'm so sorry, I gotta go. So he wasn't a jerk about it. It happens.
Did you catch him at his trailer singing?
Country songs?
Singing country songs?
No.
Yeah.
We talked about that though in makeup, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was
really good.
He just finished the tour when we did that episode. Yeah.
He's good.
Yeah, he's good. This guy can sing good country as well.
Do you?
Seriously, he's good. We did karaoke in LA, and no, you banged that off, man.
Karaoke aside, do you have aspirations to sing?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm a terrible voice, man. I just feel like, listen, I'm Filipino, so I can do one of two things. I can either sing or dance. I can't sing, and I can hardly dance. And it's amazing that I'm even on screen as a Filipino guy, because there are no Filipino roles ever.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So your choice is Dark Matter or singing for Journey?
Yeah. Or singing for Journey, yeah, there you go. Man, yeah, I didn't get singing at all, man. I really wish you could sing. You know who can sing? Lemke.
That's what I was going to say.
Anthony Lemke is a great singer, man. Yeah, he was belting out Journey.
Yeah, and he also did Bon Jovi. Living on a Prairie.
I was surprised.
On a Prairie.
So this guy and Lemke were in, they had a band back in the Jesus days.
Do you sing?
I used to, yeah. I used to be a professional singer. We had videos on much music and all kinds of stuff.
What was the band?
I'm not telling.
Somebody Google it.
You'll find it. That's the best part. It was like before the internet came out, so we're there, but it's hard to find.
Wow.
And you were signed, right? Yeah.
But it was a different time.
How many albums did you do?
2 was almost the name. And then I did a solo record as well.
Really?
Yeah. Actually, my first band
I've interviewed you before, and I don't know why I've never been able to find this info.
No, my first band actually was, anybody know Our Lady Peace or like that? Yeah. Mike, the guitarist from that band, he was in my band as well. And Our Lady Peace, when they became Our Lady Peace, used to open up for the other band a lot because we're still good friends and that. So. But yeah, actually the first rehearsal spot too, because we were with Jake Gold from Canadian Idol, I guess it was then. Mm-hmm. But they put us in a rehearsal spot on Richmond Street in Toronto, and we shared it with Tragically Hip, who were just starting to break big at that point. So yeah, I mean,
do you want to go back to that at all?
No, not at all. In fact, I'm really happy that it never panned out the way we hoped, because it's a weird lifestyle and it's hard in Canada. It's really difficult to make a living. You're on the road a lot. I love my family, my daughter especially, and I can't imagine just taking off for 3, 6, 7 months at a time, Skyping with her. I shoot something, I'm gone for like a week or something. I feel bad. So yeah, I mean, it's just a different kind of world to me. And the thing I love about film and television is you have great relationships. Everybody from the biggest stars I've worked with down to whatever, they all are pulling in one direction. They want to make a good product. I think I was telling somebody here earlier that when you're in a band and you're opening up for one of your heroes, you have a good sound check because you want to impress them, because you admire them. And then you find out later that your sound's all screwed up because the band doesn't want you to sound good. And you think, I love these guys. How could they do that to us? But that happens. That's music industry was insane. Very cutthroat kind of place.
And a lot of people don't know the opening act sometimes doesn't even meet that other band.
Yeah, it happens a lot.
I've had friends that were in bands that did well, and they got to open for big names, and they were so excited about it. And I said, well, what were they like? And they go, I never met them. Or they met them in passing, you know what I mean, like in a hallway, but they didn't get to hang with the other band. They didn't get to be friends like they had hoped or whatever. But, do you both still live in Toronto? You both still live in Toronto?
Yeah.
So what do you think about it? It seems that so many of us creative types here in Canada wind up at least half the year in like LA or whatever. Do you guys want to do that as well, or do you do that?
I don't want to do it. No. I have a son, and you got your daughter, and yeah, I'm a family guy, man. I didn't think I ever would be. Young guy, I was all all about my dreams and my aspirations, this and that. And then my boy came along, and I was like, nope, this is it. So I just want to be at home with my kid all the damn time. LA is fun. Like, if work takes me there, work takes me there, and if not, I told my manager, my agents, like, I don't want to go chasing out in LA. I just feel like it's just such a place of dead dreams, man. And there's everyone comes to Toronto to shoot anyways, you know. So I'll go and audition in LA and then just come work up here, and I don't have to deal with Trump.
Yeah, but having said that, how often do we get to hang out with Ron Jeremy every night?
Yeah, I guess you're right. We were
down in LA this spring. Every night I took him to the Rainbow Bar, which is one of the old rock hangouts, and he ended up loving it. But one of the guys who's there every night was Ron Jeremy, and he took a shine to us for some reason. So it's like it was bizarre.
Yeah,
you're out every night.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a strange cat.
And he's a fanboy. Ron Jeremy's a fanboy. Like, he loves TV and movies, and he loves to talk TV and movies.
Have you interviewed him? Because he's different.
Yes.
He's intelligent.
He is intelligent. Before he was in porn, he was a teacher. He was a high school teacher. He's an intelligent guy, but he's a little.
He was out there, man. When we first met us, he was asking us if we were like Mossad or
No.
something.
He was like, he's sitting in his chair. We'd come down.
Everyone here knows who Ron Jeremy is. Yes?
Most people.
He's looking at us. Famous looking at us, and he's just like, he was really? For me, I'm like, okay, maybe Jeff, but you looking at me here? He's like, yeah, are you from the Israeli army? And we're just like, looking at each other.
You guys look like Mossad or something.
Mossad?
No, come sit down. We just sat down. Man, he smelled that.
Yeah, that's something interesting. I'm glad. It's funny you say that. I don't say that to a lot of people, but when they talk about Ron Jeremy, I go, you'd be surprised. He's got an odor. He's got a smell. So we're not filming this, huh? Okay.
That's all right. What was he gonna do? Not put me in a porn?
Yeah, true. It's kind of a funny thing because my background is stand-up comedy and acting and writing and everything, and I can't stand LA. And everyone seems to go there. Everyone loves it and all. I like to go for 5 days. But I don't want to live there either. And part of it is I'm also that weird guy that loves the seasons, and I don't mind the winter or whatever. But then part of me is also just, boy, it's exhausting enough living in this city knowing how many actors and performers there are.
Yeah.
In LA, to see people very, very talented and very, very beautiful parking cars. It's almost like people are like, oh, LA's so beautiful, and I go, and yet I always feel a little depressed when I go and leave.
I don't know, man. Did you get to do did you do a tour for your shows or anything? Like, did you do
well, I mean, much like that's the thing is I don't tour anymore. Just like not to make this at all about me, but I understand where you're coming from because as a comedian, it was the only way to make money, right? So when I met my now wife, I was on the road 49 weeks a year. All over North America, because it's the only way to make money. And then I cut it down to about 40 weeks a year for a while, and now I'm not touring. I'm not touring now for that reason. I have two girls, and it's the same thing. You don't want to be one of the hardest parts about being a creative type, and you guys I'm sure will agree, is you don't want to be an absentee father. You don't want to be an absent father. You don't want to go off and maybe you're happy. You're like, look at all this work I did. But you don't want to come home and go, I missed my kid's childhood. I missed the toddler years.
Absolutely.
And those years are so much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing is that you can't. It's probably the best time, and that's where you're going to bond with them as well.
Totally.
I think I told you I got a friend who's a SEAL. We died together in that. He was a great guy to die with because you're safe all the time. But he's got a video that he showed me once of him meeting his daughter for the first time, and she was already 2 years old at that point because he had been in Iraq and in Afghanistan, constantly out on missions and stuff. I remember Duranda says, "Don't know, he'll get used to you soon, or she'll get used to you soon." Imagine like you're looking at your little kid, and the kid doesn't know who you are, but they've been hyped up, so they're trying to act like a kid. It was a bizarre situation.
But at least he can say, I was out there saving the world. I gotta say, well, I was doing punch up on Sharknado.
was Sharknado?
No. But I mean, oh yeah, no, but you know, and that is a drawback to what we do, or especially what you guys do, perform, you know, acting, and it can, as luck would have it, we film a lot in Ontario, but it could take you over to, you know, Romania for 6 weeks or 3 months or something like that, you know.
Moscow.
Yeah, you
What'd you do in Moscow?
A terrible series called Insomnia.
I wrote that.
You did a very bad job, buddy. No, it was a fun
Wait,
experience.
I've heard of Insomnia. Who is that? Who put that out? No?
Starz purchased the rights to it, I think just to keep it off television.
Oh. Really?
Yeah. I think it aired in like Paris or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was a fun experience to shoot. And then right after that, Shashi Bose from Insomnia ended up on Dark Matter. So it was really cool.
What's the best, like, what's a place that you've gone to work where you loved being there? Like, did you love being in Moscow, or was it like?
I did.
Yeah.
I did. It was tons of fun. I'd say Vancouver. Yeah, Vancouver is probably there. Be a shoot.
Hamilton.
Really?
No, I'm joking.
I was just like, what?
No, I did a movie in last winter in Costa Rica. It was unbelievable. We shot at this giant mansion on a cliff side overlooking the ocean as part of it. And each night we would have a turn staying in the master bedroom there. And it was, you wake up, you got monkeys all over your thing, and all these different animals. And monkeys all over you. There was monkeys all over my thing. That was the best part.
It was actually the band.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no,
he was opening for us.
But yeah, the town we stayed in too, Montezuma, was really nice. The people were.
What was the movie?
I don't know what the name of it is going to be. It's still not released. It was called Jade's Asylum, but I don't know. But it'll be out soon. It's
Thriller, action?
Yeah, it's a horror movie. Hopefully it's good. All I know is I got to go to Costa Rica for weeks on end and hang out in the jungles.
Now, where's somewhere you don't want to go back to? Hamilton.
No, actually, I enjoyed it there. One of our producers, Ivan Bartok, he was on set originally. He hated going there.
Yeah, because he was always sick, man.
We shoot a lot. There's a lot that gets shot in Hamilton as well.
Yeah,
a good bit in Hamilton. Have you seen Christmas Street there?
No. Was it an actual made-up Christmas?
There's so many Christmas movies that get shot in Hamilton that there's like a couple of streets where the Christmas decorations just kind of stay up all the time, so the productions can use them.
Well, they went pretty hog wild with Christmas stuff. I know Netflix made something like 30 movies last year that were Christmas based.
Jeez.
Yeah, there's and plus the other networks as well. I don't know. I was lucky. Did you ever guys anyone see Christmas Chronicles?
Yes. Yeah. Kurt Russell.
Yeah, I played the bad guy in that, but that was cool. But it was funny because obviously Canada's known for snow and stuff like that. And the week we went to shoot all the outdoor stuff, the snow completely disappeared. So it was amazing. We went to downtown Toronto, and like, I don't know, almost 2 blocks of snow blankets. It was unbelievable. You know you're at a big budget thing though when they had that.
Yeah.
It was just snow blankets everywhere. And a day and a half after we finished shooting that stuff, it was this much snow.
Oh, geez.
It's so typical of Canada.
Yeah. Well, and Canada's the #1 spot to film Christmas movies. So that was my first paid writing gig. I wrote a Hallmark Christmas movie.
Are you kidding, really?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. So, and out next year. But you said Netflix did 30. Hallmark has announced that they're going to launch a whole new channel.
That's what I meant. Hallmark was the one. Yeah.
But Hallmark's going to launch a whole new channel where they play Christmas movies year round.
That's crazy.
Their own, yeah. And
I love Christmas, but
well, and they're also getting into other holidays. They want to do like Valentine's movies, and they want to do Halloween movies, and but they essentially want to do these seasonal, features, these rom-coms or whatever.
Yeah.
So do you guys audition for a lot of the Christmas movies? Because that is also a rite of passage in Canada to have done a Christmas movie. You haven't done one yet?
I don't want to do it.
No. Why not?
Oh, come on.
I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it.
I loved it because I love Christmas movies. Ever since I was a kid, we watch them every year, a lot of the same ones. And I was even saying to my daughter last year, we're watching It's a Wonderful Life, and I was pointing out that Potter, and the old guy in the movie, was born in 1870s, and yet we're still watching every year. So yeah, he's been dead a long time, but he's there. It's cool to me. You know, it's one of those movies that will stay around for a long time. And I've always wondered what it would be like to be in the Christmas Story with Peter Billingsley, the kid with the rifle and stuff.
Shoot your eye out.
Yeah, exactly. But you guys know it, right? You know, it was made, 35, 40 years ago or something like that?
Made in 1983, and it was shot in Toronto.
Yeah. So to me, I've always thought that would be cool. So hopefully Christmas Chronicles sticks around. You know, maybe when I'm gone, my kids will watch it or something like that and say there's Dad. Or,
I don't know. Like, okay, maybe after Henry Golding's movie comes out this year, then maybe I'll take a shot. It's just Asians in Christmas movies. I don't want to be seeing far
Well, there's that. There's definitely that.
That's why I don't want to do it. I don't
And
want
yet,
to be an Asian guy in a Christmas movie.
And yet, Christmas is bigger in the Philippines than anywhere in the world.
Oh my God, yeah.
Do you guys know that?
Favorite.
The Christmas holiday begins in the Philippines in September. That's when the music comes out and the decorations go up. It's like a 3-month holiday season.
We're the happiest people in the world.
Yeah,
that's for sure. And but you know, Midwestern culture, Asians and Christmas movies. I don't like the roles that they have.
I think that's going to change now, though.
I mean, eventually, first we gotta, get the stereotypical Asians in there, and then they'll expand to me.
Have you, now let me ask you that, have you had to face that a lot in your career, going on auditions and going, 100%. You want me to play what? I gotta say, come on.
Yeah, 100%. Like, till now, I'm still turning scripts down, because I don't want to put this image out there. I don't condone this. There was one audition I just turned down, like, even morally, where it's just, I don't want to be under the light of someone who's creepy and rapey. Turning that down, I don't want to have that where my kid's looking at me. Dad, you played this very well.
I've interviewed a lot of Asian actors, and one thing that they've said, in some ways it's good because of getting the work, and in some ways what's bad is they said, Hollywood and film companies, they don't know the difference between one Asian and another. So Japanese actors wind up playing Koreans, and Koreans wind up playing Chinese and everything. And Paul, and I'm drawing a blank on his last name from Kim's Convenience, when I was talking to him about all this, he said, it seems that Asian actors are still, and slowly going away from that, but it's still okay to jokingly stereotype them in movies. Like it's Asians are the minority that it's still okay if you throw them into a movie and it's totally stereotypical.
100%.
That people go, oh, that's fine because it's Asians.
Yeah.
Right. And he says, but if you try to do that with black actors, or even in gay actors in a lot of ways today, people are trying to get away from those stereotypes. He said, but with Asians, they go, yeah, this is fine.
Yeah. I always say, like, look, film and TV is far away from black and white.
Yeah.
It's in color now, but it's still black and white.
Yeah.
And that's just the truth that I'm currently working towards. I would like to help be not that. But it is a road that's it's difficult, but it's worth it. You know what I mean? It's worth tackling. It's getting much better. It's getting much better. You got the Crazy Rich Asians. That film is historic. It changed a lot for Asians. Even with Dark Matter, man, Jay Firestone, the owner, was like, hey, I knew when I cast you that I was going to get a lot of flack because you're Filipino. And I was like, shit, well, thank you for taking a chance with me, because I get it. It makes sense. The guy's named Ryo Ishida. We got dragons all over, which, again, didn't make sense to me. I was like, so he's just saying, remember, they're dragons. You guys, cross-cultured that, but whatever. And then Joe protected it as, look, it's sci-fi. This is a place where, and this is why I love sci-fi as well, it's a place where anything is literally possible. And that really opened me up even more to sci-fi. I was like, okay, this is where I want to be, this is where I need to be, because sci-fi is where you are, even in conventions, you are allowed to be who you are. And there's no one can tell you, hey, that's not how it's done. Like, no, this is who I am, this is how I'm presenting myself, whether I'm in my cosplay or not. And I love it. And this is the community where accepted. There's no discrimination in sci-fi. There's a little bit, very little discrimination in sci-fi.
Straight white guy. What's your hardship? What's the hardest part for you when it comes to, like, I can understand.
Right now?
Yep.
Right now, being a straight white guy is the hardest part.
Yeah, it's
y'all have it more difficult now than ever.
Went down to LA 2 years ago. I got my US visa, and I had 6 meetings, and they all told me at the time. They said there would have been a bidding war on you, but 2 years ago. They said right now we can't take any more white guys.
Yeah.
It's the reality right now.
The thing right now is, I'm actually fortunate because I go under the list of ambiguous.
Yeah, I can see that.
So everyone's going with ambiguous.
In my world, it's for the longest time in stand-up comedy, it was dominated by straight white guys, right? Straight middle-aged white guys.
Yeah.
And now comedy is going younger, and more women and more diversity, and it's a good thing. It's absolutely a good thing, But it's also it's that reality, that I've told my other straight white male comedian friends where I go, we had a good run. Now, we had a good run, and now it's time to let other people come up and people that have been kept away, right? And that's the other thing is that we're not talking about it just didn't work out. I mean, literally, women and minorities in show business in general have been kept away, or kept down. What about, and I mean, neither one of you has to worry about this now, but do you ever worry about ageism? Because you do reach a certain age in Hollywood, and that career changes. I mean, I find it funny if you would have told everyone 10 years ago or so that there would be a string of movies coming out with 50 or 60-year-old action stars, right? People would have gone, no way. And that's been a thing now for a little while. But other than that, everyone reaches an age where you go, well, now the roles are going to change, and it's going to be a different career.
Easy young, you get a while ago before you have to worry about that.
And I'm aging.
And you're aging.
I'm not aging until I'm 100.
Yeah. You're gonna look this age until one day you look like 90.
Yeah. And it's a flip of the switch, and I'll be happy then. Yeah.
And then you'll still live another 20 years.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm waiting to hit those older ages. But what I am scared of though is this CGI technology where they're like the Irishman. You know what I mean? They're taking the legends and making them
younger,
young again. I can't compete with De Niro.
Well, and
I can't compete. They're good. They're
how
really
fast?
good.
How fast they're doing that? It was only like about 10 years ago in Benjamin Buttons. They had to show Brad Pitt when he was young again, like he was supposed to be 17. He was in the darkness. You know what I mean? There were shadows on his face, blah blah blah. Really? But then you look at Ant-Man and Michael Douglas. You're like, shit, they literally took 40 years off of him, and it looks like old footage of Michael Douglas somehow. And they did that in just a handful of years. They managed to make the technology that good.
Even the voice. There's a video that's just come out with Joe Rogan, interviewing Joe Rogan. Have you ever heard of it? No. Joe Rogan's a famous podcaster, right? He's a comedian as well. But look it up, because you can't tell who is Joe Rogan and who's it's not just the fact that he sounds like Joe Rogan, the way he speaks, the cadence and everything like that is dead on.
He's interviewing like an AI,
it's an AI.
Total.
And I work in voice a lot, thankfully, and it freaked me out even more because I'm thinking, man, they're not going to need us because I can't tell the human versus the AI. So
I think it was like 40 years ago, George Lucas in an interview said that in fewer than 100 years, actors would be obsolete, and it would all be something that was done digitally.
It definitely, and it also makes you, again, when you see things in the news sometimes, how long will it be? It was like, no, that didn't happen, but the CIA made something happen.
Yeah, sure.
Because it's just the technology is unbelievable.
Yeah. Why don't we open it up to some Q&A? We don't have that much time left. I'm just having so much fun with you guys. So put your hands up if you have questions. I saw you first in the red hat.
Have you guys thought or would be interested in theater as a kind of a way of sort of being engaged with audiences as well as probably covering off being local?
I personally don't like it.
I've never done it. I'm terrified, even watching my friends in theater. But I played live on stage for years as a band. I love that rush and the connection you have. So I do want to try it, but man, it's intimidating. Sean back up there, he's done Stratford and things like that, and we talk stories about how he's forgot lines and things like that. I can't even imagine that. I got a stomach ache even just thinking of that.
Yeah, it's too big for me, man.
And it's a different
It's a different
Because
muscle.
Because you've got to be small on screen. Like, at the beginning, they're always telling you to be small and let the camera do the work and stuff like that. Whereas again, on stage, you got to be, like you said, big and
it's the back of the room.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. No. I like my TV whisperer.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's a good actor.
And that happens to a lot of theater actors who move into film and television, right? It takes them a while to get used to it. I've seen it where that theater actor gets his first movie role or whatever, forgets his line, and starts improvising, because that's what you do in theater. And the director's like, "What are you doing? Well, just stop."
I've never seen that.
Go ahead.
Dark Matter came out and was released pretty much at the same time as Killjoys. Was there like a sibling rivalry between the two casts? Kind of launched at the same time?
I think online it was certainly a friendly rivalry, because they were a Sci-Fi original, right? So and we were just licensed by Sci-Fi to air on there. So there was we would go to the back room and look at the numbers from last week's episodes and be like, okay, good, we out there, we're good. All right, Gus. And I'm sure the writers kept up with it just to make sure that, hey, we don't cross any storylines over that are too similar. And I know
they're all friends too, though. The people behind the show.
Yeah, because it was Lost Girl, right? Yeah. And I know one thing that we didn't want to do was have actors from Killjoys come over to Dark Matter. We had one mistake. Rob Stewart. And we didn't let it happen again. And that was on their bad because they didn't check to see what. No, he didn't have it on his resume yet because the two shows were coming out.
Yeah, but in all fairness, there's a Canadian content law with the CRTC that every Canadian series has to have Rob Stewart on an episode.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Roger Cross too, though. Yeah.
What?
And Roger Cross. Yeah.
And Roger Cross.
Yeah, Roger Cross and everything. Yeah.
Questions? Put your hand up right up. Do it. Okay. Any more questions? Questions from the kid in the back?
I'm gonna have to start asking myself questions.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much it for us. The guys are going to go be signing autographs. Make sure you make your way out to the table. You can meet them out there. They'll be signing autographs, doing photos and selfies and everything. And I think all of you, give yourselves a round of applause as well. Thanks, guys. Good luck with Dark Matter.
This is a fair request, and I promise I will not judge any person only as a teenager, and that this is no more right than saying all teenagers are drunken dope addicts or glue sniffers.
This is Mike the Birdman Dodd, and today we're going to be talking about Gears 5. A code was provided to us from Microsoft. Well, this is the latest entry into the Gears franchise, and rather than being called Gears of War 5, they're just simply calling it Gears 5. A little weird, but okay. So, what can you expect from this latest entry into the Gears franchise? Well, it's more Gears, and if you like that, then that's definitely a good thing for you, because that's what's going to be served up hot and ready for you on this latest plate du jour. So I'm going to talk about this review in a few different points. The campaign, graphics and sound, multiplayer, where I've spent a lot of time, and some of the new things you can expect from this entry. So to talk about the campaign, set a couple years after Gears of War 4, the Swarm is still an active threat in the world of Sarah, and you play between Kate, JD, Dell, and your robot Dave has now been replaced by a new floating robot named Jack, who can actually do more than just open doors. He's actually a welcome new addition to the team. I'm particularly fond of his pulse ability, which allows you to scan enemies in the environment, and Jack can even revive you when you're down if you upgrade him enough, so there's like a light RPG element to it as well. So the campaign focuses mostly on Kate's connection to the Swarm. As it was revealed at the end of the last game, she shares some kind of a connection to the Locust via her grandmother. And, well, if you don't want me to spoil the entire thing for you, as you can guess, hilarity ensues when secrets are revealed and whatnot. A lot of this stuff you can see coming if you're a longtime Gears fan. It does play out through parts 3 and 4. You're like, oh, well, that makes a lot more sense now. Or in Gears of War 4, there were moments where you're like, well, duh, of course this is how it's meant to go. But it is kind of cool just to see how they tie things together. And also, a nice shout out to Jace happened early on in the game, which made me particularly happy. Overall, though, one of the things that the campaign does do at several points is you do get to these open world-ish sections where you can explore on a skiff, essentially a snowboard attached to a sail. There's a snow level and a sand level. I hated these, truth be told. I like my corridor shooters. I mean, it was nice to explore a little bit and find some more collectible stuff, but I just went from point A to point B. I didn't bother looking around because I don't care to. I just wanted to rip through this game as fast as I possibly could, which should take you anywhere in the neighborhood of about 10 hours, give or take. Though you do make choices of consequence later in the game, and that's all I'm going to say about that. So moving on to talk about the multiplayer of the Gears 5 experience is to talk about the meat and potatoes of this. Gears to me has always been a multiplayer focused game, and I spent a lot of time with the multiplayer. I'm level 29 or 30 as of right now, just by playing arcade quick play. I didn't venture into any of the other modes. I only really played Team Deathmatch. It's still Gears. New weapons show up here, like the Enforcer, the Talon, which are like SMG type weapons. There is a Lancer type grenade launcher. All your old favorites are here, like the drop shot, the long shot, your trusty Lancer, hammer burst, etc., etc. Although weapon upgrades are tied to certain characters, at least from what I can tell, I mostly play as Batista, because who wouldn't want to play as the Animal from WWE? Sarah Connor from Terminator Dark Fate, and you also get the Spartans from Halo Reach. You get Emil and Kat, which is kind of cool. So that's cool, I guess. The other multiplayer modes, like I said, I really didn't play, but they're presumably just as fun as they've always been. I will never venture into ranked because I don't wish to get my ass kicked that badly. The new things to talk about outside of the classic Horde mode, which is just basically, it's tower defense. It's the same way it's been for years. It's Horde mode. You know exactly what to expect. There's a new mode called Escape. And Escape is, it's a cooperative mode with you and a few friends or randoms. I only played with randoms, and it wasn't a whole lot of fun with randoms. With people that you know and trust, this could be potentially a lot of fun. The setup is you play one of a couple characters, though, and you can set these up custom. Like, I played as Sarah Connor in my playthroughs of it. And you pick different maps, and you escape a swarm hive. There's like a little cutscene where your character gets swallowed by one of those giant snatcher beasts. You have a bomb attached to you. You plant the bomb in the hive and you run. And then you have to run to an extraction point. The real cool thing is that you're low on weapons, you're low on ammo, and you're going to be doing a lot of melee attacks and executions. Lancers and Retro Lancers are your friend because of their particular ability to inflict instant kills on enemies, and thus I found them highly prized, especially the Retro Lancer, which is my boy. I love that gun to death ever since it first appeared in Gears of War 3. I had fun with it. I would have more fun if I played with people that I knew. I played with randoms, and it was okay, because most people just scooped up the ammo, was there for themselves, and they didn't really think about you. It was basically survive to the end, get to the chopper, so to speak, and call it a day. But the multiplayer is where a lot of the fun, I think, in this game will be found. You do earn supply drops, which allows you to get random items, like different marks, different banners. I've never seen a character pop up. You could, I don't know, maybe weapon skins, I don't know. I guess to talk about the graphics and sound, I played this on a launch Xbox One, and it still looks amazing. Like, the snow levels look really great, the cityscapes, kind of giving you a different view of Sarah before the swarm destroyed it, really, especially when you fight through the cities or abandoned bases. Kind of gave me a very Last of Us feel at times. And it's pretty to look at. The environments are richly detailed. You can really see a lot of care and love went into the environmental design for this game, and that's definitely a plus. Sound design, it sounds great atmospheric music, great vocal performances. I'm particularly a fan of the Dell character. I think he grew on me a lot in this game compared to Gears of War 4, where I found him more annoying than anything else. JD still sucks. I'm sorry, you're no Marcus Phoenix, and you never will be. I'm not saying don't try, but maybe a better script would have helped. But fairly pleased with that, though. There are microtransactions in this game. Mostly just weapon skins, sprays, executions, expressions, which I'm not even sure how to do expressions, because your D-pad is your weapon wheel when you're playing multiplayer, so I don't know how you randomly wave to people. I'm not going to spend money on that anyway, like, screw that. So you're asking yourself right now, is Gears 5 worth it? Well, if you're a longtime Gears of War fan, if Gears of War 4 left you wanting, then 5's probably going to satisfy that need storyline-wise. It does answer a lot of questions that have been going on since the first games in this franchise. And it's a weightier journey than Gears of War 4 was. Multiplayer-wise, it's a lot of fun. I had fun with it, and I typically don't stick with the Gears multiplayer experience longer than a week. Multiplayer has kept me remarkably grounded. If you've been following my Facebook and Twitter, you know the personal drama I'm currently going through, and Gears is a nice, relaxing way to kind of spend an evening, well, chainsawing poor dudes in half. But overall, it's maybe not for everybody, because the open world sections, they're a nice idea, but they just feel pointlessly big. Like, hey, here's this whole thing you can explore, but only certain sections, and you have to get off your skiff. I'm glad it's not true open world, but it's just a larger corridor, I guess. I don't know. I didn't like those sections, like, at all. Although dodging ice in the frozen section when you're off your skiff, I thought was actually kind of cool to add an environmental fight. Overall, Gears 5, it's a good experience, especially if you have Game Pass, you can play this. If you're picking it up otherwise, I'm going to say diehards only. I don't think it's a system seller, per se, but it's not a bad point to jump onto the Gears franchise for this reason alone. They do this thing in the extra section, where you can see the state of the Gears universe, which catches you up on the storyline, and then there's previously on Gears, which gives you like a movie trailer like experience for Gears of War 4 and brings you up to speed to the state of Gears 5. So, final opinion. Gears 5 is definitely worth it for longtime fans of the franchise. Casual fans, if you have Xbox Game Pass, I think the multiplayer is definitely worth checking out. And the storyline mode, well, if you got any other way to spend 10 hours, this certainly isn't a bad way to go about it.
What makes you qualified to be a reporter? I'm willing to violate anyone's privacy for my personal gain and then claim with a straight face that the public has a right to know.
By the hand of Zeus, what manner of deviltry is this?
I love fake alien poop day.
it's time for the weird news. So, we've got a few here. As you've heard me going through on the regular news, I had to skip some because they were more weird news than anything. So, first and foremost, we have man accused of shoplifting, but the bulge in his jeans was just his 10-inch penis. So, I'll read this to you. It's from The Sun. It says here, a man accused of shoplifting after staff saw a suspicious bulge in his jeans, but it turned out just to be his 10-inch dick. It's a white dude, by the way. So it says, Steve Whitehurst, 47, showed security his member after a female manager raised an alarm. It says here he had been buying $400 worth of stuff at a menswear store, but things came to a head when the store manager asked about his bulge. He claims to he has to roll up his manhood. I had very tight jeans on that day, and there was a bulge, yes, but that's not illegal. I can't help the way I'm made. The manager started arguing with me. She wouldn't let it go, so I kept telling her it was my penis. Eventually, I dropped my trousers in front of everybody and just stood there with my boxers and said, see, I have nothing to hide. But that didn't satisfy her. She kept saying, what's that bulge? He said that he went to a cubicle with a male security guard at his local store. He recalled, I dropped my boxers. He shook his head and ran out and spoke to the manager. I heard her say, please tell me that he's got something down there. And the guy said, no. He called last Sunday's out in the crazy experience of my life and has complained to the company. He said, it's so humiliating. Blah, blah, blah. And then basically sources stressed that he never asked him to expose himself. Well, they found... Oh, okay, so basically as he was leaving, it beeped. The thing. It turns out they forgot to take a tag off one of the clothes that he bought. He had purchased it, and they forgot to take a tag off. And they just assumed that he was hiding something in his pants and said it was just this big hog. So, yeah. I guess good for him. Sure. Yes, good for him. So, moving on, we have a Russian Navy boat was attacked and sunk by a walrus in the Arctic. Yes, you heard that right. This is from Business Insider. It's kind of an odd man versus nature moment. A Russian Navy boat was attacked and sunk by a walrus during an expedition in the Arctic. Okay. There's a lot of detail into how it happened, how it could happen, but basically it attacked it and sunk it. And I'm not going to get into all the little nitty-gritty details of it, but yes, watch out for walruses when you're a Russian boat, Navy boat in the Arctic. Now, here's one for you. Porn video runs all night long on hacked screens at ASIC's retail shop. Now, this is from Global News, so this is from the Canadian website. It says here, a sportswear store in New Zealand is apologizing after hackers apparently hijacked its public-facing promotional screens to broadcast pornography in Auckland's busy shopping district. The incident happened at ASICS, a Japanese-owned retailer on Auckland's Queen Street, early Sunday morning. The video aired on a screen above the store sign between 1 a.m. and 10 a.m., witnesses told them. The video played until employees showed up to open the doors that morning. An unknown person gained access to the screens above our central Auckland store, and some objectionable content was displayed on the screens, they wrote. A security guard who works in the shopping district told he saw the video playing for nearly 2 hours. It's not something anyone that comes to Queen Street early on Sunday morning would expect. What does it say? She was appalled to see the porn on Sunday morning as her 7-year-old daughter passed the shop en route to breakfast. I took a second look because I couldn't believe what I was seeing, she told the Herald. She described the video as inappropriate and offensive, adding that it's also embarrassing to see it aired in a neighborhood that's popular with tourists. I just want to know what video it was. They're not saying what video it was. Like, what if it was really good porn? Like, Oh, geez. So that's what we've got this week for the shows. Would you shop at a store more or less if it was playing like really good hardcore porn all morning? You just can't wait for the store to open. Okay, so that's going to do it for the weird news.
Basically using geeks.
Leave me alone, geek boy.
Holy shit, you geeks are badass.
One of the guests unfortunately could not make it due to last-minute filming restrictions, and it was stuck basically in Tokyo filming. So who steps in? A friend of the show, Mark Meer, to turn what was going to be a Assassin's Creed pure discussion to a voice actors discussion, because he joins the voice actor of Alexios. His name, I'm still going to butcher it every time. I'm sorry, my friend. It's just too Greek for me. Michael Antonakos, that's it. Who is a charming, fine guy in his own right. But together with Mark Meer, they sort of go into detail of what it's like to be a voice actor and also to be a motion capture actor, and sort of working with voice directors, working with action directors to sort of get the movements right in games, and you'd be surprised to hear some funny stories involving some of the weirdest things they've had to do. So, I'm going to throw it right over to that discussion, because they were just doing something on the fly and not being prepared because they had to change things. It turned out to be quite a good listen.
Though if you have any Assassin's Creed questions, of course, they'll be directed towards Michael.
Yeah, and if you have video games question, like motion capture to performance capture, I'm also open to those sort of things, because that's something I do a lot of as well. Just video games in general is, I guess, both of us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we're here to just answer questions, tell you things that you might be of interest in as far as acting, or anything that interests you and what we do.
Now, if we had a moderator, normally they would intro us and give us a little rundown of our careers, but we'll do that for you since we don't have a moderator.
Mark, tell us something about you.
Sure. Yeah. So I do voices in video games. This is why I get to go to conventions, and the main reason I get to go to conventions is the original Mass Effect trilogy, in which I played Commander Shepard, and I also played a bunch of aliens in that. In fact, there's some alien species that I play all of in the Mass Effect universe. And so beyond that, I've done a lot of work with BioWare before on their Dungeons & Dragons games, and subsequently when Beamdog took those over with the new Baldur's Gate games that are coming out on the 15th of October, I believe, with a bunch of new content, partnered with Skybound, Robert Kirkman's company. So all that classic stuff, and then all the DLC they did back in the day, plus a bunch of new content. So it's got to be 500 or 600 hours of gaming, I would think, that's in all that combo package, and also with a bunch of incentives like Beholder dice trays and things like that. So you can look them up. They've got a bunch of stuff coming out October 15th. I also do a game called Long Dark, which is a ongoing survival game that, funnily enough, I do with Jennifer Hale, the female Commander Shepard, and we're the main characters in that. Very realistic survival game about not freezing to death or starving to death in Canada. So it's basically player versus Canada. And aside from that, various other games here and there. Let's talk about you, Michael. What about your career in video games specifically?
Video games specifically, I started probably 2002 or 3 with Lord of the Rings: The Third Age, and that was doing motion capture and voice. And I remember getting the job because I was one of the only people who could walk in a room and be a dwarf convincingly.
They need those. Middle-earth and flashy with dwarves.
It was like you had to physically perform and act and walk and talk like a dwarf. And so I remember just like 22-year-old guy, and my axe, and just throwing this voice on and having a blast. And then I got into more motion capture in other areas, animated things, and Max Steel was one of them. I would do a lot of the performance capture for those games. And then later got into Watch Dogs, Mass Effect Andromeda. I did majority of the temp voices for the game. So temp voices, when they're making a game and they're doing motion capture, performance capture, you're doing voices for all these different characters, and sometimes they might be you, and sometimes they're casting other people, but you're doing the physicality and performance for those. And then they're going to have someone else come in and do the voices for them as well.
Yeah, I did a fair bit of temp voicing on the original Knights of the Old Republic that BioWare did, and then got replaced by a bunch of guys from LA. So
yes,
cool.
that happens to Canadians.
They paid. And also on Mass Effect, actually, I was doing even before I was cast as Shepard, I was doing a bunch of the alien stuff, of course, and then. During the audition process, or during the process of making the game, they asked me to audition for as Commander Shepard. But before that, I'd done some temp dialogue where I'm basically talking to myself in a scene, like having a Solarian bartender being threatened by Shepard and doing both ends of the conversation. So yeah, that's the kind of things you get to do when you work in video games.
Yeah. He's been like all the voices of the aliens, and I've done all the bodies of all the
Yes, I've had the mocap experience that you do.
Together you're one whole person.
Basically, yeah, just throw us together. But yeah, no, it was it's really fun, and then I did some things with Anthem, and I guess I can't even mention it yet. There's two other a game you mentioned that,
and some other things
that I can't mention because of great, wonderful non-disclosures. But I'm did Alexios in Assassin's Creed /Nemos, which is the villain character. If you haven't played it, you can be either protagonist or antagonist. And that was the last 2 years of my life, and now I'm doing some more games, which you'll hear about soon. So I'll let you know. But it was really, really an amazing project to be a part of. And that's kind of where I've been at with the video game world, and kind of bleeding more into that world from other acting areas of my life, which is film, television, and theater. Yeah.
So that's us. So that's who we are. And I guess the easiest thing to do is just open it up, because we don't have a moderator to ask us questions.
Yeah,
unless you have any questions for me.
What got you into video games?
An audition. I went to, back when BioWare was having the cattle call auditions, as they call them, back in the late 90s. I did one of those, and I got cast in Baldur's Gate 2, which was my very first voice work for BioWare, and my first video game voice work, period. And it was a final, in the final cutscene of Baldur's Gate 2, it was one line. So it was one line that you had to beat the entire game to see. So but they kept hiring me after that. So
I have a question.
Yes.
What was the difference for you when you jumped over from like acting? Because you've done a lot of theater and you've done a lot of comedy and improv and stuff like that.
Sure.
And even maybe animation. Did you find a difference?
I even have a TV show on Amazon Prime, Tiny Plastic Man. You can get that. Okay, I plugged that. All right.
Oh, yeah. What would you find the difference for you when you jumped over to the video games? Did you find a difference? Was it drastic? Was it?
I didn't find a huge difference because I'd done some voice work up till then. I'd done a fair bit of stuff for like CBC Radio and whatnot, and voice stuff. Beyond that, I also played Dungeons and Dragons. I was a dungeon master, and when you're the dungeon master, of course, you're doing all the voices of everything that players encounter. So going into the Baldur's Gate games, I think that was a real advantage for me. Number one, I knew about just voice acting, that of course you're having to sell it without any physical presence, without the other tools that an actor would be able to use. So I knew how to approach that. But beyond that, just being a Dungeons and Dragons player, I think helped when they were doing all those Dungeons and Dragons games, because the BioWare guys knew they could just get me, put me in the booth, and just say, "This guy's a 12th level paladin," and I'd know what they were talking about. Or I wouldn't be like, this guy's a kobold shaman. What's a kobold? What's a shaman? I already knew that. I'd be like, yes, they're lawful evil. So yeah, I'd say that my Dungeons and Dragons background did help me with those games.
Do you find any difference in animation to video games at all?
I would say the biggest difference is that in animation, I don't know how much animation you've done, but how much have you done where you've got the rest of the cast in the room?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And it's more like doing a play. And in video games, a lot of the time you're acting in a vacuum. Even when, like I said, when we were doing Mass Effect, Seth Green and Tricia Helfer, they might be booked in at the same studio on the same day, but they're waiting in the lobby while the other person does theirs. They're not in the room together. And that's just the way that video games function. I think it's a matter of scheduling, because usually you have, in Mass Effect's case anyway, you had a big cast that was spread across 3 different countries and a couple of different continents. So scheduling was very pretty much impossible. And beyond that, that just seems to be the way that they handle things. They also, you probably had the similar experience with video games. You never get the script ahead of time. You always, you walk in and you sign your NDA, and then they give you the script.
Oh, really? You had that?
Yeah. Certainly with Mass Effect. Did they give you the Assassin's Creed stuff ahead of time?
Well, I would request it because maybe I just had the fortune of being like the main character, so I was like, I have to know what I'm saying. But I can't believe they didn't give it to Shepard. Like,
no, well they did. Both Jennifer Hale and I relied on our directors to give us context.
Oh my God!
Like that.
Okay.
But that said, we were privy to like all the details of the plot.
Yeah, but it's still like how and what.
But we didn't know what we were recording from day to day. It would be like, we think we're doing this, and then we come in and it's like, no, we're doing these scenes instead. And again, our directors, Caroline Livingstone is the one.
She's lovely.
Yeah, I worked with Caroline a lot. And you probably worked with her on Andromeda.
Yeah.
And so she was fantastic, like always giving us context, letting us know. I also had the advantage of being in Edmonton, where Bioware is based. So Mac Walters, for example, was in the room sometimes during my sessions.
Okay.
And so we were able to get things like script changes approved on the fly. Like I wasn't changing the plot or anything, but it would be like, can I say it this way instead? This is a bit of a mouthful. And because we had to track things so carefully in Mass Effect, we needed Mac there so that he could make that change right away and approve it, and then also make sure that when Jennifer did her session, the exact same changes were made.
Yeah, because you did a male-female.
Yes, yeah. You could either be male Shepard me or a female Shepard Jennifer Hale. And the same thing, if Jennifer recorded first, they had to track any change that was made so that my dialogue was going to match hers.
So in our game, we had to not necessarily match. Tone had to match. We didn't have to necessarily match the way the other performed their lines, but we had to match the timing from beginning to end.
It was never about like you have to match the first person's delivery exactly, just that it has to be exactly the same dialogue and it has to take exactly the same amount of time.
Okay. Yeah. So that was a similar thing, but leeway of your own performance within it.
Yeah. That said, it was often similar because it's like the same character in the same situation.
Yeah.
It's just that a man and a woman might approach saying this line differently. So,
right.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a very specific question you're going to laugh at. So the goat scene.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite scenes.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Did you have to like motion capture that out? What did you use?
My mind.
Your mind? That was it? There was nothing there? You were just like, yeah, I'm definitely sticking.
No, like I literally, it's funny, that scene was actually, it's funny enough, I blocked that scene and made that mime up for them.
Yeah.
To show them, because they didn't know how they would even do it. They're like, basically the scene is, I have the guy named the Cyclops, he's a thug in the town, and I have his eyeball. And it's missing, so he's a patch over right now, and he's I guess interrogating Barnabas, and I show up, and I have his eye, which I'm throwing in the air and catching. And so I did ask them eventually, because it was hard to do the miming of this for something that I could use, so they gave me a golf ball or ping pong, something like ping pong ball to work with. But all they had was the director wants to stick it up the goat's butt. I was like, amazing! That's the greatest thing ever.
You just had to mime it. No, there wasn't a stand.
No, yeah, literally, it was.
No, actually, I didn't know what this scene was, so I'm I can understand why they didn't have an actor doing the.
But there was nothing there, so we're just the other actor and I, and we had the thing, and so I did there's the ball, which is basically the throwing and whatever, and then the bending down, and then grabbing the tail, the pulling it up, and then the popping it in, and then the butt slap. So that's all. It was literally that. It was literally miming the entire performance, and I sort of blocked it out with them on how the camera would be angled so we could see things a bit, so that it wouldn't see the whole. But it worked out really well.
It really did. It's very effective.
That's good. Yeah, thanks. That is one of my favorite moments, especially for motion capture, to be, because that's real mime.
Yeah, I honestly thought with motion capture and stuff, a lot of the time you have to use your mind, but they'll throw something in here's a box, it's the sheep. Stuff like that. So the fact that you did it all just completely mimed is really hilarious to me.
Yeah. Power of the imagination.
No animals were harmed.
Yeah.
No
CGI animal was totally destroyed. They were worried about how animal activists would be kind of taken aback by a couple of the the animal things in the game. They did have some concerns. And,
I mean, it's ancient Greece.
I was so happy because there's
Plus,
like
that animal is made of ones and zeros, so
yes, exactly. There's the other scene with Alcibiades where they go to some young people in the audience, but a fun night of sexhibitionism.
Sure.
Yeah.
All of that.
Yeah. And there's like a goat runs out of the room, and then he goes into the room, and he's like, "Oh, there's another goat."
Haven't you played this game?
I haven't yet. No. I spend all my time playing the games I'm in. And Fallen 4.
True.
We really wanted to. Cassandra and I and Melisanthi, we've always aimed to bring a lot of humor through. Greeks are very funny, and Greeks are very loud and obnoxiously funny. So we always tried to find ways to infuse humor into what could have been really serious. We took it and made it really funny. And the goats I thought were great because, it's very cliche for Greeks and goats and the whole thing. So I'm glad that they thought people get offended, and us being Greeks all there, we were like, "This is awesome! We approve. Keep going." And
this is perfect.
Yeah. No, it was good. I'm glad you liked that. Any other questions, Simone?
I have another one if nobody else does.
Yeah, sure.
Very well.
Okay, so
you're our moderator.
Yeah.
Hi, here I literally volunteered on the Tri-City page. I was like, if you guys need help, I can help run this.
Oh, you're helping. Oh, that's good. Lovely.
So, the wonderful DLC that everybody loved so much.
Yes.
I didn't mind it personally. I thought it was okay. But that Nightmare Baby. What were your thoughts? Have you played the DLC?
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen all of it. I mean, yeah. The Nightmare
one with
Baby.
the baby in it,
Yeah.
where you get married.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you call it Nightmare Baby though? That's the question.
Because it's horrifying.
Like the way it looks?
So it's, first of all, it has zero motion involved in it whatsoever, so you could swing it like a bat. But were you guys just holding a bundle? Was that imagination too?
Yeah.
It's all about.
Yeah, it's literally a
Yeah,
little
I
bundle
keep
of
asking about motion capture because it's fascinating to me, but I don't. If you guys had used like an actual baby, I guess you couldn't have, but I don't know, it might have been less horrifying.
There
to
would
me.
probably be insurance.
Yeah, insurance issues with
Liability
that.
issues.
No, really my thoughts were whether you were horrified by it at all when you watched through the DLC or played through it, but I guess not, considering I called it a Nightmare Baby and you were surprised.
I remember seeing that. I remember seeing some things online about people being like, "What's up with the baby?" So I do remember that. And but no, it didn't take me out too much because I'm just seeing past it. I'm trying to focus on the scene
Yeah.
it's about. And yeah, I had nothing other than a little thing we put in our arms to swaddle, and I pictured my own kid.
Aw.
It was true. Like that was hard stuff, but it was a very emotional part of the game. That whole section, and so in the voice booth, like I was there picturing my wife dying and like
Aw.
trying to chase after her. And, like I never cried so much in the voice booth in my career as I did
Break our hearts, why don't
those
you?
things. I mean, it is an emotional DLC, but that's really me like actually picturing those things and using
Aw.
that as reference points to like cry my face off.
That's really fascinating, actually. Using like specific,
Yeah.
reference points to you to help with the
Well, it's
what's
hard.
going on.
Very
Yeah.
Stanislavski.
Yeah, I mean, I take things from different styles all the time. I whatever works. Now, when I needed something, because the voice booth is challenging, as I'm sure you know. It's like you've got to find these emotional moments while you're standing in a box with a person through a glass window, and you're like, I can't even imagine not having my lines. But I would get them say on a Friday, and we'd start on Monday sometimes. But our scripts would be like 300 to 500 page long scripts. Once we had a 900 page script on like a Friday. I was like, oh good God. And like you barely have time to read it, like on a weekend. You barely have time to get through it. So doing homework on it is very hard. The most homework you can really do is just really trying to understand where these people are at in this moment. And then we have choice wheels. And you got to go this way, this way, this way. So you've got to figure out how would that person feel this way, this way, and this way. And then when you're in a voice booth and you've got to deal with decisions like that and emotional things, and do your best to make them somewhat authentic while dealing, within a very inauthentic conditions.
Setting, yeah.
So that's what I used. Yeah, it was my reference point. So I would just sit there and I'd picture my wife and holding her. It was very painful. But that's what we do sometimes, you know. That's a way of getting there if that's the moment, and then other things you just find imagination for other stuff. But
you guys brought up the conversation wheel too, so that's a good one for both of you. How does that work behind the scenes? Like going through, do you do it like you do each line of conversation and then you go on to the next set of lines, or do you follow a whole conversation through and then you do the next options all the way through? And then
With us, like that's at least that's the way Caroline would tend to do it.
Caroline's smart because you guys had a director that actually was a director on.
Yeah, we would tend to do it just like you said. We would so in any given scene, it would be okay. We're going to do the Paragon path, and so I would go through. There would be some lines of dialogue that would be shared between Paragon and Renegade, and so once we had those, we wouldn't need to do them again. First, it would just be like, okay, we're going to do the complete Paragon path all the way through, do all the Paragon dialogue. Now we'll go back to the top of the scene, we'll do all the Renegade dialogue all the way through. And as I said, there were some lines that were shared between them, which meant that we had to sort of walk a fine line in terms of your Renegade lines couldn't be too angry and your Paragon lines couldn't be too calm, because there's some people that would go back and forth. And if if you went too far in either direction, you'd sound like you were having these extreme mood swings going back and forth.
Which we ended up having.
Right, yeah. So yeah, that's something that Caroline kept her eye on. And for the most part, the dialogue that was shared, you'd do again just for the natural flow of it, even though you'd already recorded it. And then, so obviously you had a different experience. What was it like for you guys?
I had my own voice director in Toronto, and Melasanti had her own voice director in London, and they didn't communicate. So they weren't able to communicate.
It's so different.
It's really, there's some things there. So if you watch the DLCs, I changed my performance a lot to match London style of NPC characters and the tone where Cassandra is being recorded at, because I saw that it was contrasting in the main game a lot. I was like, I'm really loud or brash or big. I'm like, oh. And so I sound really awkward compared to this other NPC character or other thing. So I really had to adjust my performance. We didn't have a director who was like in charge of the acting and the voice acting and this and kept everything in consistency. There wasn't. So that was probably my biggest obstacle in that, because I was the first one to record for a majority of the game.
And so the other people did not have your performance to reference?
Other people did, but London did their own thing.
Right.
And they did their own style, so they didn't, and I was asked to be louder and faster, so I ended up going like, speaking quicker or louder or this and that, and then I watched it because London's like doing way down the edge, so I sound very different, so I had to so my apologies if you see those moments, that's what happened. But literally, so I watched the scenes from the game, and then I went back as the DLCs continued and really tweaked the performance to make it match the style. It can stay consistent with what I was recording with my director in Toronto, but flow with what was happening out of the London studio.
Yeah.
And then in motion capture performance stuff where we did together, Mel and I would just do that stuff together. So any of the cinematics, that's her and I building scenes as much as possible with our on-site director that was there, but that was her and I really crafting these scenes together. So those things are really works that we did in a room together, which we loved, but it wasn't as often as we would have hoped.
You guys hang out a lot now.
When we can, we're besties for sure. I've never had an experience where another person I'm acting with in a project and we've become best friends.
Now, when you guys did Mass Effect, I assume they were using the Veda system. Well, or actually, you were just doing Scratch, so they probably didn't use the Veda. Veda is this proprietary system that BioWare has, and the acronym actually spells VADER. But it turns out somebody owns the copyright to that word, so they can't actually call it that. So they call it Veda instead, VADA. And essentially, that's a system where if you happen to be like the last person to record in the scene, you'll have everybody else in the scene in your cannons while you're recording. and basically as like your lines are coming up on the screen or the iPad, all of the dialogue is firing in your ear. So you've got everybody's performance, and you're able to
Oh wow, no,
that.
that's cool.
And it is a proprietary system, so that's why Ubisoft probably didn't have it. But
No, we didn't have that. Yeah.
the really cool thing about that is that it's not it's almost as good as having everybody in the room with you. If you are the first person to record, you've got the advantage of, like, say, in your
Setting
case,
the tone.
you set the tone, and then everybody else has that to refer to, and they'll be able to hopefully not have that thing of, like...
Which is what I thought was going to happen.
Right, yeah.
Well, I had the first 3 months, I didn't even have a voice director.
Right.
What?
Yeah. Whoa. Oh, wow.
You were the director.
Just do what you want.
Yeah. No joke. Like, and all I had to reference point was the other games. So I went back, then I started watching other games and sort of seeing how it was. And I think Origins had just released, like, when I was a couple months in, and so I had Ezio, which I really liked. I was like, I like his style, so I kind of based a bit of it off of what I saw with him. Because it was Italian, it was closer culturally where it was, and I liked his tone. So I took that, and then when Bayek came out, I was like, okay, no, he's playing it like super, like, dramatic in a way, which I thought was cool too. So it was like the different styles, which that's the way I was trying to make it kind of stylistically stay consistent to the franchise a bit. And then the rest was just whatever I thought about the character. And because Mel was a little bit after I was hired. She got hired because she was doing chemistry reads for a few months with other actresses till we found her. And so I'd already started a bit on the voice booth and on the vocab side.
Oh, we got a question over here.
Typically, I find when people play video games, they like to pick when they have a choice, either a male or female character. When you guys are playing video games, did you pick one side or the other? Like you had the option to be female Commander Shepard or male Commander Shepard, or
when doing the playthrough?
Oh yeah, when you actually.
Well, I'm such a narcissist. Yeah. And in a way, it was sort of like it was my way to review my work as well. Like when before we started recording Mass Effect 2, I made sure to do complete Renegade and Paragon playthroughs of 1. And then before we did 3, I did complete playthroughs of 2. So, and Jennifer's fantastic. She's one of the best voice actors in North America, and certainly one of the busiest. So, of course, I would love to see her performance, but I did kind of have to review my work, too. So.
That would be a great Let's Play if you recorded yourself.
Yes.
Playing Jennifer's character,
right,
and then muted it,
yes,
and did all the vocals yourself.
There is also, I don't know if you played the Citadel DLC, where is it okay if I give spoilers for the Citadel DLC?
It's been out for like a billion years.
It's been out for a billion years, yeah. So there essentially, it's the final DLC of Mass Effect. And one of the plot points is that Cerberus has created an evil clone of Commander Shepard. And when I went in, again, because I never saw anything before we were actually there, I was like, oh, wow, this is great. Hey, did you guys ever think of what if Cerberus had reversed the X and Y chromosome so that male Commander Shepard fights an evil Fem-Shep and female Commander Shepard fights an evil male Shep? And they're like, yeah, it's already written. Let's just... So I'm still hoping that one day some fan goes in and just recuts the Citadel DLC with 2 different playthroughs.
It'll be the PC version.
Yeah, then you could probably have male and female Shepard fight each other. So.
Now, when you guys record, and sometimes you record multiple characters for the same project, do you get all your lines for one character in a row, or do you ever have a moment where it's like Mel Blanc and you're talking to yourself in the booth recording?
Yeah. Generally, they would record like I do. So there's several scenes where that happens. Like there's, for example, in the Citadel DLC, there's a scene where Shepard finally meets Blasto, and I don't know if everybody knows, but I play Blasto. I do because he's a Hanem, so I do all of their voices. And there's also a Vorcha in the scene, and I'm all of the Vorcha that you see. So there's like a scene with Blasto, Shepard, and a Vorcha. I'm doing all of the dialogue. So we generally do, okay, we'll lay down all of Shepard's dialogue. Great, we've got that. Now do all the Vorcha's dialogue, and I've got my performance as Shepard firing in my headset as I'm doing the Vorcha, and then do Blasto last. So
doing all the Vorcha, I had to kill your voice.
No, it did. Yeah, I didn't employ any, secret technique. I just screeched as loud as I could with like a mouth half full of water. Yeah. Oh, and
can you show us that? What that looks like?
I'm not going to go full out. That's a worse screen. Yeah, but it was even worse than that, much worse. That was like at about 25%. And sorry, just to answer the last bit of your question, and also when I do like a Mass Effect playthrough, or actually any game like Fable or Knights of the Old Republic that lets you do the good evil choice, I always do my evil playthrough first, and then when I do my good playthrough, I feel like I'm redeeming myself for being a jerk the first time through. Especially like in Fallout, it's like, yeah, I destroyed Megaton in Fallout 3 for it. I nuked a town to get a nice apartment. But then, and then I was very good on my next playthrough.
There's a question I did respond actually to said on your side was we didn't have the clean throughs on choice wheels. So sometimes we would literally be at one beginning of a choice and then we'd jump to the end of the scene over here, and then sometimes you go to a different scene and then you come back and now you're at this part of the choice wheel. Sometimes we got to do one choice wheel through, which was great. I was like, oh great. And then I was like, are we going to go back and start the next one and go through? But no. Okay. So it was really hard to find the flow. So I'd really have to map in my mind where we were, and then when it came back to it, I was like, okay, how was that moment that we would lead to this? And that was really challenging because you're getting out like hundreds of lines a day. So it was just hard to map those kind of things to keep it consistent, because like you said, it can't be too crazily different, because you could go do all the different choices, and if you like this way, because I watched some of the God choices were hilarious to me, where he's like really, he's like, wow, it's me now, and it's like, it's like okay.
Yeah, no, and that's impressive, especially considering that you didn't have, like, say, a Caroline Livingstone to keep track of it.
Yeah, it was a big obstacle on that front for sure. And then the some of the things that made it really challenging is we didn't get to perform together in the voice booth, which I really wanted. Her and I really fought for an opportunity to do the dialogues, especially with Demos, Alexios, Demos, Cassandra, doing those scenes together that weren't the cinematics. And we begged, but the style of programming they use can't have us, I guess, in the same room at the same time. That was their reasoning.
Yeah, we did some experimentation, like right at the very beginning. They flew me down to LA, and we tried doing some scenes with more than one actor in the booth.
Yeah.
But it was just like the sound bleed, and it was just like, no, this is going to take way longer, and it's going to be more cumbersome. So, yeah, they ended up going with recording all of us separately. And that was even before, like, because I think I recorded with some other actress who didn't end up playing Ashley in the game, but it was just it was just all figuring it out. This was before they had Veda locked down, and they'd figure everything out. A lot of it is like the companies, video game companies, just sort of like, let's see how this works. No? Okay, how about this? Okay, this seems to be working. This is what we'll use for the rest of this game.
Yeah. Even though it's not very supportive toward the process of acting and connection, and that's a hard thing to find with those kind of moments. So some of the demo stuff, it was literally me recording Alexios and then replaying Alexios and doing all of Demos' lines, and then Mel would have to do both in the way I created them or the way my director directed me to do it. And I thought that was disappointing for me, just because one, she never got a chance to actually give her performance back to me, and even if we just rehearsed it together, it would have been amazing, so that we could have created how the dynamic would flow. And yeah, it was for me a missed opportunity that I would love to have seen.
But they got to pay extra for rehearsal. So.
Even the same day, I don't mind. It would just been like just running through it together, and then you go first, and then you go second, even from the same. I'm in the outside of the booth. Just to have recorded in the same space would have been great, so we could have really built things together, especially because the characters were the same person and all of that kind of stuff together. I really thought that would have benefited the performances. That I'm sure that they ended up being fine. I just know as an actor where you go, this could have been a lot more connected and just a lot more play that she would have brought out of it that I couldn't in those moments, that she would have given me and such, back and forth. So
the way acting usually works.
The way acting works, yes. And that's the limitations of the voice booth, but hopefully they'll start getting more understanding of that and building more of an infrastructure towards playing, because animation does it, and it's a lot easier because you're listening in the moment. This person said this way. Good, now I can respond to that in that way and continue from there. And other times in video games, you're kind of flying blind. So that can be a challenge, especially when you don't have a Caroline.
Yes, yeah. And yeah, it's always better when you're in the room with your fellow performers. voice, and it's more organic, and it has more life.
So then, from what you're saying, would you, from your own individual experiences, would you say you have more creative control, maybe in a different medium like theater or film, than compared to a video game?
It depends on what kind of theater. Like, for example, I just did a Fringe play that I wrote myself, and it was a one-man show. I'm the one person in it. I did have a director, but I had a lot more creative control over that because I could do whatever I wanted. As soon as there's a large corporation involved, there's going to be a lot more checks and balances in what actually happens. And ultimately, when you're hired for a video game voice gig, whatever voice gig, you're there to serve the writers, to tell the story that they want to tell, to work with your director, to be the outside ear and the outside eye in the case of theater or whatnot. It's ultimately the more people are involved, the less control you have.
Right.
But a lot of things like TV and especially video games are a very collaborative art form. In fact, I'd say video games is the most collaborative art form because, if I was doing a TV show and I went, okay, there's a bottle on a table, it's great. Okay, so we have props bring in that bottle. In video games, it's like, okay, we have to build this bottle out of ones and zeros, like I said earlier. Right. And like everything that you see has been created by a team of people. I'd say, there's definitely less creative control in video games than in theater.
That's a good point. Motion capture, I'd say I have the most creative control in the motion capture studio, and most teamwork environment is in the motion capture studios. They're a company that is always there. They're the same teams that are building all the games you play, and so they're really a family. And when you come in and you work with them all the time, you literally become like this really cool family, and you all work together, and you're all having a blast. And so I think, in my opinion, one of my favorite performance places is the performance capture studio, because you get to work with everybody, and not necessarily as much in the voice booth, as much creative control, I guess. But and it also depends on your directors for theater. Sometimes a director might have a vision that is completely not what you have in mind, and same goes for TV. You just hope. TV's hard. To me, TV's the hardest because it's all about either the leads and their story, and then you're fitting into all of that somehow, and you're just basically a line speaker.
Yeah, so you're just like the missing piece, and you just have to be.
Yeah. So try and do it
also
creatively.
depends on how much creative control you have on the project. So if you happen to be an executive producer on the project, then yes, you have a lot more creative control. So
absolutely.
And I've been in that position, but a lot of the times, if you're just auditioning for a role, and let's say you're doing a guest spot on Murdoch Mysteries, you do not have a lot of artistic control.
Yeah. Right. And so it's kind of if you're like a lead in a feature film, like you're going to have a lot of say with the director, and hopefully build that character together to create something. There is kind of like a hierarchy that comes with the roles you are as well, and what say you have, for sure.
Then again, like say if you're somebody famous who's just coming in to do a little guest spot on a show, that you're kind of doing, like, you pretty much can do whatever you want. Yeah. We were fortunate enough to have Alan Thicke come on to our show as a guest before he passed, and he, it was literally like whatever Mr. Thicke wants to do, it's great.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yes.
For video games, does like the success or failure of a game affect your acting career really, or do you find it doesn't really affect it?
Speaking personally, the fact that Mass Effect was a huge success, it's like, that really did help. That helped a lot. I don't know if you'd necessarily be punished for a game not doing well, but it would just be more like, oh, nobody heard about that game. So it would be more like, that's a wash. I can't think of any video game where it's like, that guy was in that game, never hire him again.
Yeah, it's funny. If you're doing, if a game sucks, it's not. They won't necessarily blame the performers, in my opinion.
I can think of one. Mickey Rourke did that first-person shooter, Rogue something that nobody remembers, and
I don't remember it. So
it went from like the $80 price point to like $3 in like a week.
Oh wow! So it didn't do well.
Because he basically just mumbled the entire time.
Yeah.
Oh really?
Okay.
But it was Mickey Rourke. He showed up with his dog and then just and that was the game.
I missed that one.
That's tough. Okay, so I guess a performer can destroy.
I guess. I don't know if Mickey did many video games after that.
No.
I mean, performers can make a game though, and I think that's, you know, if you really fall in love with the character, that can really stand out. I think Odyssey people really liked Cassandra and Alexios a lot, which has made a big difference. Because this game has really been a lot about the story element more than about like just going around and assassinating, killing people. That is part of it, but I think this one had a very big storyline. You know, playing either one, I think you're about the family and the dynamic and that, trying to have a resolution of what all that is. So I think, yeah, the performances can make a huge, huge difference to a game. But yeah, I never thought about someone absolutely bombing a game, especially someone with
That's the game.
Oh, I remember that.
Bethesda.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't mention it.
Yes.
So this is mostly for you, but you were in Andromeda, so like a little bit for you. So as being somebody who is so intimately involved in the creation of the Mass Effect universe and everything in it and stuff, what would you say was the most beautiful part of the games? Like in terms of just like overall how they are, what was your favorite, like most impactful part about those games?
Well, I mean, from my point of view, like the most impactful part was like how it was embraced by fans, and the fact that BioWare. I mean, I got to be in on the game from like the concept art stage. Like even before I was cast as Shepard, I was brought in to do alien sound sets and just like, okay, what does a baseline Solarian sound like? What does a baseline Krogan sound like? All these things. So I got to see it being built from the ground up, and it was such a fully realized universe. Like you could just play through the game and not read any codex entries if you wanted to, but if you did, it was such a rich experience, and they had so much lore, and everything had been thought out. So that, just the intricacy of the world they created, that was really something, and I think that's why it was embraced by fans. And then you had these great character moments, and you had NPCs that the fans could really invest in and actually like feel like they had like a full relationship with. Caden, yes. Yeah. And depending on who you pick, like Liara and Garrus and all these characters, and you know, the Krogan, Grunt Rex and Legion, Thane, everybody. Like these people really invested in these characters, and it was a combination of great writing, really great performances by the whole cast, and the fact that they did actually play it out, especially, again, I'll go back to the Citadel DLC for that sort of emotional closure with all the characters, too. So, yeah, that's something that I really liked about Mass Effect.
I think the same thing I liked about Odyssey was that they were willing to embrace, at least in Andromeda, the open sexuality of people, whether you're
so
straight, gay, bi, whatever it was. And I think the fact that games were willing to open up into that realm kind of broadened the horizon of video games and gives people a place where they can feel comfortable and safe as who they are and those sort of things. So I actually really, really like that the games opened that element up, and I appreciated that a lot.
And I think that's why the players and the fans really invested, because they could see whatever kind of relationship they had or wanted themselves reflected in the game.
Like as a queer person playing like Mass Effect and like Odyssey and stuff like that, like I played through the first two Mass Effect games a million times, and I did a male shep playthrough, and I was like, well, femme shep, I kept going after Caden. I was like, I'm gonna do it with male shep too. Wait, I can't. And the third game came out, it just was so like, it was everything I wanted.
And I don't know if you know,
happening.
We recorded like dialogue for male Shepard Caden relationship like right from the first game.
Right from the beginning, yeah.
And then it got cut from the game just for time, ultimately.
Yeah.
But all that code and all those recordings still existed in the game, and so like some enterprising fans went in and like pulled it all out, unlocked it, and basically built like all the scenes, which I think are all up on YouTube.
I'm a console gamer, so I couldn't.
Right. Yeah, but you can watch the YouTube videos.
Yeah, there's they did it.
Yeah, they're very industrious
as well
fans.
with Cullen, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
It's all coded in the game too, and there were a few line recordings, and like the same thing, it was cut because like it didn't really quite fit in with the timing and the style and whatever. But I don't know, it's something I've noticed with like games like this, especially like ones that you make your own choices and you really become involved with the characters. that like having those options for yourself, like again as a queer gamer, like having those options open to me means so much, and like you guys getting to be involved in the making of that and stuff is really awesome.
Yeah, I agree. I certainly do.
I mean, I had to mocap some of those scenes. So.
Hell yeah! Tell us more.
Yeah. I didn't get to do any mocap, so I did not get to pedal with Raphael at all.
You didn't feel a pin's chest.
No, I just sat in the booth.
Yeah. No, I
Now, on your playthroughs, who did you romance?
On my play, let's see. Okay, so my Paragon romanced Liara and then Tali, and then my Renegade romanced Ashley and then Miranda. And the only reason I switched romantic loyalties, was because I knew that both Ashley and Liara in Mass Effect 2, they weren't party members. Like you ran into them, but they weren't like controllable party members. So. I had inside knowledge, so I was just like, I want to be able to see the other things. Courtney Taylor has told me that I have to do a Jack romance at some playthrough.
Please do.
Yes, and I love Courtney. Courtney's
Document
fantastic. She is an awesome, awesome lady. So I have to, at some point, do a playthrough where I romance Jack.
If I had to, I didn't play Mass Effect, but it probably would have been Jal and Gil Brody out of like the male characters. And I guess Odyssey. I mean, Alcibiades was the best romance in the game. And then I think, I'm trying to remember who it was, if it was Roxana or not. But there was a female warrior, and Xenia. That's the female character I really liked in that game.
Well, if you do Dragon Age, Iron Bull.
Iron Bull. Which was Freddie Prinze Jr., I think.
Yeah, sure was.
Sorry, is there a question in the back there?
Yeah.
Yes.
How do role-playing games work? Like, is it if it's like a play or something?
Like, how do role-playing games work? Are you talking about tabletop role-playing games, or?
I like video games.
Oh, okay. So for, like, how do they work in terms of how they're, like, the script looks, or?
Yeah.
Generally, yeah, they are scripted out. The script that I see is, like, sort of play dialogue. Like, you've got... Basically, this character says this, but because you have different options, especially in in the Mass Effect games, it'll be this character says this, and then it'll be 4 branches. So it'll be you say this, or you say this, or you say this, or you say this, and the dialogue that can then branch out differently. So like when we originally started doing it, we used paper scripts on the first Mass Effect game, and like by the end of the week, there'd be like in the recycling bin, there'd be a stack like that. So they were very environmentally conscious when they switched over to just using screens, because that made it a lot simpler. You didn't have to have like multiple sheets for a thing. It would just be like, okay, we're choosing this, and then it would just, the screen would just change. So
do you have hashtags too, like hashtag sad or vulnerable or happy or.
They used just in brackets actually.
Yeah,
usually it would just be like angry or like sort of like stage directions.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was kind of written out like that.
It gives you like an
would see
idea of
from
what they want this line to say, how they want it said when they do the brackets.
Yeah.
The other thing I learned was when in my game, the AI that they are going to program to move the body a certain way. That's what is for the hashtags for us was there's a bracket hashtag what it is, and they'll basically that hashtag will be input into a computer, so the body, the animated body, will do that gesture. So if it's angry, it'll do whatever, it'll do its thing that some human created a while back, and they have a library of movements. And so you're saying the line that it's referenced, angry, or so you're going to say it a bit angry, and then they'll add that into the computer, add in that hashtag angry, and then the body is going to do something to give it movement in that direction.
Interesting. Yeah, we didn't have any of the hashtag stuff. I think, on rare occasions we'd have animatics, but usually it was only for like really complex scenes where it's just like you need to know where you are in this space and what's going on. For the most part, it was you might get a look at a still image or things like that.
You got animatics in the voice booth?
Yeah, sometimes.
Oh, that's awesome.
But again, only for very and it was like usually. The sort of pylon men. So
I like those things.
Yeah,
they
they're
still
fun.
give me a great idea of what's happening.
Yeah. And again, it was just for complex scenes where it's like, okay, so you guys are down here, they're 40 feet up a cliff, and then this happens, and then you end up here. So just so you know what volume to do things at, or just so you knew what was going on in the scene.
Which we'd have to do on the mocap stage. We'd get stuff like that. Or now they're building where you can actually stand in the room and see where you are, which is slowly being implemented. So that's really cool. But
yeah, I think for the most part, we laid down dialogue and then they did mocap along with it, rather than
sometimes I remember we'd listen.
Yeah,
once in a while we'd get to listen to the voices and act as if you're them, do the physicality to that voice, which is neat.
Have either of you guys had to do like Foley voiceover work or stuff like Frank Welker would do for inanimate objects or anything in the booth? Like if you had to
just go like clunk,
or like speaking to a fan or something to get a certain effect, or do they do it all?
Like I said, I did do my mouth half full of water for the Vorcha, and that was just me. It was like this might be an interesting sound. Like the first time they got me to do a Vorcha. And I was initially just going to be doing that one Vorcha, and then they came back to me and said, yeah, we really like what you did for the Vorcha. We don't want to force any other actor to have to do what you did, so can you just do all of the Vorcha?
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. No, I've done Foley. I've built libraries of movements for all those AIs. I've done that.
I guess that's sort of the new digital age.
Yeah, like you have to gesture right, look left, hands on hips, stand up in this position, do this, and then you gesture background. All these people that you see going on in the background who are doing things, drilling stuff, having conversations, old people, young people. We have to basically change our physicality to these different styles of characters, and then they build libraries and libraries and banks of physical movements. And some will go into the background characters, and some will go into the AI characters of the leads that when they don't want to do cinematics because they're expensive, they just kind of fit that in. It's really...
So are you ever worried that they're going to build up enough of a library that you never get a call again?
Yeah, we've got all the sounds.
If you want an honest, truthful opinion, I do think some companies would scrap cinematics altogether if they had the opportunity to, which is disappointing because you'll never get a real humanistic experience that only the human will create and make up on that moment. And I hope that they don't. I really do, even though I know it saves a lot of money.
In answer to your question about Foley, I haven't really done it myself. I have done Walla sessions, and Walla sessions are always fun because you're literally doing like, this is all the background burble that will be happening at the tavern and things like that. And like you can literally, as long as you're not too loud, you can literally talk about anything. And it's sometimes a good way to just fit little in-jokes or things like that.
Peas and carrots, peas and carrots, peas and carrots.
Yeah. Well, but the thing is, people go in and they can pull that stuff out and listen to it now. So you actually want it to be something that if somebody did pull that out, it still makes sense. It still makes sense in the world. But when I did my Walla sessions, we came in at the tail end of them doing Foley stuff, and it was just a bunch of guys from BioWare with like sword. This was for Dragon Age, and they were just like smashing swords together, taking a shield and hitting it with an axe and a sword and a mace, for the different sounds that the weapons would make. So
basically the same stuff they were doing since like the Three Stooges. Just
yeah, basically just like now I'm walking through the cornstarch snow and that kind of, yeah.
Everything's recycled.
Yeah,
there's nothing new.
And they still use the Wilhelm scream.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
No, they still do.
Amazing. Still do.
I thought that was just from film school. Like, this is the effect, and then you can hear it. Once you've heard it, like isolated,
in every movie.
You hear it forever.
Yeah.
Right in.
Have you had to do a lot of voice matching, like for other actors and stuff?
I myself have not done a lot of voice matching. Mostly it's been characters I've created, so sometimes you sort of want, it's like we'd really like him to sound like this character, or especially like for comedy sketches. Come to think of it, so on CBC Radio we did a long-running thing called The Irrelevant Show, and we had to do impressions sometimes. And I'm not really an impressionist. Most of my impressions are super obscure, like Paul Lynde and Hunter S. Thompson. But occasionally they would just be like, we need you to be James Dyson in this scene, the guy who invented Dyson vacuum cleaners. Here's some infomercial stuff. Watch him and then try to match his voice. But again, it wasn't proper voice matching where it's just like, we need you to do some pickup lines for dialogue. Have you done much voice matching?
Yeah, I've done quite a bit actually. Just considering, I'm like, I'm surprised. But I guess some people trust me to change my voice. I've done not on video games as much, more on commercials. I did do an Old Spice whole campaign ad. The guy had his accent was too thick, so I had to voice match him with a lighter accent, and it was really awesome, but really challenging too, And he had such a great voice. There was yeah, a lot of commercial stuff. I've had to do Liam Neeson, Al Pacino, bunch of people to like voice match their styles and cadences, and then I did some Wallace stuff where you end up like, can you match that person and do them? And so I've done things like that as well. So it's it's fun. It's challenging, but it's fun to see how people talk and how their voice tone is, and how to change your voice to sound like that person for a brief bit.
Well, time does fly, ladies and gentlemen. We got like probably enough time for a question or two. Yes, so one, two. Okay,
sure. If you guys had to pick a role that you would want to do to replace someone else from any movie, video game, what would it be?
Oh, snap!
Any role,
any
vocal role.
Yeah.
Just vocal role.
What's that? Like a live action.
Oh, wow. I'd like to be in an Oscar-winning movie.
But it's who?
Okay, I'll keep it to the nerd realm. Just in the nerd realm, video game animation. I'm a huge Doctor Doom fan. I love Doctor Doom. Always, he's the best supervillain as far as I'm concerned. And at least in film, they haven't quite got him right yet. But hopefully, there have been some great animated Doctor Dooms, and video game Doctor Dooms. But just to be able to say that I got to play Doctor Doom once, I would love that.
Dang, I was like, I'm really thinking about it. I know there's one character I'm going to play. And
can you talk about it? Probably not.
I can't talk about it yet, but it's coming out. It will be coming out probably in the next 6 months or so, and so I got my dream role.
Nice.
Which is
a movie? It's already happened.
Yeah.
Video game?
It's with. Oh yeah, it's a video game.
Cool.
Yeah, and
can you even say the company?
He can write it down, but he can't show us.
I mean, if you follow me and stuff like that, you'll know as soon as I can let it out. And then, but there's one character I want to play that hasn't been created yet, and that's like. But as far as people who've done stuff, I'm trying to think if there's any one role that I would like. I wish that was.
What's the character that hasn't been created?
Craven the Hunter.
Oh, I see.
And I want to play Craven the Hunter in a live action.
Yes, we've not seen him in live. He's been in animation, and video games. But
I'd love to play him.
Actually, and yes, we have. We'll go to this guy, and then we'll give you the last word.
I've had too many. So
no, not at all. Thank you for asking. Yes, sir.
What happened to Paul House?
Paul, you might have missed at the beginning of the session. We discussed Paul's jet-setting lifestyle currently in Tokyo, I believe. And as things often happen, some work came up, so he was
working on another project.
I came in a little late. So.
Yeah, he's working on another project.
Yeah, he's gallivanting, probably eating sushi.
Yeah,
who knows?
It was ramen the other day.
And some ramen.
Yeah.
Watched his Instagram
What was the last
story.
question?
Oh yes, Paul's Instagram will tell you all you need to know about him. Feel free to stalk him through his Instagram.
So I just wanted to add on to his question earlier about like sound libraries and movement libraries and stuff. When you were creating like, I don't know how else to say this, like grunts and like moans and stuff. But how does that come about? Do they just give you a list of what they want, or are they like, hey, do this, and then you kind of do it?
It's at the end of the day usually. You will do
new people's coming in and be like, let's start with all the Onos, and you're like, no.
It's like, the experienced director will realize, no, we don't want them tiring out their voice doing all this screaming and grunting. So usually it would be at the end of the day, and we called it an exertion palette. And so it would be like all of the hits and the pain grunts and the exertion things and whatnot. That would all be at the end of the day. And you usually do like maybe once a week you do a bunch of exertion stuff. And then once they have it, they pretty much have it.
They have a library cataloged. And
like all the stuff in Odyssey, like we had to do every and you do levels, start low, medium, and go up to high every hit, and then breathing, so you have the. Then you go into running. Then you go into like archery, and you literally had to go like. And you had to do all these different styles of breath and all these different styles of stuff to like.
For the pain, I assume it's probably similar in your game. They would do things like, okay, now you're getting hit. So you do like, okay, big, small hit, big hit, great big hit, whatever. But then also there would be things like, okay, now you're being hit by something that's on fire. Okay, now you're being hit by something that electrocutes you. Now you're being hit by something that freezes you. All these.
And like, okay, now try getting hit in the stomach. Get hit in the shoulder. Get hit in so they have different areas of the body, so they have different sounds coming out of you. Yeah, it's a lot.
Did they ever just be like, hey, like you need to sound like this, no, you're not doing it right, let me kind of hate you?
No. No, thankfully not. And with that, I believe we are at the end of our panel. Thanks so much, folks, for coming out. This has been the Assassin's Creed panel. And also me. With Mass Effect. And that was you two. Thanks, guys. Enjoy Super.
Yeah, thank you guys. Have a great day.
Those magnificent bastards. Color me kooky, but something very odd is going on around here.
You're not allowed to talk anymore.
Now, for the last panel of the show that I attended, we have the creator of Captain Canuck and the Chapterhouse comics, as well as the con itself, Richard Comley, and his partner Fadi, to talk about the history of Captain Canuck, where they see it going in the future, a little bit about the con, as well as what it's like to be an independent creator back in the days to now, and sort of discussing the future, sort of an all-encompassing thing. And it was a pretty cool thing to listen to, and I got to talk to him afterwards a little bit too about where he sees things moving forward. And give it a listen, and then we'll be back at the end to talk about what's coming up next on TWIG.
From Chapterhouse Comics, Fadi Hakim, and of course the creator of Captain Canuck, Richard Comley. Welcome to you guys, welcome to them. Okay, so another year, another con. And here we are. But what I love about this con is, this is, Captain Canuck is everywhere in this convention, right? You see him everywhere. He's on our placards, on the stuff. Did you think that this was going to be this iconic character when you came up with him so many years ago?
I just not thinking about stuff like that. You're just thinking about getting the darn issue done and out, and finding enough money to pay for the printer, and anyway, you know what I mean? There's too many other things going on to have time to think about what's going to happen. But when the first issue of Captain Canuck did get a lot of media attention. It was, people told me that it was historically, every single newspaper, every single magazine, every single newscast did stuff on it. Remember, this is 1975, and you only had 2-3 stations, CTV, CBC, CTV, all those guys. And I wasn't thinking that, oh boy, we're getting a ton of media at the time. It was, years later, probably 10 years later, that somebody pointed it out and said, you got a ton of interest. And I really think it had a lot to do with the timing. That Canadians were just absolutely ready for this. You know what I mean?
Where you're just talking about the printing and getting the money and everything like that. Earlier today, when we were talking to different comic artists who work for DC and Marvel and everything, one of the things that was said is that it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Because, or like right now, they say it's the best of times, the worst of times. In the worst of times part, it's because there's so much product out there, right? There's so much, and you're having to compete with more people than ever before. And so that's a big thing. But at the same time, it's the best of times because it's never been less expensive to create, to be a creator, or to put out your own product. Yeah. It's like they were saying earlier today is, you can draw, scan, and put it on social media, put it on Instagram, put it on Facebook.
At basically no cost. Yeah.
At basically no cost, right? So there's that. And then if you do want to print, I'm not saying it's cheap, but it's cheaper than it's ever been, right? It used to be far, far more expensive to put out any kind of comic book or any kind of book, right? And so in some ways, like you said, the best of times, the worst of times. Do you guys feel that? You as a publisher, what do you think?
I hear stories about, like Richard's talked to me about how he used to do things, and I don't even understand it. Like it's
so time consuming, and it's like, you know, and I can't even imagine doing it that way and getting into a distributor like every month in, month out, or whatever. And I know that Richard was basically doing his own distribution back then, but it all depends on how much you're doing, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Like for Chapterhouse, our scope was very large at one point. We were doing multiple titles and then catching, trying to get that stuff out constantly. And the deadlines, you've got to basically be 8 months ahead of the game in order to even just get into Previews magazine for Diamonds so it's a bit of a slog still if you want to try to do a proper publishing company. It's a ton of work, and the amount of people that go into a comic book is you have a colorist, a letterer, an inker, a penciler, 2 editors, that's 7. The
writer,
the publisher. Oh, don't forget the writer. Sometimes 2 writers. That's 10 people immediately, right? Just to get a 20-page, 32-page comic out. That's a lot of work, and then of course that editorial having to make sense in a universe. Let's say, for instance, there's a lot of deliberation, a lot of this, and everybody's busy and trying to meet deadlines, of course, is very, very difficult. So, but the one thing that I love about it is just the finished product. There's nothing better, just once you see it, you're like, oh my gosh. Like we have 18 trades right now getting printed, and they're coming in October and November. And I wish I had them. They got delivered to my place, just like 10 issues, because they're on a slow boat from China right now. But I had them FedEx stuff, but I left on Friday, and literally, I got the package on Friday. My wife just told me this package came in. I was like, curses. Because I could have just brought them just to show you. But we've got 16 Chapterverse trades right now, which is kind of amazing. When you see them all together, it's a bit exciting.
I guess that's one place where we're lucky when it comes to comics and comic books, because every other form of creative industry, just about has gone so digital, right? Like I talk to my musician friends, and they go, "You know what I miss? I miss the days of having that vinyl album." And you get that from the press, and you go, "Wow, I got my own album. This is amazing," right? And now they do that for vanity reasons. You know what I mean? They're like, I ordered some vinyl copies, so I have it, right?
Yeah.
But then even people who never had vinyl albums, who put out CDs, are like, "You know what I miss? Getting that CD from the printer. It's shrink wrapped and all that." Exactly. You know what I mean? And now a lot of artists, they're not putting out physical copies at all. It all comes out digital. Yeah. And then the same thing even with I've written a couple of novels. It's so amazing to have that book, right, in your hands and go, "Look what I did." Yeah. And yet we're at a point now where ebooks are just now starting to outsell regular books. But the one place where we've gotten really lucky, I think, is comic books. Is comic book collectors still want that physical copy. They want that. I mean, don't you guys? More than if comics, I think, suddenly went completely digital on your tablet or whatever. I mean, some people are putting them out that way.
Yeah.
But
to be honest with you, I'm 47 years old. So
what?
Oh yeah, man. I can't believe my back's not in it.
We're the same age. I feel
there you go. But comic book, the physical copy.
Yeah.
And I was so surprised because we started up with Comixology when we started Chapterhouse, and it was like, wow, people 30% of our sales are digital. It's like, what is really?
Yeah.
I couldn't couldn't believe
that. Surprises me.
It's really, and now it's grown. Now it's grown to the point. Yeah, it's
that actually surprises me.
Very, very great. It's crazy.
Can I tell you how it was done? Almost 45 years ago.
Do you guys know how it's done?
That's not what we're talking about today, Richard.
What's that?
I don't know. That's what we're talking
this is amazing. This really is.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's quite a story.
So, 45 years ago, and even a little more recently, I mean, there's been major shifts in publishing, especially comic books. But in those days, there were very few comic book stores in the world. There might have been a half a dozen.
Give us a year.
1975. I'm talking 1975.
The year of the captain.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there was, I think there was maybe 4 in Canada, and there might have been a half a dozen in the States, kind of thing. Maybe not even a half a dozen in the States, but, and so, you know, to produce a comic book, you draw it, and in 99% of comic books and were colored using photomask systems. And they had really what it was is somebody gave a color guide, a rough color guide, and then they used photomask, and we had a very limited palette, you know. And so that's how the coloring was done. And that coloring was done usually by housewives who had a job doing it, you know what I mean? And it was just painting blackout on film, basically. It's what they were doing. So that was the process, because I remember talking to them, and I'm thinking, wait, and I'm looking at they sent me the chart with the color selection, and it's all flat color, and it's very limited palette, and I said, gee, there's got to be a better way, kind of thing. So, and that's when I talked to people, and we came up with this method where after we did the black and white art, we put a sheet of acetate over top of it, and painted on that with the same paint the animators used back then, which animators don't use paint anymore because it's all digital, you know. I mean, there are some who do it because it's, you know, I guess it's like making pottery or something, you know. But
it's like those bands that put out vinyl albums.
Yeah. So, you know, and it was a bit of a process to, so, and then we did the color separations. Color separations back then were done with these huge stack cameras that used big color filters in front. And it was quite a process to do a separation. And so then you get it printed. So you can imagine going through all that work, all that expense. You're not going to just print 200 copies. I mean, it's insane. You know, you have to be printing multiple copies to justify all the expense you've already just incurred. And so, you know, the print runs were big, and they had to be big to make sense. But then the distribution system was mass market, wholesale distribution. And that was done in Canada at that time in 1975, and this kind of ended about maybe 20 years later, this system. But the mass market system was done through national distributors who worked with regional distributors, and in Canada there were 36 at the time. And in the United States there was about 400 regional distributors. And they had a territory, and nobody else distributed magazines in that territory until the mob moved in.
Yeah.
But it was
and then Vince McMahon took over all.
Yeah. So, and that all changed too, that whole distribution system, and then it wasn't until, I don't know when, probably the 90s is when it all changed, that comic books were almost 90% of comic books were distributed direct to the comic book stores. That's when there was enough comic book stores that they could just, you know, that they could switch over to that system. There was still some mass market distribution going on, but the mass market distribution system...
Is that like, when you say mass market, you mean like in the drugstores?
Yes.
Stuff like that? So when you would go into, you know, with that circular rack, you know, with the...
And also, all magazines there's still magazines distributed through the mass market system, and but it's very wasteful, because the way it works is there's a national distributor, and that's all changed now because there's no territories anymore. And you know what I mean? It's so changed. Now there's, instead of 36 distributors, there's 4. Mm-hmm. And there's no protected territories anymore. But so
it's the same with Diamond. Diamond is the only game in town, basically, right?
Yeah.
Marvel lost their shirt trying to do distribution.
Yeah.
The only comics you see in like grocery stores now are Archie, I think, and even they're disappearing.
Yeah.
And they're in like the digest format.
Yeah. And you see, all that stuff you're seeing in retail, in the grocery stores and the drugstores, that's put in there. And then anything that is not sold, they come and they pick it up and they destroy them. Mm-hmm. It's all shredded. And
not to mention they give you pennies.
Which explains why they're on like almost like recycled paper, it feels like.
Well, that's, I mean, just as an example, this is, Richard was holding this, I'm going to pimp myself for a minute.
Yeah.
This is my novel, my first novel. I have a couple. Okay,
Yay.
so thank you very much. Thank you. On sale from. Anyway, but I'm saying that to say this. Same thing. There was a time when novels, when you wrote a novel, whatever. The reason it's always been hard to get a book deal is because it costs a lot of money to print thousands and thousands of these and distribute them in bookstores everywhere. Yeah. But now here's how the industry has changed: is this novel came out in 2014, right? So in 5 years in the publishing world is an eternity. That's a long, long time ago to have written this book, right?
Yeah.
And there was a time when once your book was gone, it was gone. You know what I mean? Like there's authors that would have a stack at home, but that was all they had. And now the publisher, you call them up and they go, okay, how many do you need us to print? And they can print these on demand now.
Absolutely.
It's a cheaper stock than the original cover, right?
Yeah.
But it's essentially the exact same book.
Funnily enough, that's
And-
exactly what's happening with our stuff.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like what we've found was we're kind of doing like this thing. We just noticed that we've got over 350 covers, like 350 separate like comic books, which is a lot of comics over the last 4 years. And imagine now you have to print a minimum of 5,000, a minimum, if not 10,000 or however much more, in order to make it worthwhile, as Richard was saying. And then you've got to all of the stuff that it sits at the distributor and it also sits in your warehouse. You have to pay for that. And then who is going to get a Captain Canuck number 8?
Yeah.
Variant C.
Yeah.
Nobody. Like it's just like, of course at conventions people will pick them up, but and if you have them in your retail store, then at that point what we found was, okay, that is really difficult. It's very, very difficult to kind of keep up with that sort of a pace, especially over multiple titles. So what we're actually going to do now is that it's literally going to be digitally printed online on demand if somebody orders it online.
Yep.
And that's the only way that we can do it. And we basically we don't make much money on it at all. It's like a fraction, it's maybe about 50% of what we do at Diamond. But that way we can concentrate on the trade paperbacks, and then Diamond Books distributes that properly, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And we can just kind of get into that as far as like trade printing is concerned.
So trade paperbacks is kind of the trend.
It's how people want to consume it for the most part.
Yeah.
And then of course we understand, listen, you need floppies. Floppies are very, very important. So.
Does everybody know what Diamond is? When Fadi says it? Okay. Just the only thing that's sad is that my book gets shipped to me in pulped copies of my book.
What?
My books, when they get shipped to me, the padding that they get shipped in is just shredded copies of my book.
What?
Yeah.
That's wow.
Interesting.
Jerk move on that.
Yeah. Instead of styrofoam peanuts or whatever, when I open it up one day, I pulled out the shredding, and it's actually shredded copies of my book. That they shipped my book in. So maybe one day you could do that. You could take your less successful titles, shred them down, and ship your more successful titles.
All right. So I put the title on this panel as Captain Canuck, Then and Now, or then what was it?
The future.
Yeah, the future.
Yes.
Whatever.
Well, and so that's such it's a great topic. It's a great theme here. But let's talk about him in the past, in the present, and the future, because he is a character that there's I don't want to say different incarnations of, but there are, and there's he's evolved in different ways over the years. And
but to be honest, to be fair, so is Superman and
Absolutely.
Spider-Man. They've got various costumes, iterations, people wearing the costume, all of that stuff. But we're not breaking it. This is not a trend that we're inventing.
Oh no, not at all. But if anything, what I was going to say is, he's evolved over the years, but he's also been a very consistent character. Now is that due to all the artists and writers and everybody that's been involved has shared this vision? You know what I mean? Or is it strict guidelines?
I think it's like that's interesting actually, because it's sort of if you're redeveloping a character, I think that's older. Like basically what we did was plowed through everything Richard had done and kind of taken out all of the things that, you know, we think should be consistent with
That
the
they
character.
like.
And Captain Canuck was like, he basically, you couldn't change the bloody guy.
Yeah.
Like, it's like it was, all of his instincts were right from the start. He had to be a Boy Scout. He had to, you know, he had to always do the right thing. Yeah, fine, maybe, you know, he can get into some trouble and have some problems, but he always has to be that straight shooter, which was other characters like Redcoat and Quebec and some of the surrounding characters we had fun with, like we gender bent them and, you know, did that sort of thing. We gave Quebec Asperger's because that's her superpower, because she's just a sharpshooter. And it's, you know, and we kind of like that stuff a lot. But yeah, Canuck, boy, there's not much that you need to do with that type of a character,
Yep.
you know?
Yep.
I think it's the external forces around him and all of the things that, all of the challenges that he faces to stay the way he is, I think is sort of central to that.
Because
I think that's what Richard did, not, you know.
When I talk about changes, you know, yeah, costume things here and there, but he's been a very consistent character for 40 years, you know, in that respect.
I've been pretty hard-nosed about the fact that, you know, we stay in this, on this route. You know what I mean? We're not going to go crazy.
There's no need. There's just no need.
Yeah.
Well, now, how long have you two been working together now? It's been
years now.
It's
40?
Yeah. Maybe.
Since you were
It's about 10 or 11. Let me think. Probably first talked to him, to Fadi. He's here. Yeah.
This guy.
2009. And 2000 or 2010. It was.
Yeah, 2010. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
that makes
2010.
sense.
I think it was.
Well, I met you both 5 years ago, I believe
Yeah.
it was,
Yeah.
right? And so the thing I've never been able to ask you about, Richard, so you guys 10 years and all that, but Canuck's been around for about 40 years.
44, but who's counting?
44. Did you, before Fadi came along, was it hard finding other people that shared your vision of the captain, that would do it, you know, the way you saw it? Because you guys pretty much see eye to eye on the character. Did you have that problem in the past?
No, not really. You know, so I think everybody's aware, you know, I first published it in 75 and you know, that what we call the original series was done between 75 and the end of 1980. And those 16, well, it's 16 issues, but the number 15 didn't get printed till later. And then after that, you know, it was kind of, there was a whole period, 10 years where I did nothing, and then I did it for another 4 years, and it was just myself again, and then I licensed it, and then, you know, just kind of, so it was kind of stumbling along until.
Yeah, there you go.
But you know, I think Fadi had enough foresight and passion to, because I had partners in the past, and it just didn't work out. In some cases it didn't work out because we just didn't agree on the way to go forward business-wise. There was never an issue with, you know, the story or the art or whatever, the course we were taking that
That's
way.
the fun stuff.
Yeah,
it's all the other stuff.
Yeah, it's everything else. Yeah.
Let's.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No.
Let's talk about the web series.
Yeah.
Did the momentum lead to that, or did that really, you know, kind of rejuvenate the momentum of the character?
Well, I don't.
Because
that was all Fadi.
Yeah,
web series.
But I feel like when the web series was released, all of a sudden, you know what I mean. I heard the captain being mentioned way more. You know,
one of the big things with that,
more
right,
visible.
because we kind of like I thought like, okay, once we got the character, it's like, okay, what is it that we wanted to do next with them? So one of the first things was to, okay, we had the Captain Canuck, we had the original Captain Canuck. So the idea was to redevelop, create the whole new work on the cast, you know, again, redevelop the entire cast, and then put it in a form that's not a comic book.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And Indiegogo was the best way to do that. And this was Indiegogo, the Kickstarter wasn't even in Canada back then, right? This was a while ago. This was like 10 years ago, right?
2013.
2013.
And you guys are familiar with the web series, I'm hoping?
Yeah.
Which is
Well, you
also-
started,
That's
yeah,
awesome.
I'm sure we started working on it in 2012.
Also available on DVD.
It started in 12, and then 2013 is when was the, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
2013 is, but I know you were
Yeah, and the
working
thing
on
about it
12.
was like the
Yeah,
whole
you were
idea
probably
with
working on it in
Indiegogo.
11 even, 2011.
The whole thing about Indiegogo was that it was sort of like just there was a call for action to everybody. See who's out there that still, you know, that thinks Canuck is relevant, any of that sort of thing. And we were so pleasantly surprised that obviously everybody was into it, and that sort of, you know, it was great. We crushed it. I thought, like, you know, the product was really great. Everybody that was involved was so excited. You know, it all happened so organically. It was a lot of fun.
And Canadian celebrities and legends wanted to be a part of it.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, Rush gave us a song. I was, you know, I should have dropped the mic then. Like, I was so happy. But yeah, it was great. It was super. And so that's sort of, I guess, there was a rejuvenation, and then we kind of fell into comic books by
2014, we did the summer special. That was the first publishing from Chapterhouse.
And it was actually, we licensed the comic book, but then something had happened. And then we kind of had 1.5 issues in our hands, and, you know, there was a fellow, he just couldn't continue with the comic book, because comics are really expensive, very expensive to make. And then we kind of shopped it around. We talked to IDW, we talked to a few people, and then it was just like, let's just do this ourselves because we're sadists. Masochists. Sorry, whatever. Same, both the same. Yeah, but it's a lot of fun. Yeah, I had an idea.
Whenever I hear a ding, I do that. Like I had an idea.
Sorry about this.
What? So, how did Jay Baruchel come along?
Jay was like, we just showed. He was basically a friend of a friend, and then asked him to, actually, funnily enough, it was supposed to be, we asked him to be the voice of the Pitiful Human Lizard in the web series. And then, so he was kind of like, he saw it, and he was like, what is this? This is amazing. And then, you know, I met with them, and I brought him a box of stuff, and then that was it. Like, it was just pretty simple. He was just on board almost right away.
And is he still working on the title with you guys?
So he's written and stuff, and that's great. And so he's busy. He just got married. There's like a lot of stuff, but yeah. So he's like involved in.
And he released a novel this year, so he's.
There's a novel. He's working on a movie. He has a bunch of stuff. And yeah, so you know, it's good. You'll be seeing a lot. You know, you'll be seeing in the near future.
Has that helped you guys? Not necessarily with Captain Canuck, but just with the visibility of the company. Does it help to have someone on board?
You know, like I think like it's one of those things that you always have to keep it moving, really, right? And so yeah, there was you just got to constantly keep stuff moving, and if you take your eye off the prize, like boy oh boy, it can slide quickly sometimes. So yeah, but
and that leads us to the future.
Yeah.
So where do we see? I mean, the thing about a superhero like this is there's so many places to take him, from the comics to graphic novels to series to movies, all of these things. What do you have coming up with the Captain, and what would you like to have coming up? Where would you like to go?
Well, there's like, you know, I'd like to go everywhere with them, but you know, there's like we're in development for an animated feature. You know, there's still something going on with a kids show that we're in development on. The stuff
Would that be animated or like
animated? Yeah.
Animated.
And then we're talking about a live one, of course, as well. And then it's about finding the right fit as far as like any of the studios and that sort of thing. But we're slowly assembling the team. We got out of a relationship and then got back into one. But these things take forever. But you know, safe to say that something will happen in like a solid announcement in the very near future. Will come about.
Yeah, and you've got your graphic novels happening.
Graphic novels are coming out. Yeah, like I said, in October. They're being all released through Diamond from the end of October all the way through March.
Are these collections or new stories?
These are collections, and some of it is stuff that hasn't been seen before as well. And then the archives are coming up, so there's a lot of Captain Canuck archives in the new format that are coming up for next March, April, which is great. And then we are actually working on our office right now. We have a building in Toronto that we're kind of working on that's going to be a cafe with a gallery event space, and our office is upstairs and a sound studio downstairs. It's going to be a lot of fun. And next year is like
45th anniversary.
45th anniversary, and it's Chapterhouse's 5th anniversary, so we're kind of like, we're going to do it all up at TorontoCon. That'll kind of be the kickoff for the year. And then, I have a lot of fun with it.
Richard, where would you like to see the character go? Not necessarily the medium, but is there a direction you'd like to see him go, or maybe storylines you'd like to see explored?
Well, I mean, we're talking about graphic novel projects, and the one that I've been talking to about, with Keith about anyways, and I'm sure Fadi knows about it, is so we're going to do the Reborn series, which I did between 93 and 96. Yeah, 93 and 96. We put that out as a book. And then I did a newspaper strip for a couple of years too, a Captain Canuck newspaper strip. So there's enough strips to put together to make a book. And I think our plan is, and I think it's the right way to go, is just leave it black and white.
Mm-hmm.
So those will be fun to have. I mean, even for me, I'll love to see it all together in one book.
Sure.
And
that's your vinyl album.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly. That's exactly it.
Way to do that. That was good.
And then so then there'll be those two books. Now there's another one, Captain Canuck Legacy, that deals with Tom Evans, sort of a new Tom Evans kind of thing. And I wrote it as a 15-page treatment when I was working with a film company that I was locked in with for 5 years, much to Fadi's displeasure. But we're long done with them. But I put together a treatment that I liked, and we still feel, I think Fadi feels the same way because he's read it, that we can turn that into a graphic novel. So we'll take the 2 issues, it's really 1.5 issues, and then even that I'm going to work with it a little bit and then finish it, but do something different with it. It'll be a combination of some comic book, graphic narrative kind of style, and then some prose, and then back to, so experiment a little bit with the format. And one of the reasons being is, so it won't be so much work, you know what I mean? Because, writing and drawing every page is actually more work than just writing a page, as you can well imagine. So it'll be something that'll be more manageable as far as getting it done. But I think at the same time, it could be a neat experience to be able to, it's comic book and then you're to prose and then you're back to comic page, and then you're just an illustration, you know what I mean? It goes with the story. So it'll be a kind of a different experience. And I did try that way back in 79. There's a Catman story where we did the same thing. It was prose and comic strip, but it was only like 6 pages or something.
Right.
So, it'll be a bit of an experiment. That's what we want to do, and Fadi's really the one who's looking after the film and television end of things, and he's the big hoity-toity producer, talking to all the other bigwig producers. So, I don't go to those meetings.
But on that note, you as the producer, the TV film guy, and you as the creator, if there were a Captain Canuck live action movie or live action series, let's say, like the Arrowverse, or like the Avengers, what would you like to see from the character on screen? What kind of story would you like to see?
Well, I said this to Fadi a long time ago when we were first talking about that. Even when I was locked in with mind's eye. That what I would, the style of storytelling, has anybody seen Born Identity, the movie, the series Born Identity? I wanted him to be more of a kind of this espionage kind of character who put on the costume when necessary, kind of thing, but have that kind of pacing in the story. And anybody who's seen Born Identity, and they're extremely popular, and for good reason. They're just they're just one of those movies that you're just glued to the screen all the way through, and the pace is just relentless, and that's what I would like to see if we did anything, whether it be television or film. And my wife and I recently watched a British series called In the Line of Duty. I don't know, anybody ever seen that?
Yeah, I've seen it. It's good though, no?
Yeah. No. For example, I mean, it's a British series, and it's all about police investigating other police. But we've watched it, and the writing is just so amazing. There was a half an hour where there's 4 people around a table showing evidence on the screen, and you're glued. You're like this watching it. It's so tense, and it's 4 people sitting around a table. You know what I mean? Showing evidence. Were you here at this time? Blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. And back and forth, and then there's there's obviously there's looks and all of this, but
the Brits do it so.
Yeah, I know they do. It's amazing. I think to myself, you never see that on an American TV series. Half an hour, 4 people sitting at a table.
I also just like the fact that British shows have normal-looking people.
Yeah, they do.
It's very odd to me watching American television, and the ER doctor is 23 and gorgeous in high heels.
Yeah.
I've never had an ER doctor that looked like one of the ER doctors on television.
I know. It's just funny because for a few minutes we were watching a Hallmark series, and they're all pretty face actors. You know what I mean? And they're just so, and the acting's not very good, and the writing's really bad, and it's just so phony. You know what I mean? It's just so
I've written a couple of those.
Vacuous.
I've written a couple of those Hallmark Christmas movies, and the thing that's funny about that is when you write one of those movies for them, it's a formula, and they send you a beat sheet, and they go, "This is what's going to happen, and this is when it's going to happen." And if you deviate from that, they won't buy the movie. Yeah. And it's funny to me because they've had success with a formula, but their viewers, their fans, love that formula to the point where they're like, don't deviate from it.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I'm being exhausted.
It's a romance novel.
But it's all 60-plus women, right?
Yeah.
And yet
it's very specific.
There's a market.
Very specific, and they cornered that entire market.
And yet I still find it interesting that it's a market that loves a formula, whereas, in comics, there may be trends for a while, but after a while, you have to get away from that because the readers will start to get tired of it. They want it to change.
You can experiment a lot more in comic books than you can,
That's the fun part, for sure.
But
comics make you think. Hallmark doesn't.
Yeah. No.
You guys, I'm sorry.
Any questions?
I was going to open up the questions.
Actually, I've got.
What's the time, by the way?
We're looking at about 3:25. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's almost 20 after.
All right.
Sorry.
Let's open up
quickly. So when you started in the 70s, it was basically like the Wild West. There really wasn't a Canadian independent market. Really, it was you and maybe Dave Sim, and that would have been it.
Yeah. Dave, I don't think Dave was doing comics yet.
No.
He didn't start till 77 with his Cerebus. But we did. He had this strip, Two Beavers. It was kind of a funny strip. And we ran one of his as a half page in, I can't remember what issue it is, but in one of the comics. But we knew of him.
So it must have been just scary trying to publish or do anything in the mid-70s in Canada when there wasn't a support system or anything. Now that you've done multiple stints and then now you're back up and running full, have you found that aspiring people have come to ask for advice on how to get started in the comics industry or how to do independent work?
Sorry, just before you even answer that, you know what I can kind of imagine what Richard was like back in the day was sort of what he was like when he told me, "Hey, Fadi, I want to start a comic book convention."
Yeah.
Like, it's just like, I don't know what I'm doing,
So-
but I've been to a couple.
I'm picturing basically-
I think we can kind of work this
basically
out.
this, but with
And
Jennifer
literally
Walter
that
hair
was
and
it.
not-
So he'd read a couple comics. Somebody said, "Hey, Captain, we don't have it." He's like, "Yeah, let's do this."
Try it, yeah.
But you know, and he's just that.
But when you ask me, do people
Sorry,
come
go
up to
ahead.
me and ask?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, for example, I'll give you an example of somebody who came, back in the 80s, I know it, this is a story I want to tell because it might be educational. But I had 3 young guys come to see me. This is when I was doing a magazine called Star Writer and a Peace Machine. It was very short-lived, but and I was doing work for other people too. But I had 3 young guys come to see me, and they were all about 10 years younger than I was at the time, and they were all looking for advice, input. One guy wanted to be an inker, and he was quite talented. One guy wanted to do 2 others wanted to draw comics and one to pencil and draw comics, and they all ended up working in the industry. But these guys are really committed. Like one guy was drawing 6 hours a day minimum.
One of the guys was Todd McFarlane.
Yeah, one of the guys. I wanted to save that.
Oh.
No, the one guy, yeah, Todd McFarlane, and very focused guy. Maybe OCD kind of style, but yeah, and he was just determined. And he used to come to me and show me his art, and I'd say, I don't like the cartoony faces, and you got to work on the hands and the feet, and okay,
Yeah.
and then, and he never really changed the faces. Maybe he worked on the hands and feet, but his faces are still kind of cartoony. I don't like the look, personally. But that didn't stop him from becoming a multi-millionaire. So
Yeah, that's like every once in a while when one of my opening acts gets a Netflix special. I'm like, good thing they didn't listen to me.
Yeah.
One thing I admire about both of you in the handful of years I've known you both is what you were just talking about, Richard, saying, I think I'm going to start a comic book convention. You both don't shy away from new endeavors.
He'd never done an animated series before.
Never done an animated series before. And
again,
but not just that.
Will you do one again?
You're a successful restaurant owner, which is rare. I know this is a guy who, when I was working my way through school as a restaurant manager, and that was always the joke, if you want to make $1 million in the restaurant business, make sure you start with $2 million, right?
That's true.
But both of you, I've noticed, you get an idea and you go, yeah, I think I'm going to try blah, blah, and you do. And you are, from what I can tell, typically successful at it. So, but that's probably also why here we are 44 years later still talking about Captain Canuck, because both of you have just never given up on him and want to keep putting him out there.
Hey, every day I'm around.
Keep him in the public consciousness.
Every day we're still banging out Captain Canuck. I'm happy with it. Yeah, no, it's fun. It's a lot of fun. Still halfway back.
I'm just curious, when it comes to recruiting new talent for the company, or even just for maybe the Captain Canuck issues themselves, like for example, somebody like Leonard Kirk, who I'm a huge fan of from his early '90s rendition of Supergirl, great talented artist. Do you find that these people are reaching out to you, or are you fishing them actively, or is it just maybe
like Leonard worked with Richard
in '93?
That's why it was sort of a nice
Yeah.
fit.
Oh, okay.
And he was pretty new. He was pretty new
Right.
in the business, and he was already very talented. Obviously, his style has certainly progressed. What's the word? Matured, or it gotten so much better from back then. But he was already really good.
Yeah, absolutely.
And but yeah, no, he actually reached out to me.
Oh.
And I didn't know about him. And I was so thankful that he reached out to me. He sent me a sample.
Right.
And I didn't, he lived in St. Catharines, and I was in Cambridge, and I didn't know about him because I didn't. But he was doing some black and white comics back then.
He wasn't doing any Marvel stuff or anything.
No, he did Men in Black when it was a black and white comic book for a very small publisher.
Okay.
Look at that.
That's how it started,
Yeah.
Who's responsible for the current kind of what I call the mercenary look of the Captain? Whose idea was that?
Well, it was Kalman who designed that
Was that
costume.
Was that?
Yeah.
Andrzejowski, yeah.
Yeah.
He designed that.
With some help from, like everybody, but yeah,
Yeah.
Calvin did all the heavy lifting, absolutely.
Yeah.
What do you do? You have a preference? Do you like the modern mercenary look, or do you prefer the classic?
No, I'm just as happy with either look. I really am. You know what I mean? I have no, and I've got the legacy look too, which is just a little bit different version of the classic look.
Sure.
And I mean, I don't say I don't show me his. I won't look at that. You know what I mean? No.
And it's fun. I've worn the costume before. It's fun.
Yeah.
In the
any questions?
Questions.
Well, I guess I just have a question about the publishing side of it. And that I know when you're talking about people going digital or not. Like I know for myself, I'll buy comics, physical comics, but I also get the digital copy just either for convenience on sale.
Yeah, for sure.
As a small publisher, do you think there's any incentive to like those special editions, like you know what I mean, like adding something to the comics, or like when you talk about an album, when you would get like that extra book or something?
So you're saying like adding more to the comic book?
Yeah, or like
bonus material.
Yeah, like bonus material, any kind of incentive that way.
Well, traditionally, it's it's something that we like to put in our trades. Ultimately, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Again, with comic books, I think like variant covers are the way to sort of go for that. Yeah. And that's why we've always tried to do a really healthy amount of variants for that. Kind of showcase a lot of cover artists or some more artists that we really want to work with, but unfortunately can't commit to a whole book with. But so that's sort of why we kind of do that.
I guess to follow up on that too, when you're talking about doing the digital print on demand and all that, is that like a possibility in that respect, like tiered pricing or something?
Oh, absolutely, 100%. Well, unfortunately, it's like, because what they do is that they print it, like if you digitally printed a comic, if you printed one single issue, it's $5 to print it. So what these guys do is essentially print 20 and then they hold them. You know what I mean? And then they also include, then they do the shipping and everything like that. So we're going to be able to keep it at a $4.99 price point. So and then, depending on the variants, like with the variants, you're only going to be able to like get 25 of this, like, and that's it, it's gone after. So, and at that point, that's where the tiered pricing is going to go, but the pricing is going to go up from $4.99. But they will be limited runs and that's it. So if you're one of the 25, you might pay $9.99 for that, but you're one of 25.
You're guaranteed something that is collectible.
Yeah, for sure. Exactly. Like there is a
collectible market. I mean, it's still if people like that.
We printed. There was with Die Kitty Die. They had their fourth variant was a Darwin Cook cover that we only did 49 issues. 40 like a print run.
Physical copies.
Physical copies, and then of course Darwin unfortunately passed away, and then 49 issues of that thing, and that's it. Yeah. So at any rate, so
I'm healthy though, by the way. Yeah.
I don't know, I just got your signature.
It's that
shirt.
It's that vegan lifestyle.
We'll just wait till things.
Are you still a vegan? Are you still a vegan?
More or less.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, Fadi and Richard are going to be over at their table in a little while.
Yeah. I want to go check out the contest.
Oh,
is it the sketch contest?
No, the cosplay.
Oh, the cosplay contest. That's right. Oh, I want to check that out too.
Yeah.
But you guys will be over there signing in a little while.
Flag us down, absolutely.
Make sure.
Thanks so much for coming.
I'll be sweeping the floor, after 7, so I'll still be around.
And of course, you said, we're back next year. It's going to be here again next year.
I don't know if it's going to be here.
Okay.
But we don't know that part.
Keep it local though? Like local GW?
I gotta say, this was a better time for sure than last year.
Yeah.
With Oktoberfest, Thanksgiving, and all that.
Oh, no. Yeah. We suffered. We paid for that, believe me. So,
I'll tell you, the amount of work, way to go.
Yes, that's great. Thank you so much.
Do you have any hobbies?
I collect spores, molds, and fungus.
Hold that thought. It's crapper time.
Okay, this is something that popped up on my radar when I happened to be looking up the soundtrack for the Transformers movie, because I had heard they had a limited edition vinyl come out, and I love the Vince DiCola track, and I was looking it up when I stumbled across another release that had recently come out, and that was the Transformers, the original TV series score. And I was like, wait, I didn't know this ever had a release. Well, it was put out by this company called Enjoy the Tunes or Enjoy the Ride Records, and they put out limited edition vinyls in multiple colors, limited runs of things like Tales from the Crypt and scores that you wouldn't necessarily find anywhere else. Some of them haven't even had CD releases, but they're getting a vinyl release here. So I contacted the company and said, hey, wow, this is cool. And they said, hey, you want to check out a copy of it and review it and let us know what you think. And I a couple days later, it was international from the States, but it came that fast, and I was very happy to see that it was packaged very well. And it is a vinyl that you have multiple options for colors. I ended up getting the Megatron, which is a purple and sort of a silvery color. There's other variations on the vinyl that they can do. Some of them were sold out. I believe Optimus is sold out, but there's other versions that you can get. I think there was Soundwave was another one. And what you get are 22 tracks on side A and 18 tracks on side B. The opening theme song is the first track on the first side, and then on the other side you end up having the closing track, Roll for Home, for the first season. The only thing I'll say this, I'll preface this, the only downside that I wish they would have included, and maybe they can include in like a 7-inch single later on or something, is there wasn't the theme for season 2 or season 3 being my favorite. The opening and closing for season 3 is mwah, it's my favorite. Now, that being said, every other track on here is fantastic. I ended up listening to it with my headphones through my stereo system, and then I ended up just to make sure I hooked up my record player to and it's a decent, not a super high end, but I have I got like a $600 record player. It's a decent record player. I hooked it up to my computer so I could listen through my high definition sound card audio phono inputs, and just sort of hear if I could what it sounds like. There's no hiss or wobble. It's actually pretty crystal clear. As crystal clear as you're going to get vinyl for sure. And I actually heard things in the opening theme song I've never heard before. Now, I ended up playing a clip of this for our other resident Transformers super fan, TFG1 Mike, and he goes, I don't like the opening theme. It sounds different. And I'm thinking, yeah, it sounds different. It sounds better. And I at first thought, I was like, wait, no, this isn't re-recorded. This isn't like a recording of it. And then I went, no. On the TV show, everybody's heard the theme song hundreds and hundreds of times. But what you've heard is a mix that was... There's an original mix that they then mixed for television where they add extra sound effects and stuff on top. But it's mixed to mono. Even if the show had stereo in it, the stereo was just the sound effects. The music was mixed to mono, then compressed, and not compressed like digital compression, compressed where you raise the lowest sounding points and lower the highest sounding points. Everything is at a similar volume. And that helps with television broadcasts, especially in the 80s and that, where you had limited dynamic range of audio. So you have a sort of a muddied sound where all the voices are melded together. Everything sounds basically the same. Now, here, they went back to the original master tapes and put it on vinyl. So you actually hear there's multiple voices singing. You usually heard sort of like a male and female voice. Well, there's 3 or 4 layers of different voices that you've never heard before in the original version in this. And the instruments are so much clearer. It's in fully, defined stereo. It's just, to me, I love it because I like hearing things that this is how it was intended to be heard, and then it was mixed to hell back when it was put on TV and then eventually on DVDs and VHS tapes. And then when you move from there into all the rest of the tracks, you'll recognize the background, sounds from, or background music from when they're like attacking or there's mystery going on and all that. But what I didn't notice was how much of this is basically jazz. the Transformers soundtrack, I never thought of it before for the TV show, is basically jazz with a little bit of sci-fi electronica put into it. Not nearly as much as the Vince DiCola album from the movie in the 80s, but it's basically jazz, and it sounds like I could play most of this for my grandfather, who was a huge jazz and big band nut, and he would have loved it. So it's really neat because it has a gatefold and it has really nice artwork on the inside, and it's just a well put together product. If you're in Canada, you're going to spend a little bit more for shipping, but some of it is on Amazon, so you can pick that up too. But it's well worth it. For these limited runs, you could spend easily $50, $60, $70 on something like this, but they're actually putting it out at a fairly competitive price, and it ranges, so you'll have to check out their website on what they're selling it for. But I am very, very impressed, and I'm going to have to see if we can check out some more releases from them, because they have some decent and interesting things coming out soon for review. So I'd love to check that out. But in the meantime, I'm going to put a little clip of what I recorded at the end, just to give you an idea of what you can expect. Like, I'm going to have it running underneath here as well, but you can hear sort of the theme at the end, just a little bit, just a compressed sample of it, so you can hear the difference, in your mind of what the original sounded like on TV to this.
The Transformers, more than meets the eye. Autobots wage their battle to destroy the evil forces of the Decepticons. The Transformers, robots in disguise. The Transformers, more than meets the eye. The Transformers.
Those magnificent bastards! Color me kooky, but something very odd is going on around here.
You're not allowed to talk anymore.
And that's just about going to do it for this super show. The news and weird news, a little shorter because it was solo and also just a long week of stuff. So to give you an idea, I got the Sega Genesis Mini, playing around with it, having lots of fun there. I've got so many other games on the review scene that I've got to work on. Ni no Kuni remastered, Alliance Alive remastered. I also have Trails of Cold Steel 3 working on. I have a dodgeball game that I'll talk about, like an indie title. I have a brand new title from Sony that just came out, which is Concrete Genie, which I forgot existed, but then thought, oh yeah, that looks really cool. So I've got a copy of that for review. I also have 5 or 6 titles from Vinegar Syndrome on the go. Birdman has a few things on the go. So I'm going to have a Turd of Treasure out probably Thursday or Friday this week, depending on how fast I can get through things. Then I've also got Mayhem Mike's the Top 100 Wrestlers. We're recording another episode. There should be more out, and I should be syndicating some stuff up. I'll basically have to catch up on what we were supposed to be syndicating last week because we were too busy to. So you might be seeing a few episodes here and there popping up over the next 3 or 4 days on your feed. There's no more classic stuff right now because I haven't scheduled more to come out because we've got enough coming right now of regular shows, but there is still always some good content from years and years ago that you might not have seen that you can probably catch up on soon. Now, we've also got this weekend, I will be visiting Birdman on Sunday and staying over till Monday, just due to there being some family stuff they have to deal with. It's also going to be a great thing for me to catch up on some stuff with Birdman. We're going to watch some of the review movies, maybe do a commentary or two. We'll see, what mood we're in when we do it. But we're going to get a lot of stuff done that way. And then sometime next week, we'll be back to our regular schedule with Monday or Tuesday. I'll be doing a solo show again. And then depending on how Birdman feels in a week or two after that, we'll start back up doing the regular stuff again. But he's still going to be putting out reviews and getting content when he can. It's just a little hectic for them right now. So I am going to sign off for now. I'll just mention one thing. If you're looking at pictures on Facebook that I posted on the official TWIG site as well, the pictures from the Tri-City Con, it took a while to go through because I had a couple hundred pictures that I had to whittle through. Did you try to get the best shots and everything? And there was only one there that, you know, I wasn't sure, should I post it, should I not? Every guest there, bar one person, was super friendly, super outgoing, very genuine, and one person was not. This person, you've seen the pictures, you'll be able to see it, decided that it was just going to be okay to be rude to pretty much anybody that they wanted to be rude to. I was wearing a press pass, very, very large text, press media, taking pictures, establishing shots of the entire building to get for shots to put out on social media of pretty much everybody, including guests, asking them first, hey, you know, it's okay if I take a picture of this? Yes. As I turn my camera towards without even taking a picture yet, decides to point at me, not look at me, look at a handler and yell very loudly, is he allowed to take my picture without paying me? And then I went, what? And the guy looks at me, the handler, and he looks all panicked, and he's like, yeah, he's press. And he goes, huh, then turns his head away and won't look at me. So that person, you know what, that was pretty unprofessional, especially since I was media, and there are other people around you that saw you do that, including other guests that were then surprised that you did that. Fuck you. So I'll be completely honest. You're not so big of a star that you can do that, let alone that's not how stars behave. So fuck you, guy from Killjoys. You're kind of a dick. And then you posted a social media picture of being all smiley with the other guests, and that was phony because you were a dick and you didn't even do any of the panels. You sat at your table and were kind of rude to people. So fuck you. Anyway, that's it. You'll know who it is when you see the pictures. So for everybody else, thanks for coming out. I know it wasn't always the largest show that you wanted to see coming out for you as far as the guests go, but you were all very professional, very courteous, very friendly. Sincerely hope you come out again to another show. Very nice meeting all of you, except for one of you that was a total c***. Anyway, that's going to do it for the show, and we'll be back next week.
Okay, son, now you're starting to scare the viewers.
Just act normal.
I'd ask you to do the same, but I'm afraid that ship has sailed.
Why are there so many ostriches? But you have a game that is dipped in a
ropey, thick window cocking.
So guys, we'll be right back right here on This Week in Geek, only on ThisWeekInGeek.net and many other sites where I syndicate this crap because I'm a media slut.
I like turtles.
Loose like your mom.
That's right.
No fisting, you say. Anything else you object to?
Me likey tater tots.
You've been listening to This Week in Geek. Check out our website at thisweekingeek.net for more geek content, and subscribe to our podcast through iTunes or any podcatcher. If you'd like to comment on this episode, head to this episode post on thisweekingeek.net and comment through Facebook Connect. Or you can call our voicemail line at 817-717-7202. Follow and message us on Twitter at ThisWeekInGeek. And check out our Instagram at twig_official_podcast. And if you're the good old-fashioned email type, send us an email at feedback@thisweekingeek.net. We'll see you next time. And remember,
lower your shields and surrender your listenership.
And you guys just get out there and put a positive spin on this whole thing. How are we supposed to put a positive spin on it?
It's getting pretty hard to keep defending you. Maybe it's time we put our foot down.
Oh. Hope you brought some condoms. Some concern over the president's competency again today. It was during a Middle East peace conference when the president referred to the people of Saudi Arabia as a bunch of dirty sand Nigers. Though the comment seemed divisive, Speaker of the House Paul Ryan says he's sticking by his president 100%. Speaker Ryan, it's the anniversary of the president being elected. How do you think he's doing?
Well, what do you mean? He's great. We're doing great. A lot of people judge him and just see the negative. People don't know how great the president can be behind closed doors. They don't get to see all his good qualities.
Uh-huh. And is that semen on your black eye?
Oh, no, I tripped on a doorknob. That's doorknob cum. Okay, we're safe to talk. It's not safe. Nowhere's safe. Don't you understand? We're all about to get killed. Shh, keep your voices down. Look at this. What are all these numbers? The latest approval ratings. I've been researching our own independent poll. The president is tanking. These numbers are so low that we might just have an out. Well, don't you guys see what this means?
I don't know anything. I'm just a turtle.
It means that the swing voters are turning against him. It's those people that matter. Those are the ones who can finally turn this thing around.
And then we don't have to get killed. We can't let the president know about this. Just let him... What are you guys talking about? No,
Nothing,
no,
the president.
No. Oh, okay. Just having a little chat or something? It's an opinion poll, Mr. President. Your numbers are down, and I wanted to show you so you could do something.
Oh, you bitch! I was the one who researched the poll, Mr. President.
Let me see that. Huh. Isn't that interesting? But it's not a problem. See, I know something about societal psychology that you three turdballs don't. Everything's gonna be fine.